Hello, YouTube.
It looks like a microphone. Like he's a little look.
I'm a pop star, man.
It's a believer.
What can I say?
Justin Belieber.
I'm not a believer, bro. I am the believe.
But look at this. Look at this piece of hair that goes like below his chin.
Is YouTube live?
I don't understand.
It is live. Welcome, YouTube.
It's not great. And this section just sticks out too much. I need to thin this out.
Hello, Anchored.
That's my take.
Your take is appreciated and promptly ignored.
Was not expecting anything else right now.
Yes, thank you very much. Can you stop singing, please? This is my show. Thank you. Dojo, hello. Stream the cut. Made something for me, Calix? Calix, I may or may not have been lurking in your stream at one point. I saw you hit a couple of nasty shots. All right, what do you got, Calix?
Venus? Philo? This is for you.
Okay, fricker. Frick you, buddy. The Circuit Royale ball game? Oh, okay, that one's okay. That one, I didn't play very well, but I did okay. Yeah, Loof, I was talking to Pepper about that one. She freaking hates that. How much height would Spilo lose with a haircut? Good day, hello. When is he gonna start screaming? Do you want me to start screaming? I mean, I can, but I've heard that my noise gate might need a little bit of work. I've made note of that, by the way. I know people were complaining about it in the feedback, so it's on the list of things to keep an eye on. Who is Cheeto? I don't know what the frick you're talking about. If it's a metal guttural, okay. Shock the world and shave it like Sideshow. We've had a conversation. If we ever did something in the future of like shave Spilo's head, like what? She wants me to bleach my hair. Like what would be like the sub goal or like the charity thing? Like it would have to be pretty high, I think, for sure, because she does not like it. How do you not get hoarse from talking and screaming for hours and on? A lot of practice. I'm not like a professional vocalist, but I do have a lot of practice with things like that. So whether it's like talking with grit or screaming or yelling, it's something that I kind of know how to do fairly well. So unironically, technique. Is this the official Spilo? No, this is the cheap knockoff. We'll be reviewing more OWCS games soon. Probably not. I mean, I don't know. There's just like a lot of things on the plate right now, so we'll see. I might be doing like, yeah, we'll have to wait and see. Bald Low charity stream. Okay. Dude, I'm so sauced for today's skill ceiling tier list video. This is going to be so much fun. Does nobody recognize this? Does nobody... Maybe I'm just like... that Gen Z, or not Gen Z, millennial technically. Like, I'm like borderline millennial. Like, does nobody like recognize this? Nobody? Yes, I am going to BlizzCon. That's the plan anyway. Yeah. Dude, me and I are always joking, bro. Like, he's very personality, very similar to Gus. I'm very personality similar to Sean, so it's like perfect. J-Rack, thank you for the sub. Congrats on the badge.
Sarah Lee her special roll back.
No, I'm not giving Sarah Lee the special roll back. It's not happening. I think I'm on the border. What is millennial? Millennial 8. Yeah, I'm borderline millennial. I'm 30. So, borderline millennial. Hello, Zanzibar. Stop tuning into Twitch chat and go walk faster. I hear my voice from upstairs, I think. Yes, I read YouTube. I do read LubeTube chat. Read YouTube chat, I do. You guys are not gonna like all my takes about the skill ceiling. I'm gonna tell you guys that much. Because I'm gonna freaking teach you guys, alright, what it means. Yeah, I was born in the 90s. Can I read cursive, bro? I can freaking write cursive. I can freaking write cursive. Yeah? I can. Here, look. Let me write cursive really fast.
Due to financial concerns, I have unfortunately cancelled my Twitch sub. Still am a patron, and am using YouTube stream to avoid ads.
That's
Sorry,
totally fine,
don't
Brax.
love you that
Thank you for
much,
being financially
Father Daddy
responsible.
Lord,
Stop
don't
donating
spill over.
bits. But thank you. All right, let's showcase my my cursive here. Hang on. I'm a little out of practice. There you go. No, I'll write down what you guys want. I'll show it one more time. I'll do it one more time. A 5-year-old. Why did you have to clarify 5-year-old British kid? Is that like a thing? Write my username? That's so lame. What does gyoza mean? What does gyoza mean? Oh, you have a stash of bits. Okay, fair enough. What does gyoza mean? All right, I'll write gyoza. I don't know what gyoza means. I hope it's nothing inappropriate. Not like buttocks or anything. Wait, I remember Z is weird. I think I remembered how to do it correctly. Okay. This is not good. I'm sorry. I think I messed up the Z. But yeah, I got the G right at least. I wasn't sure if like Gyoza was like Gyat or something like that. Write your name? All right. Bro, I'm burning through these sticky notes. Oh, I guess I got the back of them. This one's got water on it, so this is going to be hard. Wait, all right. I'm locking in for this one. Dude, I freaking love lowercase f's. It's so freaking satisfying. There. See? Shut the frick up, Zanzibar. I don't know. There's water here or something. I've got a cup of water. I have sticky notes all the time. I write stuff in sticky notes. Mostly correct? Okay, thank you, Dan. Can I write Hanzo? Oh, H's are sucky. No, I'm not writing Hanzo. Do you ever play guitar live? Not really, but I've had people ask, so maybe. See? So I can do it. I can do it. Can I do my name? Okay, I'm gonna do my name and we're stopped there. Ow! There. Also, on the other side of that, what can I say? Can you pet Kitty, please? Yes. Mine. Handsome. Yeah. Why don't I type the things for you? I mean, she leaves those notes everywhere, constantly. I have like literally like half of these are from her. Not the buttocks one. You're welcome. Okay. So I have half of like a torn apart sweet potato, which we'll eat at some point today. I have some decaf coffee. The window's open. It's super nice outside today. And ASMR Finboy says bird's nest hair, like a broken clock. You know, at least you're right twice a day. So I'll give you that. Let's reset this, and let's sauce it up. I already had caffeinated coffee today. That's why I'm drinking decaf. I already had a full cup earlier for my workout, and it's like 3 o'clock in the afternoon. So let's change my headline, and let's get sauced. Skill, ceiling, tier list, exclamation mark, definition. So let me give you guys the crash course by what we're going to be judging our parameters today. Okay. There are a couple of things that we need to talk about. Let's see if I have, frick, I need to close on Overwatch. I don't need it up anymore. I was doing my coaching earlier. Stop asking me to update Epic Pen, you moron. Can I do the blackboard? Does that work? Wait. Can you guys see anything? Can you guys see anything? Like, okay, I'm testing this. Can you guys see this? Because it actually blocks out both display screens. Can you guys see that? Can you see my face though, or is my face gone? Is my face gone too? Or is my face still there? Because I can't see anything. Face is still there, sadly? Okay, so I will not be able to read chat for the next 2 seconds. All right? There's two things. Floor and ceiling, okay? Then there's a cross section here. I'm gonna try to avoid my face cam on the side, but I won't be able to see, which is skill. I'm getting a drawing pad at some point, trust. And value. People get this stuff confused all the freaking time. I nailed down the definition that I think made the most sense for me. And the good news is that I've actually seen it spread. I actually see people in a lot of other Reddit and Twitter things actually referencing it correctly. I'm not taking full credit for that, but I'm glad that I could help a little bit in that regard because people are actually using it correctly. Skill floor means to play the character at its base competence. I don't care what people are like, well, what rank is that? I don't know. Doesn't matter. Because a really bad character, you might be like silver or gold playing at a skill floor just because the character is really weak. But basically, it's base competence. All right. So basically, you have a general idea of what you're supposed to do with the character's positioning, or general idea of what you're supposed to do with the character's cooldowns, where to position, how to use ultimate. You're not really good at it, but there's just a base expectation of you. Now, if you're very good, this is skill ceiling. Now, this is max skill. So base skill versus max skill. We're not talking about you pick up the character, literally, that's not skill floor. It means you've played it for a couple of days, maybe a couple of weeks, you put some practice in, you kind of understand the basics and so on. So max skill obviously is relative. I would say max skill is basically a professional level player or a good professional level player at the character. We're not going to say if you're literally an AI robot, never missing a shot, how good is a character, because that's unrealistic and nobody will ever get to that. What we'd say is max skill would say realistic. Okay. In other words, what is the greatest Widowmaker that we could probably ever see? That's where we're defining our skill ceiling. Top 2 or 3 of all time, that's probably where we're going to see the skill ceiling realistically right now. Now, that can change over time, but yeah. It's also worth pointing out that the skill floor for characters and for the game generally increases because people generally get better at picking up things and mechanical skill. The skill floor of characters has increased over time because people have gotten better at video games since Overwatch just came out, especially first-person shooters. Value floor is different. People often confuse these two, and it's a really important mistake to avoid. These are not the same because value floor is what you get when you are at the school floor. So how good, how much value, how many fights do you win, how many games do you win, what rank are you when you play the character at the skill floor? A great example of this, a very obvious example, was Brigitte's initial release. If you played Brigitte at the skill floor, which wasn't that high, but if you just had a halfway decent understanding of what support can do and what Brigitte can do, you could climb to Masters with Brigitte on her release, or Diamond, because she was so overtuned. Whereas a character like Mercy right now, character like Eve, you would not climb to Masters with the skill floor of Mercy right now. You might climb to Gold, right? Now, Mercy's skill floor is very accessible compared to a lot of other characters, but that doesn't mean that she's good. It just means that she's accessible. Skill value ceiling is, again, the same thing. When you are at the skill ceiling, how many games can you win? A good example of that recently was Hazard.
Brig mentioned, everyone hates release Brig.
Yeah, I can't hear who just donated bits, but thank you. I assume that was Brax because Brig mentioned. Skill ceiling, a good example of this would be Hazard, who had a very high skill ceiling on release. To squeeze all of the value out of Hazard was very, very, very difficult to do. But if you got close to that, you could get so much done. I think Hazard also had a relatively high value floor. Even if you weren't that great at Hazard, you could still win a lot of games. But I have this conversation with people all the time. Oh, what are you saying? Hazard has a skill ceiling that's really high. No, he's not. He's super easy. You could just get value out of him. Those are two different things. Completely two different things. And the reason why that matters is because when we talk about balancing or hero design, it's good to have characters that have skill curves, that have healthy. When you pick up the skill floor, you can get a certain amount of value, and then as you get better, you get more and more value out. But not all characters in Overwatch do that, and that's not a good game design. You want characters that reward the more time they put in the character, and not characters that are immediately free value or never really reward you for getting better at them. And that comes from skill curve. Balance is more about value. Is this character too strong? Is this character too weak? And so on. So when we talk about a character like Sombra, this is going to be, I'm going to kind of prepare you guys here. Sombra has a very comparable skill ceiling, very close to Tracer. Doesn't mean you have to like playing versus her. It doesn't mean that she's necessarily has a lower skill floor. Maybe she's easier to pick up in some aspects, but she has a very comparable skill ceiling. You look at a character like, Junkrat, has a relatively low skill floor, pretty easy to pick up, the basics, but also has a relatively high skill ceiling to max out. Now, how good is Junkrat? That's an irrelevant discussion. But yeah, I kind of hope, okay, so we're back. I kind of hope that makes sense, all right? I kind of hope this makes sense. And no, it wasn't actually Grandma. I don't know if the chatter is here, but somebody messaged me and suggested that I do something like this. And it'd been a while, so we'll go over that. Odd Toaster, isn't base competency relative to the rest of the lobby, like base competency in a gold lobby? Yeah, so your question is like, if a random GM player picks up a character, how good is that character in that random GM lobby versus a random gold lobby? Good question, but I don't think that we're going to go to that route. Because if you're a Grandmaster player, you're already probably playing most, if not the entire cast, way above the propensity from anybody else, just from your mechanical skill alone. So that's an unfair comparison. Interesting, Gavin. Yeah, it's an interesting take. So when we look at skill ceiling, what we're looking at is how difficult is it to get every ounce of value out of this character in relation to everything else in the cast. I'm not saying that you will dominate lobbies with this character. In fact, I would put a lot of the characters in the higher tiers of skill ceiling, not super high, depending on the situation. Like they might be undertuned. All right. It's irrelevant. It's irrelevant. I don't think every character needs to have a high skill floor. I think a medium skill floor is pretty reasonable. Yeah. Yes, I do read YouTube chat. I wasn't reading any chats for a little bit because I couldn't see them. So, okay. Let's take a look here. So, this is going to try to factor in perks as much as I can. These will change over time. Keep in mind as they adjust the perks because some perks offer up more. So this is a kind of a funny one. So Bastion was a D tier skill ceiling tier list character. To get Grandmaster or top 500 with Bastion required you to play him at his skill ceiling. But the honest answer is that you could probably climb with Overwatch any character to Grandmaster if you play their skill ceiling. But certain characters like Bastion, there's just not as much to squeeze out of. But the interesting thing with Bastion is that has changed a little bit. I'd actually argue that Bastion is probably closer to his C tier because of perks. Because a lot of his perks with his nade jump, the adjustments to how you can use your ultimate, heal resource will be on a meter in the future, which means that there are more positional choices with Bastion that otherwise weren't there anymore. And then even the primary fire being an explosive is situationally useful and is another muscle memory that you have to learn. Is he a high skill character at the top ceiling? Not necessarily. His skill floor is very accessible, but I think that the perks really opened up more skill expression with the character. So I'm actually going to add another tier at the bottom. What will we do here? I'll just do like teal. We'll just say F. I don't know if that makes sense, but I always do this. Frick. I do this every single time. I knew as soon as I did it, I mess it up. What color should we do here? No. We'll do this. This is fine. And then we'll do F. And then we'll change this one to like pink. Why not? Yeah. Hello, everybody. So I would say C, but again, everything is relative so we're gonna have to go back and adjust these. I'm gonna make a lot of mistakes, even based off of my own bias at the start of this. Obviously, keep in mind, chat, that I am not the objective like dictator here. Like, this is my best guess, but I could be really wrong with some of these. This is just my best guess. Okay, Cassidy. Oh man, you guys are not gonna like this one. Dunby, thank you for the sub. More mechanical expression potentially than Bastion, but less kit dynamics. Fewer. I'm not saying hit scan is easy. I'm saying Cassidy is maybe one of the easier hit scans. I think there is always nuance. Roll timed well. High noon is not near as easy as it looks. And there are always positional dynamics. I think no character is as easy as some people can say, but I actually don't think that his skill ceiling is necessarily lower. I think there's more reward for your mechanical output within real, like a Lip Cassidy, right? Versus a Hurlo for whoever Bastion, right? I mean, the value of the Cassidy play at that top level is still probably going to outmax the Bastion just based off of the characters. But I don't necessarily think that Bastion, especially once he gets heal on a resource, I think he has just as many skillful decisions as a Cassidy. He's a fairly simple positional hero. He's one of the simplest positional characters in the game. What's the context behind your notification sound? Remind me in like 15 minutes, and I'll answer that. I'm going to kind of get a little bit of progress first. Headshots to bump him to B. But headshots are also important for Bastion as well. Now, again, before you say, well, yeah, but you don't have to hit as many headshots with Bastion to get value. This is not value. In theory, you can and should be aiming for headshots with Bastion. Value ceiling, yeah. Bastion is higher. Or Cassie's higher. If you didn't have the capability of going for headshots with Bastion, then I would agree. But that's not true. Skill and value are not the same, right? Diva. I would say B. This is weird because I think her gameplay loop is simplified in 5v5. Java Monkey, thank you for the sub. I tried to prevent the echo there by turning it down a little bit. I think she's simplified. I think her choices and the number of choices that she has to make is actually simplified. In 5v5, I think prior to 5v5, I think she's a 6 or a 6v6. She's an A. But I do think Diva suffered in 5v5. So I still think she's very complex. There's a lot of skill expression with how you utilize your matrix. She's still very mechanically demanding. Positional, cooldown management, positioning, anything with mobility automatically has a higher skill setting because there's just so much more that you can do. So there's a lot more of ways of expressing that. But yeah, Diva is a 5v5 B tier, 6v6 A tier. Yeah, Genji, A tier in my opinion. I think there are a lot of aspects that have with Genji that can be very forgiving and very easy, especially revolving around Nanoblade usually. And he has at times been overtuned, not often. He's a very difficult character because he's from like a cultural standpoint, because he is so popular. People tend to have very either hot or cold opinions about him. But I think, as always, the truth is somewhere in between. Genji is nowhere near the most high skill ceiling character in the game. The limitations of projectile aim, slow projectiles especially, make it so that there really is only so much good that you can do. But being able to consistently land combos, positioning choices are really important. Blade is still in the top 3 most mechanically difficult ultimates in the game. All of his cooldowns require management, risk versus reward, offensive versus defensive. And the character requires a lot of positional knowledge as well when played at the highest level. So, yeah. Yep. If you've ever seen the best Genji players in the world, all the little things that they do, even with wall climb and double jump, the way that they move, there's just a lot of ways to express your skill with Genji besides just Necros hitting crazy blades. That's like a very small thing. Genji has incredible skill expression. Squall, thank you for the sub. Genji were S if he were skill floor. I don't know if he'd be S still. I would say he would definitely be A, but I think there's a couple of characters that might approach higher, but you're maybe, yeah. Necros. Skill floor tier list 2, maybe. For those of you guys that are curious, I've done one of these before, like a couple years ago, and then like 4 or 5 years ago, I did one with SVB. You guys know SVB. We did the full thing: value floor, value ceiling, skill floor, skill ceiling. It took us forever. One of my buddies actually made a spreadsheet for it. It was hilarious. It took us forever, and it was actually really fun. Now I might change a lot of my decisions since then. The game has changed as well, but yeah. Hanzo. So I actually think this one is really interesting. I'm not so sure with Hanzo just yet. I might put him in C tier. I think Sonic is not a difficult ability to use. I don't think Lunge is a difficult ability to use. I don't think Dragon is a difficult ability to use. I don't think Storm Arrow is a particularly difficult ability to use. In terms of the decisions that you make, Hanzo's cooldowns are relatively straightforward. There's not a lot of dynamics. You scout an angle, you scout a position. It's not that there's no choices, it's just that there's fewer choices. It's comparable to Cassidy in that regard. So my question here, is the skill expression of aim different than Hanzo and Cassidy? And I would say you think Hanzo is more reliant off of those hard to hit shots, but because it's projectile, there is a lower ceiling of, not a lower ceiling, but that there's only so good that you can get with this character. I actually might put him comparable to these two. I think probably maybe higher than Cassidy, maybe by a little bit in terms of how much is demanded. But I'm getting confused in my own brain with value. Like, oh, you have to hit your shots with Hanzo, but that's value. We're talking about the skill of what you could possibly squeeze out. I think I might put Hanzo in C. His projectiles are not gigantic. That's a very common misconception. It's actually one of the smallest, or maybe the smallest projectile in the game. And also, yes, as YouTube chat is saying, his perks really didn't complicate things too much. The Sonic perk for hacking health packs definitely made up a couple of choices, but there really isn't a lot of new nuance. Whereas Cassidy did gain a little bit of that. Just a little bit, I guess, with your ult and so on. Yeah, no, it's if you talked about earlier Vithar, I should probably add the command right now. Chat, when did we talk about our, let's just do, where's the command? Definition. Commands, add, definition, actual, reasonable, maximum value squeezed out, skill squeezed out. Not the value you get from that skill. That's balance. I understand this is not completely intuitive to everybody, but yeah. Let's add this to your definition. Yeah, okay. Junkrat. Trap. Not hard, but not skillless. Riptire. Riptire is harder than Hanzo or Cassidy in terms of skill ceiling. Like the things that you can squeeze out of Riptire is a little higher. Repositioning options are more diverse, but in theory, aiming is less consistent. C tier, maybe? I think you have to be insane at Junkrat to be a high-level Junkrat player. But that's more, again, about the value of the ceiling, not the skill ceiling itself. Congrats, Bill Burns. So I would say probably C tier. You're more likely to see skills. Like here's the best example I can give you. If you're in GM1 or GM2, you're probably not running into skill ceiling Hanzos and Cassidys every game. You're running into good players, but not skill ceiling ones just yet. They still got a lot to squeeze out. But you are running into skill ceiling Junkrat players. Those guys squeeze everything they can out of that character's kit. But that's not because Junkrat has a higher skill ceiling. It's because that he's just doesn't provide the same amount of value as a Cassidy does. At least right now. And I actually am completely making that up. Maybe Cassidy's weak right now. I don't know win rates at the highest rank. I'm just kind of giving you guys a familiar example of what I'm talking about. Are we sorting inside tiers as well? I don't know if I'm going to do that. I'm just kind of moving things around randomly. So yeah, the question is does perks change that? And that's a really good question. Because in theory, TikTok does open up more choices. And also, I'm not necessarily talking about like pro scrim meta either necessarily. Doing all well, Joshua. Thank you.
The age-old question becomes, should low skill ceiling heroes be able to meet or surpass the value of high skill ceiling heroes?
No, they shouldn't. They shouldn't, because the reality is that if a person is insane, well, that's a question of value, right? Thank you for the 1 bit, Eat a Dog. I would say I'm going to put Junkrat top of C tier for right now. And I think I'm going to put Cassidy right above Bastion, but Bastion above Hanzo for right now. Yeah, it's just more of how much skill can you possibly express with this character, not how much you get out of it. You know, can you min? Because it's actually so I have a really good example here. Okay, so let me go for this. This anecdote might help some of you guys understand. I'm gonna reference. Everyone's gonna make fun of me, but Lord of the Rings Online. Okay, shut up. I was the best Warg PvP player of all time. Love you.
Give me a kiss, best Warg of all time.
Yes, I will. Drive safe.
I will. Love you.
Shut up. I was the best ever to play the game. However, due to bad bad balancing, class design, so I'm not going to go down that rabbit hole. I actually learned a lot from that game about that. The difference between me and another person spamming like 4 or 5 buttons on that class was only like 15, 20, 25%. It was like basically the difference between being I was obsessive. Like I was really fast and really good at that character. But the difference between me and a org that played like 10 hours on the character and learned the fundamentals and had halfway decent mechanics wasn't as much as it was with other characters. You get what I'm saying? That was bad hero design because I was so much better than everybody else that there should have been more of a gap. Now, as their balancing philosophy got better, because they did improve the developers of that game, the gap started to increase. Like I was all of a sudden there was a massive gap between me and the other players, not because I had gotten better, but because the game had allowed me more value for that expression of skill. I didn't actually even necessarily get better at Warg. I stayed about the same, but there was more ability. They rewarded my ability, and that's a good example right there. So I was squeezing every ounce of value, and I just wasn't rewarded for it. That's not because the skill ceiling wasn't there. It was there. It was incredibly difficult to min-max your rotation of that class. Very mechanically demanding, but you didn't really get rewarded for it. You get what I'm saying? It also didn't help that Warg's skill floor was really low. Like to pick up the class was very easy compared to a lot of other characters. It's pretty, you only needed to learn a couple of buttons and you were already doing 70%. Yeah. So, now as that changed, balance-wise, I was able to like increase the gap significantly. But yeah. All right, so let's keep going here. Lucio is interesting to me. I'd say probably A tier, just behind Genji. I think that Hi. You being silly? My cat is being very silly. You want to play with the box? Do you want to play with the box? Okay, the box. I might play with the box. I don't think cooldown usage is actually super hard with Lucio. I don't think his ultimate is necessarily the hardest of all time. I do think it's difficult. But I think what sets Lucio apart is the double mechanics, as well as the support responsibility. I would say certainly somewhere within A tier, I'll have to revisit it. Lucio is S tier. Come on. Maybe, man. Maybe. There are some characters that are just... I'm thinking about the best Lucio players of all time and the gap between them in terms of the details and the things that they do and every other person. I don't know if the gap is as big. It's big, but I don't know, not necessarily in terms of the value expressed, but in the details here. Yes, this is taking perks into account. We might revisit this. I'm not against S just yet. There's just a couple of things in the back of my mind that are making me hesitate. Yes, Liba. Thank you for the suggestion, my friend. I think Lucio doesn't have cooldown management to worry about as much. I think AMP is not easy, but not as hard as some of the other cooldowns that we're going to come into. It really is just aim and wall riding and positioning. It's very hard. It's unbelievably hard, but I don't know if I'm going to put him above Genji and or into S tier just yet. I might put him above Genji. I'm on the fence. We'll revisit it. Lucio's value ceiling isn't as high in a lot of situations because of his range limitations. I will say that. Like, if you want to be a Frogger, you know what I'm saying? Like, you kind of have to do that. There are fewer things that you can do. Lucio just feels like a value floor right now, pretty hard. And his skill floor, Lucio's skill floor is way up there. Lucio's skill floor is way up there, especially for support characters. I don't think Lucio's perks affect his ceiling very much. That's another thing. Genji's perks don't really affect his ceiling either, to be honest. I don't think with the current implementation of either Lucio's or Genji's perks, you change your decisions. It doesn't add complexity. I don't think it needs to. I think both already have extremely complicated kits as it is. We don't need to, but they don't change. And that's what's kind of really fun about some of the perks is how I actually think more of the successful perks were for the crappy lame characters like Bastion that actually got a little more skill expression. That's true, Jake Z, but a bronze Lucio sitting on the floor behind tank is not playing literally. He is literally not playing the skill floor. You know what I'm saying? Because I don't think you can, if you're not at least attempting to the basics of wall riding and proactivity, which doesn't happen until gold or low plat, you're not playing Lucio to skill floor. It's not happening. You're good, Foxy. Oh boy. All right, here we go. May time. Has to be. I don't know about A. I feel bad giving her the skill ceiling of Lucio. And here's a couple of reasons why. There's a couple of reasons why. Hang with me. Ice block is not complicated. It's important to get it right. It's difficult, but it's not complicated to understand. Also, Blizzard. It is a difficult ultimate to use, but it's only because it's bad. It's not super hard to strategy how you use it necessarily. And her primary fire just is irrelevant in terms of difficulty. It might as well not even exist. It's all in positioning, wall, alternate fire in terms of the skill expression. But yes, I do agree, top of B. Again, I've coached this character at literally the highest level. I worked with the greatest Mei player of all time. I coached him for a long time. And I think it's top of B. If you're playing Brawl Mirror, it's very hard. If you're playing into Dive, very hard. Poke, very hard. Backbone. No, not Fran. The ceiling of the difficulty of the decisions of when to wall, how to wall in different situations, hitting your shots, knowing how to angle yourself in different is unbelievable. The amount of complexity in there. So I would say D.Va has a higher skill ceiling in 6v6. I don't know about 5v5. I think Mei is chronically underrated with how difficult that you can squeeze her value out. And I won't go into it, but I think Mei is maybe the most misunderstood character in how to play her in all of Overwatch, along with Kiriko. Maybe that's another video. Mei, Kiriko, maybe Symmetra. We talked about this the other day. No, when 6v6 I was talking about D.Va. Mei in 6v6 was actually easier. Mei was much easier in 6v6. There was only so many choices that you could do. I think Mei had a lower skill floor and lower skill ceiling in 6v6. I disagree. I think Mei was easier in 6v6. Because there was oftentimes not as much reward or reason to even go for the more complicated plays. There's no reason for it. Okay. Mercy. I think D. I think solid D. I think the movement, the value that you get out of the movement is very low. Very, very low. That's a value ceiling problem. But I do think the movement and the decision-making with Mercy, it's decent. It's decent. It's there. Really high level. So I got to work briefly, and I used to, with Dredro. You guys might know Dredro. Guy's insane at Mercy. And I've coached a lot of really, really high level Overwatch. And occasionally we'll see flashes of Mercy here and there. And it's really funny watching the real Mercy main supports and the not Mercy main supports and seeing the difference in value that they provide. It's there. The movement especially, it's there. You know when you're playing versus an elite tier Mercy. It doesn't happen very often because she just has never had the value ceiling almost ever. But when it is, you're like, oh, wow, this character does have skill expression. Yeah. Do you think you can one-trick Mercy Masters? Yes. I think the value output of the character is significantly lower. So it will be a struggle, but yes, you can. Now, I don't know who's an F tier, guys, so we might reevaluate this, and Mercy might be F tier. So this is, because I'm struggling to think of many characters that would be as bad at Mercy in terms of skill ceiling, but that's not to say that Mercy is completely skillless in expression. Every character has skill expression. So I might put Mercy in F tier. I'm just, because remember, everything is relative, right? Everything is relative. Somebody's going to have to be in F tier. Pharah. I think B tier. I think just as mechanically demanding as anything below her, or close to as mechanically demanding. However, she has much more difficult positional decisions to make. I think she also gained a little bit of skill expression with her concussive implosion, as well as her other major perk. Cooldown management is much harder. There's risk and reward for it. I think the skill ceiling's there. Especially since her rework. Because of her rework, she has so many more positional choices, which means that the skill expression is so much higher. Old Pharah, I would agree, would be C tier because without the dash. Much simpler to position with. Just as mechanically demanding, but much simpler to position with. But post perks, post rework, B tier. There's so many more things that you can do. Yeah, Kieran, I actually agree. I think Life Weaver is going to be higher than Mercy for sure. We'll talk more about that when we get there. So I think Pharah, high-level Pharah play is not just pretty strong, depending on the meta, but it's less about the value. It's more about, like, there's so many different things that you could do. Like, you know what? Here's a great litmus test for skill ceiling. If I were to pull the best player of all time and the best map, or one of their better maps, on Pharah, and look at it in a replay viewer and break down all the decisions and the micro details of their positioning and the rotation and they're doing this and the reason they're shooting from this, like, the more that I have to talk about, the higher the skill ceiling. the less I have to talk about, the lower the skill ceiling, usually. Or if I have less to talk about, it's like, okay, that was insane that they did that. How do they do that? That's also skill ceiling, right? Okay, Reaper. I think C. I think low C. We might have to split these. Maybe above Hanzo, chat. Maybe above Hanzo. Less mechanical demands, but underrated for mechanical demands. Because, oh gosh. Underrated for mechanical demands because I've said this a million times. One of the big things I talk about with my Reaper players when I'm coaching them is time to kill is unbelievably important. A 3-shot kill versus a 2-shot kill is everything. You have to hit your shots because the higher you get, the higher skill ceiling, the more you get punished for taking that extra shot. I also think his perks have leveled up his difficulty capabilities a little bit. TP range is a big deal. The lifesteal on Wraith means that there's more choices. Now you get punished less, which means the value floor is way higher, right? But you have a lot more choices about how you want to use your Wraith now. And I just coached Reaper today.
Consider the teleporting uptime.
Yes, exactly. I appreciate the bits. There's a lot of discussions about mid-fight rotations with Reaper. So there's a world here, honestly, where I might even bump her up higher in C. Like mid-fight rotation's a big deal. And again, I've coached some of the best Reapers in the world. I've worked with them. I've coached a lot of Overwatch League Reaper and analyzed a lot of Overwatch League Reaper as well. It's not an easy. It's not. It is a little meta dependent, but to play Reaper, there's a lot of decisions going in. And again, this is a character whose skill ceiling has gone up over time with the teleport changes, the spread changes, the damage nerfs, the armor changes so he doesn't just shoot tanks, you know? Yeah. So I think Reaper's okay. I would say definitely way more complicated kit than Cassidy. Cassidy has a bit more mechanical ceiling of what he can do and how much it matters. But honestly, I'm on the fence with this one even. We might revisit it. Frick, chat. Yeah, he's good. He's getting ahead of Cassidy. He's ahead of Cassidy for me right now. Ryan. The problem with Ryan is that there's only so good you can get with the fire strikes. So this is where knowing the definition is really important. Some of you guys in chat are going to say it's really easy to pick Reinhardt in lower ranks and get value. That is not skill ceiling at all. Lethal. Thank you for the raid.
Ah, boy. You know what this is?
Chat, say congratulations to Lethal to going to China. The greatest hit scan player literally of all time. Destroyed NA. Flank maxing since 2020. Thank you, Dennis. You know, I got a funny story about Lethal. When I was with coaching Uprising Academy, Huck sat me down and he's like, you know, we're going to go for a hit scan player. You know, he's not even hit 4.6 yet, which was really low rank at the time. I think this guy has potential. He's got the attitude. He's got the hunger. We've scouted a little bit. I think he's got major potential. But we're not really sure. And he asked me, you know, what do I think? Do I think that it's worth picking him up from Uprising? Because there's a very prestigious position, you know, Uprising Academy team, there's going to be some expectations. Do you think this guy has potential? Do you think this guy has potential to be a winner? And I looked Huck in the eye, you know, the GM of Boston Uprising at the time, one of the legends of the scene at the time. And I said, Huck, you know what? Do I think this guy has potential? I said, you know what, Huck? No, I don't. I don't. Please don't. Please don't. And then we lost a lot of games. And then Lethal got cut, and then about 4 or 5 months later, I got dropped as well, and they proceeded to miss. The good news is that they sucked for a long time after we were gone, and Uprising Academy went down the toilet, then Huck got fired, and then it was went to dumpster fire. So, yeah, Lethal and I go way back. Lethal and I were not prepared for the situation that we were thrown into, and but the good news is that everybody that moved on from Uprising Academy, upward trend as soon as we were free from the org. Winning contenders, Overwatch League, both of us had much better success outside of that organization. GM5, congratulations, Lethal. Congratulations. Yeah, unironically, Lethal is the GOAT of NA and on the way to China. So. Not on the way now. When are you going to China, Lethal? When does that start?
I am just doing this to overthrow Brax.
Dang, thanks for the $10, Cooked Bread. I appreciate it. April? All right, mate. Well, safe travels. Safe travel. Thank you for the bits. Okay, so back to Ryan here. Early to mid-rate. All right. Safe travels. Teach them how to flank. Some of you guys I was saying were going to say Ryan's really easy to pick in low ranks, get a lot of value. That's true. Low skill floor. Underrated low skill floor, actually. They're victims because they cry because they're not shooting, but Ryan's strong. Low value floor, low skill, or high value floor. You get a lot out of that skill floor. And then there's also people like Cloudy who one trick Ryan at higher ranks, Tilt Q, troll games. Love Cloudy, but cheers, Lethal. And the character just doesn't have the value ceiling, I think, that a lot of other tanks have. So they think that the character is like really hard to play, when in reality, it's like the Junkrat disease, where he just isn't that good. It's not that, like, to get to a high level with Ryan, you do have to be really smart, hard working with it. But I'm thinking high C here. I would say probably here is where I put Ryan. I think he's very hard to get value out of at the highest level, but that doesn't mean that he has the highest skill ceiling out of all the tanks. I think this is where he belongs. And I also don't know that his perks have added a lot more complexity to him either. I like Ryan. I think Ryan is underrated at the highest ranks. I mean, I think in terms of if we were talking value ceiling, I'd actually put him at C. Even in higher ranks, I think. Depending on the meta, but I think C. He just is not the most fun.
I can overthrow him with spare bits.
Brax. Yeah, I don't think 66 would change that, no. I don't think 66 would change that, no. And I coach a lot of Ryan in 66. More Ryan, actually, in 66. No. I think the harder tanks in 66 were, Winston, Diva, so on. Yeah. So a lot of Ryan's skill ceiling is the decision making, repositioning around the map and so on. But yeah. Okay. Roadhog. Trap's not hard. Vape is not hard. Whole hog is not hard. It's basically just mechanics and a little bit of positioning. Probably here. I just don't feel comfortable putting him on Mercy tier right now. We're going to probably have a bloated C tier, which will probably become D tier, and then D tier becomes F tier. But low C, yeah. Hot Trap is very easy to use. It's even easier to use than Junkrat's Trap because there's fewer choices with it. It's basically just used to enable one-shot combo. His ultimate is a little bit more easy to use than Junkrat in terms of the maximum amount of skill that you can do. Hook is very skillful a lot of the time at the highest level, but it's just mechanics, really. It's mostly just mechanics. It's a lot of mechanics, which is why I can't put him on D tier, but no. And I also don't think that his perks scaled that up a lot. The speed boost perk definitely helped a little bit, but I don't think he's added it. So, as I said, we're probably realistically going to get to a point here where C tier is going to become D tier in terms of it's going to split it, and then Mercy's going to drop. because I don't know anything lower than Mercy. But yeah. Speed Boost isn't hard to use, though, but remember, does it offer you more choices with how you position as Roadhog? And if the answer is yes, and it is yes, then that does increase your skill. Soldier. I think. Tactical Visor is not hard to use. Healing Station is Helix is kind of tricky. Positioning with Soldier is pretty hard. It's almost Reaper tier in terms of difficulty. Basically, Soldier, there's always a decent position for Soldier, but he's never the sniper guy, and he's never the short range guy. He's kind of like the value of Soldier is like the ability for you to rotate mid-fight and find the new angle. But then the kit complexity is really just his positioning. Helix is definitely a bit of a mechanical expression as well, but I would say like on par with Reaper, maybe somewhere in here. He's not very good value ceiling wise. So, he hasn't been strong enough to compete at the highest level for quite a long time. I don't know. I'd say on par with Reaper. And the run perk just gives you more mid-fight rotations. You know what I'm saying? Like it doesn't make him easier in terms of skill ceiling. It just gives you more choices. Pretty much your time. Soldier's all aim and positioning. That's the same thing with Reaper, right? The only difference I'd say between Reaper and Soldier is that Soldier doesn't have to cooldown manage to position as much. So I'm unsure where to put him compared to Reaper. I don't think I'd put him below Cass. I think positioning is much more complicated and dynamic with Soldier than it is Cass. You're just associating high-level Cassidy players with skill ceiling. You guys got to stop. You guys got to be really careful with that. Oh, nobody plays Soldier in higher rank. Yeah, because he's bad. Doesn't mean he's not hard. You know what I'm saying? I'm not so sure that's the case, Liba. I'm not so sure that's the case. We talked about it. I don't think that the mechanical ceiling was necessarily way higher with Soldier than Reaper. You're talking about clips? Sure. But the thing is with Reaper's mechanics is it's not flashy Kovac stuff. It's the ability to one shot or two shot when even a person that's also really good at aim 3 shots or 4 shots. You just don't notice it. You don't give them time to react. Unbelievably important. We just look at those clips and like, wow, look how cool it is. But then Reaper, bam, bam. If you don't get that, you lose. Yeah. Okay. I think I'm pretty happy where this is right now. I think the only question is Soldier's sprint perk repositioning nuance and or Helix extra mechanical value because it's projectile. It's another thing that you have to think about. Does that bump him over Reaper? No, the stim pack perk doesn't because it's too bad. If the stim pack perk gets balanced better to where it becomes used more and it becomes a legitimate choice, then yes. But if it's good enough to actually use, then it becomes a possible skill expression. Yes. And I'm not going to get into the talks about what would balance that perk. I think it's a worthwhile discussion. Not time for that today. There's potential there. I agree with you. Potential. And remember, stop comparing it to your personal experience, right? Like, honestly, guys, and I mean this with the utmost respect, with the exception of Lethal and even with Lethal, right? None of you guys, your personal experience, my personal experience is irrelevant to this tier list because none of you have ever played a character at a skill ceiling, okay? I've coached a handful of players near the skill ceiling. You know, Hadi at Rhine has been very close at times. I think Backbone and May at times. I think even Sparker at times on Soldier during very briefly. Like, we worked really hard squeezing value out. But honestly, like, it's more of a conceptual question, you know? I agree with you, Chris. I think Soldier's healing station is so bad that it isn't very consistent in terms of skill expression. I agree. But I'm thinking more about his repositioning and his helix. How do you know when someone's near the skill ceiling? You really don't. You don't really know for sure. It's just basically our ballpark guess is the best players of all time at that particular hero. Okay, Symmetra. Yeah, frick you guys. Oh, man. Do I want to go low B here or high C? Maybe low B. I mean, the mechanical expression is there. The tracking, the projectile aim is not easy. There's a lot. Teleport, there's a lot of ways of using that. Freaking turrets is underrated in terms of how difficult, the amount of value that you can squeeze out. And even the ultimate has a lot of playmaking and skill potential. Now, what you guys are familiar with are the brain rot DPS players that don't know how to pick Sem, but pick her to shoot tank shield. That is not the skill ceiling of Symmetra. Or the triple turret on the choke. That is not the skill ceiling of Symmetra. Or teleporting out of the spawn and forgetting to use teleport the rest of the game. That is not the skill ceiling of Symmetra. The only reason I'm keeping Symmetra below Pharah is because I think her mechanical expression is a little bit lower. But I don't think that Pharah has necessarily significantly easier cooldown management. I think dash, conk, flight, all of those things are pretty difficult to use. Just as difficult as turrets and teleporter. Well, when people say Symmetra's a low skill character, they might be referencing her skill floor, which is not necessarily wrong. I don't know that she has the lowest skill floor, but yeah, it's not hard to stand in front of a shield and hold primary fire. Yeah. I also think her perks have... I don't really think they've increased her skill ceiling that much. I don't think. TP range opens up slightly more options, technically true, as does an extra turret. So I think technically that increases her skill ceiling by a little bit more. There's a little bit more responsibility, sure. But her major perks, not really. Extra beam range doesn't really change how you use beam as it tiers up necessarily. It might shift your target priority a little bit. Mid-fight, you can go over to squishy, so once you get that tier 3 beam, otherwise you wouldn't be able to get 2. The heal on teleporter doesn't really change the skill ceiling. It's more of just makes it better. They could, though, but they don't as much. So a little bit more skill ceiling out of it. The difference between Symmetra and C-tier characters is she has only lower mechanical demands, but not as low as you think, and generally a lot more complexity with kit and cooldown management. Like, we kind of talked about how Soldier, a lot of repositioning, but, healing station, tactical visor, pretty easy. Reaper doesn't have as many cooldowns to manage. Mostly teleporting is big. Ultimate's not the hardest. Junkrat does have to think about trap, but it's not the hardest cooldown to use. Fire Strike. Symmetra, pretty much every button matters, pretty much, including her ultimate. But I do see your point. I think it's borderline for me. And again, we might revisit some of these and rethink. But I think Symmetra is certainly worth considering. It isn't right. It's not a requirement. It's there if you're good enough. Yeah, and again, like you guys, I'm not expecting everyone to agree with me, of course. Torbjorn. I don't think Torb is that high. I would put Torbjorn relatively low. Bottom of D tier. We're probably going to have to create a D. The problem with Torb is turret is a choice, but it's only a choice most of the time on defense because it's too hard to use on attack. It just gets broken instantly. So your skill expression with turret is mostly with the wall perk and on defense. Less so on attack. Positional demands like any DPS are there. Overload is not a hard ability to use. Offensive versus defensive, sure, but it is not. It is one of the easier cooldown. It's basically Storm Arrow. Is basically what it is. It's not a hard cooldown to use. His ultimate is not a hard ultimate to use. It's pretty easy to use. You just use it and you spread it out. That's basically it. There isn't a lot of crazy complexity with that. And Hammer is pointless, basically. The big thing that keeps Torb where he's at is because the perk with the repositioning on walls does introduce extra skill ceiling, so that's great. Nice job. A little extra skill ceiling there. Love to see it. And he has to aim. It's a slow projectile, and it's a spamming projectile, so even if you're very good at it, it's pretty much going to operate about similar ways. It's better crosshair placement, right? It's even easier than Hanzo because of how slow those projectiles move, so it is a bit of RNG and holding at head height. He just has lower mechanical demands than the other hit scan characters, and he doesn't have more kit demands than the other hit scan characters. Like, I would say Cassidy has equally difficult cooldown management as Torbjorn. Because whereas Cassidy doesn't have something as difficult as Turret, I would say Roll and even Flashbang are probably slightly harder than Overload. So, like, you lump it all into a bunch, and also High Noon's harder too. So, yeah, I think Torb is the bottom. Torb is the bottom. I might put him above Roadhog, but I'm actually not so sure because I think Roadhog's hook demands is more skill expressive in terms of ceiling of what you can do than Torb. So I'm saying, like, these are comparable. I think the sky turrets have definitely increased his skill ceiling, though. But I'm not sure. I'm not sure which one to put in front. Turret is what would be like the wall turret is where I would be open to putting him above Roadhog. A lot of our perk ideas, by the way, in our perk project last week and the week before that, definitely I think would have bumped him up to here. Just from our perks alone. But, you know, that isn't in place, so. Pre-perks, no, I would still not put him on the same level as Mercy. No. I think the ability to aim is just, there's so much more, like, so skill expression that you can do. Like, let's not pretend that Mercy movement is Lucio. Okay? It's hard, but it's not Lucio hard. I mean, yeah. Tracer has the Lucio curse, but with even more mechanical ceiling in terms of her aim. So the Lucio is, you have S tier mechanic, or like very high tier mechanical demands and very high tier movement demands. Tracer has both, but she has just as important movement demands. I know that's going to shock you guys, but the highest level Tracer, movement, strafing, blinks, repositioning, and just basic positioning is just as hard as Lucio. It's just as hard. Or almost as hard. Mechanics is harder because you are a hit scan, so you have the ranges that you play. There are more ways of squeezing the perfect aim out, and she has the hardest or the second hardest ultimate in the entire game to use. Yes, there is one hero that is near Tracer's skill ceiling. You guys could probably guess. No, that's nonsense, Aerothol. Season 9 dropping a skill ceiling is nonsense. You're talking about value ceiling. Okay. Does her recall perk increase the ceiling? No. Yes. More responsibility equals more value potential? Yes. It definitely increases her value floor and maybe even lowers her skill floor, actually. But skill ceiling, yes, it does. And the ability to steal health packs and regenerate blinks also increases her skill ceiling. So it's weird. The perks for Tracer actually make her easier to get value out of, but also increase her skill ceiling. Do you guys get what I'm saying? Her aiming got easier, so did everybody's, almost without exclusion, like with the exception of a couple projectile characters. Her break points are more forgiving. Yes and no. That's not about skill ceiling, though. That's about the ability to punish. You got to stay on topic. You got to stay with the definition of what we're talking about. Yeah. There's more. See, like the reason why it increases your skill ceiling is because if you recall and you have 3 blinks, there's more things that you can do. You know? That's a huge buff, but it also means there's more things you can do. You know? Steal a health back? That gives you a blink back? That might change how you take it. That might change how you take a duel. Widowmaker. Oh man, you're not going to like this one. Let me explain. It's not... Remember, this is theoretical value, like the reasonable amount of value. How much better does a Widowmaker's mechanics over a Cassidy? In fact, there's only one reason why she's actually harder than Cassidy and Soldier. There's only one reason why. Can you guys guess why? Because these are all mechanical demand characters. Widow's not exclusive in that. Then you say, oh, but she relies off her mechanics. She gets punished for her mechanics. That's not skill ceiling. That's not what skill ceiling means. That means the skill floor. Right. Positioning with Widowmaker is a bit more complicated. It's a bit more complicated than people give it credit for. And I'm able to comment on this because I coached Ons, or coached versus Ons. We scrimmaged gladiators a lot. And we played Gibraltar versus freaking Ons, the greatest Widowmaker of all time, a lot of the time. And Ons impressed me, not just with his mechanics, and I've talked about this a few times before, I might bump this around, but because his ability to read the situation, depending on the ult situation, the scouting that he had, this is before pings, no, this was not before pings, but yeah, was incredible. He was really intelligent with how he repositioned himself in Widow duels and non-Widow duels. Very, very intelligent. Is On still the greatest Widow of all time? I mean, it's really hard. I mean, this sport teams have the same problem. Like, you know, how do you compare Michael Jordan to LeBron James? Yeah, it's really hard. But Ons was incredible. Not just mechanically, but he was an incredibly intelligent repositioning character. And a lot of times as a Widowmaker, your positioning demands are a lot hard. There's a lot more ways to express your skill, I think. No, again, Arathol, you're not understanding skill ceiling. It's not that she gets a lot of her positioning for free sometimes, but the ways that you can squeeze, there are more ways to squeeze every bit of value out of Widow positioning than I think there is for Cassidy. Do you need to do that all the time? No. Can you? Yes. That's what skill ceiling is. You got to get the definition right. Otherwise, this pollutes the conversation. I understand it's not easy to understand. But basically, my point being here is that Lip on Cassidy, the different angles that Lip can choose on Cassidy is less, there's less thought to it than to what Ons could do on Widowmaker on most maps. That's my point. And when you compare kit complexity, grapple to roll, Venomine to hinder, I think they're relatively comparable. You could argue High Noon's maybe a little bit more skill expressive than Infrasight in terms of the choices. So the reason that makes her more expressive than Hanzo is Widowmaker requires unpredictability. Hanzo does not. So the requirements for the character to do that means that it requires you to be a lot more thoughtful. That's the entire design of the character. Now, I know that that's bleeding the line between value and skill, but because grapple also goes a lot further than Hanzo's lunge, you can have a lot more choices of how and where you can position. You get punished for it instantly if you screw it up, but yeah. It's mostly just because of how far grapple can take you, whereas Hanzo's lunge and wall climb takes you a little bit longer. But I do agree that I don't think that she is the highest skill ceiling character. I don't think, you can say, oh, you get punished for missing shots more, sure. I think value ceiling, she's definitely a lot higher than a lot of these characters here, especially if the map's good. But why is Widow aim objectively infinitely harder than Cassidy? I don't know. Does the scoping mechanic make the aiming harder? Maybe. I'm not convinced that that's necessarily the case. Would it being squishy play into? Yeah, I'm gonna have this trimmed down for a video, sure. I see all the Genji haters are out in mass. I told you guys, Genji is a very emotional character. People are very either hot or cold that character. I've had at least 4 or 5 comments from y'all. They're like, "Why isn't Genji S tier?" Or "Why is Genji A tier? He's super easy." I'm like, guys, ay. So yeah, and I don't think her perks helped her too much either. I think the double Venomine is definitely a little something. I think some of the perk changes that we made, which was shorter grapple cooldown, shorter grapple distance, would definitely increase her skill ceiling a little bit. But yeah. But Neyruma, you'd have to go back in the stream when we placed him initially. I talked about at length why he's up there. It honestly makes me want to do a content piece where people that say, "Oh, this character is easy," I'm gonna make you guys jump to a custom game, and I'm gonna make you play. I'm gonna make you play Genji. At the rank that your other heroes are. I'm gonna make you play Genji. I'll stack the lobby with plat players if you're plat, diamond players if you're diamond, and you're gonna play Genji. And you're gonna tell me how easy he is. I'm not gonna even stack counters versus you. You just play Genji. Make it happen. Put your money where your mouth is. I might do that with Doomfist. I might do that with Sombra. Put your money where your mouth is. Yeah. Some other time, though. Some other time. I think consistently people over or underrate the skill floor of some characters. It's not just, chatter number. It's a lot of people do, right? Okay. Yeah, I think Widow, I think that this is definitely a blind spot for me. I'm not confident on this placing. I could see arguments for lower and higher. I'm not sure. This is just my best guess. I think Winston is probably A tier. High A. Bubble is really the timing of Bubble. So I've again, very high level Winston. I've never worked with the best Winston players, but I've played versus them and worked with some very good Winston players as well. It's really hard to get bubble timing right. Positioning with Winston is incredibly difficult. Bubble timing is incredibly hard. He does have mechanical demands with his alternate fire and in all of his animation cancels. And he has probably the hardest ultimate in the entire game. If not Pulse Bomb, it definitely is Primal in terms of mechanical and decision making and so on. I think he has more skill expression in terms of his positioning choices than Genji. I think his mechanics are definitely behind Genji and Lucio, of course, but not as much as you would think. I think in terms of positioning, timing, where you jump, how you jump, the mechanics of bubble dancing, and then Primal Rage alone, it's really hard. Yes, Primal Rage is harder than Dragon Blade and Duplicate. All right, I'm not sure if that's what you're asking. I think the thing that separates Winston from Genji and Lucio is that his positioning and decision-making in how and when he uses his cooldowns, the skill that you can squeeze out is probably a little bit higher. Now, remember, we're not saying you get punished. That's not skill ceiling. I'm saying that the skill expression of what you can do, how you engage, where you can position, when you go, I think is definitely in A tier. Definitely. But I don't think that it's as hard as Tracer and another character that's going to be up here in terms of a maximum amount of skill expression. What separates Winston from Tracer in the list? Because Tracer has just as many positional choices, I think, as Winston, or close to as many. Not quite as many, but close. And she has a lot more mechanical demands. In fact, the best way to think about it would probably be that Tracer can compare with his ultimate, similar in positioning. Winston has slight edge, I think, but has higher mechanical demands. That's kind of like the way that you go through. I also think movement demands from Tracer is a hard thing. Because you could say, oh, Winston's cooldown skill ceiling is higher than Tracer. Maybe, but movement's higher for Tracer. Sigma S tier. We'll get to that one. I'm going to let that one cook a little bit. I'd say B tier. Cooldown management is not incredibly hard. Grav is not incredibly hard, but very underrated for I'll drop her and see. I would say mechanical stuff is underrated. Mechanical is underrated for sure. I work with some amazing Zarya players. Poco at his peak was an incredible Zarya player. Watched a lot of Hanbin, played a lot of versus Hanbin. And the mechanics and the discipline it takes with bubbles at the very highest level, I mean, there's a huge gap. There's a huge gap in terms of, again, that's one of those things. Pull up the replay viewer. How many things can you talk about with the highest levels Zarya? A lot, more than you think. Why can't I fast forward to the end of the tier list? I don't know. Keep trying parallels. You'll get it. Oh, where's my water? It's right here. Thank you. Smugly, thank you for the sub. I don't think cooldown management is as hard. I think it's harder than like maybe a character like Reinhardt. And because your positioning choices are more limited, it's not as high. But the reason why I put Zarya over Reinhardt here is because of the mechanical demands, yes, but I actually think because of the alt fire perk. I think the alt fire perk increased her skill ceiling. It made her easier to play in terms of her value, but now you can reposition in like a lot more spots. So right there. So you have more skill expression. She's up. Yeah. Now I will say, not to pat me in Twitch chat and Discord in the back, but our perks for Zarya also raised her skill ceiling a little bit more. I'm not going to even tell you guys. We have to wait for the video to be finished. Actually, let me check it really fast. It might be done today. I don't think it is done today yet, but it might be done today. Widow below Reaper feels wrong. Go back and listen to our explanation. We're about skill ceiling, not skill floor or value floor or whatever. Dupe skill ceiling, it's pretty high. Pretty high. Like the reality is that you could be like the world's best fill in the blank on whoever you copy, but we're saying reasonable skill ceiling. You know, it's not reasonable for you to be A or S tier on literally every character so that you could squeeze every bit of value. What's reasonable is that you are very good at all the characters, which is not. What the frick? Oh, Sarah Lee. I was like, what's going on in my Twitch chat? I hate to do it to myself, but yeah. It's not that high. Skill floor, very high. Very high. It's not an easy character to pick up. Mechanically demanding, and the cooldowns are not immediately intuitive to grasp. But basically, once you grasp Zenyatta's cooldowns, it's not hard. His ultimate has a very low skill ceiling because it's kind of bad. And so there's not a lot of complexity about how to squeeze value out of it. His positional options are very limited. Alt fire versus primary fire is a very binary choice most of the time. It's just basically mechanics, some basic cooldown management, dynamic rotations, which is important. There's a lot of little details in there, which is why I put him above Hanzo, I think. But I don't think that he's skills. I mean, the perks haven't really helped all that much either. The ability to, you could reposition on and so on. But like, no, I don't see the skill ceiling with Zenyatta. Below Bastion though, yeah. Bastion I think has more cooldown and more dynamic mechanical demands. I think Bastion has a much lower skill floor than Zenyatta. And you could argue that a high, value ceiling, like how much value can you squeeze out of Zenyatta, is probably higher than a Bastion. So if you played both at the highest level, I'd probably rather have the best Zenyatta in the world on my team than the best Bastion in the world. But it's not because of the skill ceiling, I don't think. I just don't think his perks add that much to it. Now again, I'm gonna pump up our perk project because I think the perks helped with this a little bit. And I say this as a Zenyatta player. He's my most played character in all of Overwatch. I have a lot of pride in my ability to pick up the character from a bronze player, with terrible mechanics, and basically teach myself back in Overwatch 1 how to play support, a high-level, squishy, mechanical, demanding support versus hard dive characters. There's a lot of skill expression right there. But saying, oh, you just die with Zenyatta, therefore he's hard to play, no, that's not a good argument, Zenyatta just has fewer choices to make than Bastion does because of his positional discipline or positional limitations. Flex QX. There's a big discussion just look up SVB on my YouTube channel and dig around. Yeah. So I don't know. I love Zen, but it ain't it. I think Ana's pretty clearly A. Her perks are incredibly broken. So she's like skill floor, value ceiling are just completely off the charts. So she gets way too much value for the skill that you put in right now. But the skill ceiling is just as high as it's ever been, if not higher. It's just insanely high. Like Sleep Dart, and Anti-Nade. There are so many things that you can do with those cooldowns, whether you want to save them, use them aggressively, which target should you go for, when should you go for. Her positional choices are way more dynamic than Zenyatta, I think, because she doesn't have to be as scared of getting close situationally, right? So there's a lot of situations where positioning with Ana is a lot more complicated of a discussion. Nano Boost is a more complicated ultimate, I think, to use than Transcendence in terms of who you use it on, when you use it, and do you use it for yourself. Target priority. You even have a freaking headshot perk now, so that there's ways of squeezing out. Yeah. Now, again, Worship Satan. No Sleep Dart's size has not changed. And Hanzo logs are the smallest projectile in the game, I'm pretty sure. Again. And that's not the definition of skill ceiling. You guys remember the definition of skill ceiling here. Yeah, I will, Cassie. Sorry. I will. If I place one more hero in C, I'll do the split. Ana's crazy. I think the only reason I'd say maybe lower than Lucio is I think she doesn't have the movement demands, obviously, that Lucio does. I think she's more mechanically demanding, more cooldown management, but is movement from Lucio harder, more important? Again, remember, if we look at the world's best Ana player on their best map, how many things would we have to talk about? A lot of things. A lot of things. Yeah, exactly, Olivine. Exactly, Olivine. Like, Maka definitely showcase how broken Ana is, right? But my goodness, like how much impact that you can have when you're that good at that character. I wouldn't say Maka is necessarily playing her at the skill ceiling just yet. Close, right? Incredibly close, but my goodness. Now remember, we're not saying would you rather have the highest level Lucio or highest level Ana player. That I would always choose Ana because Ana is just stronger than Lucio, but that's not skill ceiling. Right? It's not skill ceiling. So I don't know. I think I'm kind of on the fence with this one. I think the headshot perk could put Ana. Maybe if the nano perk gets a little bit nerfed to where there's like a real important choice, and then all of a sudden people are popping off in the headshot perk, maybe I could see Ana bumping up to mid A or top of A. But I don't think nano is the hardest ultimate to use when you compare it to like Blade or Primal. I think there's only so much that you can squeeze out of nade mechanics because of the fact that it's a slower projectile. So there's just some times where like it's kind of out of your hands, you know? And positioning with Ana is harder than a lot of the other slower characters, but there are fewer choices because she has lower mobility. Yeah. There's just a lot more choices with Ana than there are with a lot of the other characters. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, there's a reason why these characters, because this isn't always correlated with value ceiling, but generally higher skill ceiling generally perform better if you're able to squeeze every little bit of value out of them, you know? If she gets a mobility perk, would it make her S tier? Potentially, yeah. Potentially. I'm not a big fan of Ana with a mobility perk, more from a design perspective. Like, not everything has to be sacrificed at the stake of skill ceiling, you know? But, yeah, it probably would. Sombra. I need to chew on my potato for a second. I need to think. I'm purposely not looking at Twitch chat for a second. I don't want my opinion swayed. Okay. I think that's where I'm sitting. I haven't looked at chat. Let me explain. Let's make this simple. Let's make this simple. Compare Sombra and Tracer. Who has the harder aim demands with their weapon? In terms of the amount of how good can you get with your aim? It's Tracer, not Sombra. Because the movement of Tracer makes the mechanical ceiling higher. You understand what I'm saying? When you are blinking, you're throwing off your own aim. Sombra doesn't have that as much. Tracer's mechanical aim is harder. Okay, bear with me. Ultimate, which one's harder, Pulse Bomb or EMP? In terms of not just the mechanics, but the decision making. I still think it's Pulse Bomb. But EMP is not easy to use. EMP is not easy to use. If you've coached any Sombra or played any Sombra, it is a very, very powerful ultimate, but it is not an easy ultimate to use. It's up there with like Symmetra Wall and so on, of like things that you got to think about. You got to time it right. You got to think, do I big EMP? Do I translocate in or do I solo EMP? It's not easy to use. I just think Pulse Bomb is just so incredible. Like if you think about like success versus fail rate, right? And so on. Hang with me. All right, cooldown management. Locator, virus, hack, blinks, recall. Maybe Sombra has an edge here. It's close. It's close. The timing of how you use your cooldowns and when your cooldowns are pretty hard for Sombra. Now, you guys are saying Tracer because the mechanics of the movement are harder, and I agree with you. Like, Sombra doesn't even have much movement mechanics in terms of that, right? But in terms of cooldown management, I think Sombra is very important too. Success rate doesn't determine how hard it is, right? That's not necessarily, yeah. So, and then in terms of positioning, okay, you guys might hate me for this one. I think Sombra's harder. I think Sombra's harder from a raw positioning standpoint because she has more flexibility with her range. Because she can poke from further and because she has invis, you can go deep backline, shallow front line, or somewhere in between. Tracer, if you've seen any of my Tracer coaching sessions, it's just short range off angle. Short range off angle. Short range off angle, short range off angle, short range off angle. Now, choosing the right one and finding it consistently is very hard and harder than most of the characters. But Sombra has more choices with which angle that she can play because of Translocator and Stealth. The execution of that positioning with movement Tracer is obviously significantly harder, and it's not even close. Right, Sombra has so many positioning choices, and because hack and cooldowns are correlated with those choices, because a hack here might be useful, or an assassination here might be useful, and uptime, you got to consider uptime, and you got to consider health packs, or my supports LOS, I think Sombra's positioning is harder. When I coach Tracer, I've coached a lot of Tracer and Sombra recently. Sombra positioning is harder to coach than Tracer. The mechanics of Tracer are way harder. Movement and aim are way harder. But Sombra's positioning is harder to coach. That being said, Tracer has the edge with movement. Tracer has the edge with mechanics. Tracer has the edge with ultimate by a little bit. And also, I think positioning with Tracer is also hard, a lot harder than a lot of the other characters that we're talking about. She's not that much worse than Sombra. So I think top of B tier for me. Again, I've seen way too many people in chat are like, oh, Sombra, if you mess up, you die. Yes, but that's not the skill ceiling necessarily. I think if we actually went back to old school Sombra with her old hack and her old translocator, which actually expanded your choices, it was bad hero design. Can I be very clear? I'm not saying that current Sombra is worse. I actually like current Sombra a lot better than the old lockout hack. Because hack was more useful, there was more times in which you actually had to think about how I want to use this. And the same thing goes with Translocator. Old Sombra probably goes up here somewhere. Maybe even top of A tier. I don't know that I would put her in S tier just yet. I know that you're like, oh, but Lip was so much better than everybody else. That's because nobody wanted to play Sombra. Nobody wanted to play Sombra. When Sombra was hard meta in 2022, the reason Lip was so much better than everybody else is because Lip had been playing Sombra for ages. And Sombra just isn't popular. People don't like playing Sombra. So if you go into a Sombra meta knowing how to play Sombra, you're way ahead of everybody else. So I would say Sombra and B tier. Sombra and B tier. She's underrated because she's very unpopular, and she also has a very high skill floor. I think the thing with Questron is I agree with Questron that I think Tracer has a higher value floor and definitely a higher value ceiling. You get what I'm saying? So it's when you play Tracer at her best level, I think you're just always going to outvalue Sombra. I think... and I think the same thing goes with the floor too. I think it's situational. I don't think it's completely as simple as that, but yeah. Well, yeah, EMP, but well, he knows. It's kind of a meme, Grandma. I think, again, we talk about what do you mean by easier. This is why I'm not saying easy. This is why I'm not doing an easy hero tier list. Because the funny thing is if I didn't, these heroes are super easy to play, this tier list would look completely different, right? I'd actually put Ana pretty near the top of easy heroes to play. You're easier, not easiest, but she's easier than she thinks to pick up, right? To get value out of, right? Widow would be near the bottom, incredibly hard. Bastion would be near the top, very easy. Ryan near the top, very easy. Zarya near the top, I think, underrated for how easy she is. You know, it's not what we're talking about though. So anyway, I think Sombra again is a pretty controversial character in that regard. A lot of people think that she's like God's gift to skillful play, which is that's kind of a simple way of looking at it. And a lot of people think that she's really brain dead and easy to play. And that's not true either. The way that you guys might have played versus Sombra's in Diamond as a Doomfist player when somebody swaps to Sombra since their backline and hacks, yes. But that's not the skill ceiling of that character. Interesting FIFO. That's kind of cool. Somebody asked about my sub noise. It's a open division game back in 2017 when I was playing with friends, I didn't know what Open Division was. I thought it was just some random tournament. And then we were playing versus a gold team, and I was plat at the time. And I was like, oh, no, that's not fair. I should go easy just to make sure it's fair. I just thought I was trying not to smurf. I didn't understand what Open Division was. I didn't understand that was normal. So I went Torb Hammer only with turret. And I hammer killed a Tracer. And I said, I got her! And then that became the sub noise, and we probably should change it. It's such a goofy thing. It's kind of been there, and yeah. Yeah. So yeah. It's old. It's like 8 years old. I think I still have the clip. I don't think I have the clip. I think I have a clip of me watching the clip in like 2018, I think, on stream. It's weird. Okay. Orisa. Oh, man. I'm gonna go with my gut. I just don't think that there's enough decisions that you can make with Javelin Spin and Fortify. And her ultimate as well. I think her mechanical demands and cooldown management is, her mechanical demands the ceiling of mechanics may not be as high as Cassia, but you have your Javelin, you have your Javelin Spin, you have your Fortify. That's a lot more cooldown management the character like Cassia or Widow has to worry about. Obviously your floor is just brainless. And sadly, I actually think, perks have helped a little bit. I think the charge up with Javelin and even the shield have definitely opened up some different choices of what you can do. But a lot of her balance changes have made her worse, which is nice, but also made her worse in bad ways, like taking away some of the nuance of how you'd use Fortify, which is kind of a bummer. Yeah, it's time to split. Okay, here we go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We'll leave it there. Yeah. I mean, there's just more, if I'm comparing Zenyatta to Orisa, Zenyatta has slightly more skill expression in terms of the mechanics, but I don't think positioning is harder with Zenyatta than Orisa on a skill ceiling, and I think Orisa actually has cooldown management, more so than Zenyatta does. And I don't think her ultimate's necessarily any easier either. It's close, but they're very close in the rankings, right? That's kind of how it works. I mean, I hate Orisa. I think your value for is way lower or way higher than a Zenyatta, maybe, but Mechanical domain is not demand and ceiling. Yeah, exactly. What you can do with the mechanics is. And I do think that's where Javelin helps a lot. Javelin is a big freaking deal. If you guys watched me, was it not Bernard? Who tank? Junman. You guys watched Junman, Lijiang Tower, our review a couple weeks ago. Junman straight up won fights with the javelins. Like insane javelins. Just won fights. Just straight off. At least a couple. They won a round. They won a map off of Junban on Orisa. And like the fact that character can just do that, it's almost the equivalent of like hitting hooks. It's not quite as skill ceiling, but it's close of what you could do with that character. He just straight up won fights. Now, the ability to get kills is the value of the Javelin. But the fact that is a source of skill expression is really underrated. Yes. My point being is not that he won games with the Javelins alone. It's the fact that, oh my gosh, look at that. That won the fight. Let's go look at that again. That was a crazy Javelin, and that amount of mechanical skill play isn't always present with a lot of the other tanks. So even if he hits a Javelin, they don't win the fight because, like, let's say Javelin does 0 damage, because it would still be impressive, Let me explain. Old Doomfist, A tier. Sleepy, anything of the sub. Old Doomfist, A tier. I'd have to... But there is less cooldown management, and there's actually fewer mechanics with Tank Doomfist. Yep. There's fewer mechanics with Tank Doomfist. There's no targeted slam. There's no reticle slam. There's no ground slam tech. There's fewer combos, and there's no uppercut. I'm not saying it's a worse design. I like Tank Doomfist better than DPS Doomfist in terms of like the health of the game, right? But even block is not the most skillful cooldown of all time. Primary is really hard. Doomfist is a really freaking hard tank, skill ceiling wise. I actually also think Doomfist, okay, you guys aren't ready for this one. Doomfist's skill floor is one of the highest of any tanks. It is harder to get value out of Doomfist than it is out of Rhine, Zarya, Diva, Ramatra, Malga, Orisa, sometimes Sigma. But not ceiling. And so we kind of bleed those ideas. All we can think about those terrible times playing Doomfist versus those horrendous compositions. But in terms of ceiling, a lot of he doesn't have as many positional choices and engaged choices as much as a Winston. His ultimate is kind of irrelevant. His mechanical demands rely mostly around hitting your shots and hitting your punches. You know what I'm saying? And I don't think empowered block is skillful enough from like a cooldown management side of things to like trump things like bubble. In terms of ceiling being the key thing, right? I think the parry perk helps in terms of skill ceiling. Because it allows you to, it does the opposite of simplifying your approach versus CC comps. It allows you to do more things, which is nice. But that's, if anything, a more consistent output of skill expression. I think his other perks are big flops. I don't think his perks allows for more choice. And again, our perk project helped fix that, I think. So I think this character has a lot of skill ceiling, but I think he's overrated. I think he's underrated from a skill floor. A lot of plat players like to tell me how easy Doomfist is because they got run over by that one Doomfist that was punch bonding on main. But even that is easier than harder than it looks. I was surprised when I picked up Doomfist for the first time. This was what? Chat, do you guys remember when I went that weird Doomfist streak like 7 or 8 months ago? Just for goofiness. I was surprised. I was surprised at how hard it was. Like I had never really played Doomfist at a high level. I'd coached him at a high level, but I hadn't played a lot of him. Wow, I was surprised at how punished I was and quickly. But I do think that he is high skill. I think Sombra just simply has slightly more choices of what she can do with her abilities and more. And I know this sounds crazy, but I think Sombra has tougher positional demands than Doomfist. Straight up. I don't think Doomfist can flank as often as Sombra. I think he doesn't have the self-sustain or the health pool for it. I think Sombra's stealth and translocator means there's generally more. If I coach Doomfist player versus coach Sombra player, there will almost always be one additional angle that my Sombra player could take or should take depending on the situation compared to Doomfist. Straight up. Diags definitely help and map knowledge helps, but with all due respect to get quaked on, it's overrated. The amount of skilled, and what I mean by overrated, it's not in terms of value, okay? Because you could say, oh, well, it doesn't matter if it's not that valuable. It's still free real value. That's what skill. True, but a lot of the crazy techs that you guys see are literally not good. It's not only not necessary, it's not even good. You get nothing out of it. It's just flashy. It would be more valuable to do the more honest thing. It's not that, oh, if you're not good enough, you do the honest thing. No, if you're better, you do the honest thing. Not always, but often. So a lot of the highlights, like straight up. Okay, you guys want to see it? Okay, I'm going to prove it to you. Zebra, Doomfist, highlights. Or we'll look at Quake.
Yeah, look at the top 10. Oh my god, Zebra got
Frick, why is this not full screening it?
rank 1 playing Doomfist only.
Okay, so Quake does tap. Okay, then we'll look at Quake Dawn.
You always get Doomfist has no counters on here. Hit that subscribe button if you have.
The hardest Doomfist montage. And again, I want to be very clear, this is no hate to Quake. These are so much fun to watch, and my man is phenomenal, this character. I'm gonna mute this. Okay, this is taking a while. I mean, this is cool and all, but also, why do this? Why not slam over the top and punch the Mega? There's literally no value to do this bounce punch. You could have just slammed and then punched and then shot it. You would have stolen the Mega either way. It's sick. It's cool. I don't even necessarily think it's bad necessarily. There's just no reason for it. Sure. Sure. I'm looking for the more techie stuff here. There's a height buff, you know what I'm saying? I mean, sure, but it's a cool rollout, but it's not necessary to do the exact same thing that we just did. I'm just looking for more of the diag stuff. That stuff was more useful, and that one was good. See, that one is useful. That one is useful. That tech, you wouldn't be able to do that and keep your slam. That one was good. It was more useful in Overwatch 1 because the whole targeted versus ground slam, there was a really important discussion about the speed with which you arrived there, and getting to the target just as fast as possible. There were more choices of how you could do that. That's a good diag. Now, see, the funny thing, okay, so this is one of them right here. This diag punch here, this is probably another one of the ones where I do think it's worth doing. You get it? Because closing the distance there with a safe punch from that safety could only be done with a diag. So I'm not saying diags are pointless. They are. They're very good. It's just, they're not every diag you see is going to be the right play. You get what I'm saying? Like, this one, for example, like as cool as this is, why did he have to do it from here? Why couldn't he have just done it from the height? You know? Sure. That diag is kind of useful. Yeah, well, we'll stop there, but you guys get what I'm saying. So, again, I'm not hanging my hat on this one. I could see a very good argument for Doomfist being low A or low B. I'm not sure. I'm just going with my gut with this one, and we'll see from there. Yeah, so the diag is what allows you to approach with the element of surprise more consistently, which is valuable. Okay, let's keep going. Now, I have a little bit of insight to this one because I worked with, I did a collaboration with Nolan a while back, and I have coached a lot of Moira back in the day. I'm a bit of a Moira snob. Gee willikers. Yeah, I don't know, guys. I have to do it. It's definitely above Mercy. The positional choices and the cooldown management is just higher than Mercy, a lot higher than Mercy. It's just higher than Mercy. It is. Do the perks decrease her ceiling? No. Because I could see a world where the 25% anti-heal would change how you would use an orb in some circumstances. It lowers her skill floor or value floor, or increases her value floor because you could just spam orbs down tanks. But like if you're really thoughtful, yeah, I would say it is very hard for a perk to decrease ceiling. I don't think Moira's is below Mercy, man. Like I think, yeah, I just don't. I think knowing basic rollouts with Moira, the ability to fade jump is important. But the number of times where that's useful is limited. And here's why. Using it, so somebody in chat talks about ARX. The problem with fade rollouts is their skill checks. Their skill checks. The ceiling of the way Moira plays angles is you really can't fade into most angles. Using a fade jump to access a high ground to disengage is better, but if you fade in with 225 HP with or without orb versus anything that's on your skill ceiling, you die. Moira is about sustained pressure on an angle, not about burst at the skill ceiling. But I just can't in good conscience put Moira above Torb or something like that. She has more positional choices than Torbjorn, 100%. She has more cooldown management than Torbjorn, I would argue. But just not really having mechanical demands near as much. I mean, there are mechanical demands, obviously, but it's just not even close, man. Yes, son, God Nico, we are planning on it at some point. So I don't know. I think Moira is obviously underrated. Every character in F and D tier is underrated for the skill ceiling of what you could do. There is a lot that you could do with Moira. I mean, I freaking, like we said, like Nolan's Moira played contenders with Moira one trick. You know what I'm saying? These are the best players in the world. But yeah. I did not hear about Cager getting hacked. Wait a second. I got a Discord message from Cager. Oh yeah, frick. Cager got hacked. He says his YouTube got hacked. There's no way. Oh my gosh. Dude, who is Brad Garlinghouse? Brad! What are you doing, man? Bro, Fred! 13,500 watching? Yeah, that's cap. Wait, live commentary mode? How come nobody can chat? Let me message, man. Let's go. Okay, I actually got to look this up. Is this a real person? Brad Garlinghouse. Dude, it's a real person. I know, Cager. I know. That's why I checked. Oh my gosh. I'm sorry, Cager. I'm so sorry. Maybe you should have changed your password from Spylo's butt, my friend. I don't have any... I don't know. I don't have any direct contact, my friend. I don't know anybody at YouTube. Yeah, chat, please don't do anything with that at all. Wait, Hannah watch. I mean, you can You can reach out to YouTube's service, maybe on a separate account. Yeah. That's freaking hilarious. That sucks, Cager. Keep me updated, mate. I'm really sorry that happens. Okay. Yeah, Cager. I if you'd put someone on Twitter, let me know. I'll amplify it with my massive audience. Yeah. Okay. Brigitte. Yeah, freaking Brad Garlinghouse, man. What a turd. Oh. I think positional demands really, really, really hard. Very dynamic. Twaddle, thank you for the sub. The mechanical demands are still there. Like, they're very bursty, but it's unbelievable what a perfect Brigitte can do when they're playing. Like, they literally shut down a dive lobby. I don't think Armor Pack is too hard to use. And I don't think Rally is that hard to use either. It's not easy necessarily, but it's more than a lot of the characters down here for sure. Armor Pack, Shield Bash, Rally. I mean, they're already like Reaper level difficulty, if not harder, certainly harder. But I think the key thing that separates Brigitte from this list here is positional demands. It's just harder. I don't think Brig is A just because she has bursty mechanical demands, but it's only whip shot, really. It's not, like, obviously not literally only whip shot, but mostly whip shot. Pack management is kind of at least, it's a little hard, but it's not that hard. Brigitte just has so many more positional choices and because of her ability to bash in and out in Overwatch 2. And even how Rally, it changes that. Yeah, okay. No, because she has more, her cooldown management's more important than Ryan. That's why. Her cooldown's more important than Ryan. Brig's problem is that, and why you could argue high C, low B, and I don't think I'll put her above mid B, is that perks really didn't do her anything. Not harder than Zarya. Skill ceiling's higher. Is the skill ceiling realistic? Yeah. I mean, we're when we say skill ceiling, we're saying the best Brigitte player to ever play the game. Yes. Chio or whatever during 2022. Chorong at times in the past couple of years, I think. It's just incredible what you can do. Who's the best Lucio player? I don't know. Right now, I don't know. In times past, probably Chio or Chorong. Or Li Zhegong. One of those three. Not Violet. Astro at times was definitely up there. Yeah, for sure. All I'm saying is that Hamber and Bernard look significantly more skillful than Chio or Chorong. I mean, that's kind of my point. It's not about the looks, though. You know? It's not about the looks. But it's close. It's close. Who is the best looking Lucio player? I mean, am I a Lucio player? Who do you think has come the closest to the hero skill ceiling? Well, Pebbles, I honestly think that like I'm defining the skill ceiling by who's been the best at the character. So I would say for the people that have gotten the closest to the skill ceiling is probably what are the characters that have been meta repeatedly. And so there's been more likely a chance for somebody to get there. Like, you know, Annas and Winstons and Tracers. You know, have we ever seen the full skill ceiling of a character like Lifeweaver? With the at least on display publicly as often, probably not. You know. Stalker, yeah, at times, yeah. Stalker. I think peak Stalker maybe be the best Tracer that we've ever seen. But you're more likely to hit the skill ceiling of a character, I think, the more popular the character is in professional meta. Because people just hit at it over and over and over and over again for years, and they start to figure stuff out. I mean, I think he might be below Tracer because mines and because his aim and demands are a little lower than Tracer. But movement is just as difficult as Tracer, if not more difficult. Positional choices are just endless. He has just as many, if not more. Here's the thing with Wrecking Ball. Wrecking Ball techs matter. Wrecking Ball techs matter. So I'm not saying the Doomfist techs didn't matter at all, but there were a couple of them where it's like, it's there, but it's just not something that it's really needed or even valuable to know. Wrecking Ball techs provide value. Wall slam, double bounce, rebound, any tech that you can do with ball, 180 slam, like they will provide you more value if you can do it. Mechanical demands are as high as I would say maybe a May or a Farah in terms of aim. Somewhere in that, maybe a Zarya, somewhere like ball has to aim well. You have to know your techs. You have to know your timings, your positions, your angles. There's always like 3 or 4 different ways to engage any fight. So to maximize your engage timing perfectly. But it's not just a one-time thing either. It keeps going. It goes and you out and you go back and do it again and you do it again. The only easy thing about Wrecking Ball is mines. The only easy thing about Wrecking Ball is mines. No, not any GM ball can do all those techs consistently. No, they can't. They know of them. They can do them, but they can't do them every time. And they can't do them in the heat of the moment with deciding each engage. When Junbin plays ball perfectly, right? And when Chasm has the best ball game of his entire life, there is nothing that comes to that level in terms of the amount of skill and expression, decision-making mechanics, game sense. It's just everything. Yeah, I'm not saying Mines is easy. It's just the easiest part of his kit and probably, I mean, it's not any harder than a lot of the ultimates down here. I wouldn't say Ball is higher than Tracer. No, I think Tracer has higher mechanical demands in terms of her aim. And I think Pulse Bomb was just infinitely harder. So I think it's close. You could argue either one. It's hard. It's really hard. Ball hasn't been meta as much as Tracer, so it's a little bit more conjecture. So it's close. I remember seeing Junman fail attack 2 or 3 times in a row. Yeah, I mean, it happens. The problem with Ball is not just can you do the techs, but can you do the techs while also hitting your shots, while also making sure, is that the right tech? Is that the right engage? I coached some Ball last night, and we had to sit there in a session, and Spilo, he always knows the angle, always. I had to sit there and be like, all right, well, let's think about it. What's the best approach for this fight? Can you grapple there? You could do that. You can wrap around from here and knock them off, right? Okay, well, wait a second. Actually, what if because you just have so many choices. Sarah Lee. It wasn't my idea, Sarah Lee. It wasn't my. I let Liam title it. So there are so many things that you can do with ball. So many things. And honestly, the adaptive, can we just remember the fact that adaptive shield sharing is yet another little way to squeeze value out of the character as well? Even that is something you got to pay attention to. You're not just focused on yourself. You're looking around like, does anyone need this? Should I, So yeah. Adaptive shield sharing was the thing that everyone was trash talking, bro. I freaking told you guys, man. It's a cool idea. There's skill there. Tired of people ragging on that one, man. That really ticked me off when that people first, ball gets, shut the frick up. It's free skill expression. Do you think ball is the best designed tank? No, again, you kind of notice here that a lot of people hate ball. A lot of people have legitimate criticisms of ball as a hero design. This is not you're more likely to run into healthier designed characters near the top, but that's not necessarily true. I think ball, I'm not saying ball is unhealthy necessarily, but there's a lot of legitimate criticisms about ball. Exactly, Grandma. So main criticisms of ball is that he's basically unkillable if you don't have CC for him. And that he has limited counterplay for that CC. So ball players have criticisms and cry. Anti-ball players have criticisms and cry. And they're both right. Because ball legitimately can engage from 10 different directions. Doomfist cannot. And that's just straight up facts at the skill ceiling. When played at the highest level versus the highest level competition, there's only so many approaches that Doomfist can take. More so than most tanks, but not approaching ball's approach. And it's because of ball's speed and sustain that allows him to approach from more angles than Doomfist can. If Doomfist had like shield HP or something and punch went further, maybe, but it's not quite the same. Do you think ball is stronger in 66 or 5v5? Probably. I think it's stronger in 66. Yeah. No, it's not Jarl of Red. It's not. It's just Doomfist gets marked way easier. He gets pressured out on his staging. Maybe? Matt, it's simple. You have fewer positional choices with Doomfist because you have more choices, but they're all bad. A choice only matters if it's good. I brought that up with the soldier perk, right? Where people were like, well, doesn't the stem perk make there more skill expression? If it was worth picking, yes. If it's balanced better, yes. In the future, it might be. But Doomfist can't flank all the time. Very rarely can he flank. So that's like saying that, like, in theory, Zenyatta can fly across high grounds. And yeah, sometimes, but most of the time, no, you can't. Your character isn't equipped for that, even with the perk. Technically, Doomfist can roll out and, he can diag punch off the freaking map, but that doesn't mean that it's a good play. Doomfist has fewer positional engage options than Wrecking Ball based off of his kit design. That's not the only reason that I put him below Wrecking Ball, but that's one of the main reasons, is that engage choices with Doomfist are generally a little bit simpler. So, I'm not again, you could argue that Doomfist is slow A. I'm not against that, but yeah. Well, here's a question, North Ranger. Does parry change how you take engagements? Or do you just engage the same way with a little bit of hubris? True. So you're saying with parry, I have more engaged choices because I can actually contest people with CC, whereas before it compressed my options. Okay. Okay. That's true. All right, frick you guys. All right, that was a good point. That parry perk does help. That's true. Are you happy? That's a good point. That's true. The parry perk does mean that you're not forced to avoid targets. You do have more engagement positional choices. That's true. All right. Fair enough. But that I think that's where I stop. I would feel very scared pushing him any higher than right there. You're doing. All right. Now, if anybody says, "Oh, but that makes Doomfist easier to play because he can engage people with CC," shut up. That's not what skill ceiling means. Okay. All right. Well, congratulations, North Ranger. You made a good point accidentally. Or maybe not. No, never mind. I think Ash is. I wonder about Ash mechanically with the unscoped versus scoped mechanics, like the unscope mechanics. That's pretty mechanically demanding, and probably more so than what we have to play with here in terms of ceiling. Dynamite is. See, even Dynamite is another level. It's not a very complicated cooldown to use, but it is yet another mechanical thing that you have to do. Coach Gun is... her perks are kind of irrelevant. Poach Gun is relatively... It's not easy, but it's not that hard. Bob is not that hard either. Bob is one of the easier ultimates in the game to use. It's very simple. But I do feel like she's got more kit complexity and mechanical complexity than any other hit scan. Because there's like 3 different types of mechanics. You know, unscoped, scoped, and then dynamite. What do you get? I'm thinking either bottom of B or top of C. Ammo management, that's true. That's true. The reload does take a little bit longer, so like the ability to maximize ammo usage is important, but the perks just aren't there. Oh, sorry, Quack. Hit scans are simpler, skill ceiling wise. Value floor wise, at least in 6v6, it's hard to know with 5v5. Projectile characters are way easier in terms of value floor than hit scan. Because you don't need to be mechanic. You don't need to even use the kit complexity, really. Okay, let's leave her at C. Aerithal is so angry about the May placement. We'll reevaluate it maybe at the end. Baptiste, his overcharge with shift is too bad to be considered a relative nuance. He has sideways dash. The weapon play with Baptiste is not easy. It's definitely more than anything in D. because you have to have two types of mechanics: the weaving, the heal, projectile on teammates, and aiming for the head with enemies. His abilities are very easy to use, though. Mostly easy to use. His perk did increase his skill ceiling a little bit, gave him a little bit more mobility. But his positional choices are more limited than, say, a soldier, because he doesn't have that level of mobility to choose. BAP mechanics are not overrated. If you're talking about skill ceiling, they're not at all overrated. I mean, have you seen the best Baptiste players in the world at their peak? It's freak of nature stuff. Because it's double mechanics. And this is not even without the current stuff that we have with like the mobility with perks. His perks absolutely increases ceiling. The ability to dash, it definitely increases the amount of positional choices that you have. Beyond that, I would agree. The more healing on Lamp doesn't increase the ceiling of how you use Lamp. It also, the ultimate does not change how you use the ultimate. More cooldown management than most. The thing that's keeping me from putting BAP higher, Aerothal, is I don't think his positional choices are as difficult as a soldier or reaper. Like, not even really close. Already thinking for the sub?
Both my mains in S, that's what you like to see.
I think mechanically he's harder than both Soldier, Reaper, Junk, Rhine, Zarya, Ashe in terms of ceiling. Okay? Just because he has the other type of mechanic that they don't. I think BAP honestly has, you'd have to go all the way up until like freaking Doomfist to encounter characters as hard as BAP. The problem is that he is so much simpler to position. Like literally, he's easier to position than literally every character above him. What is going on in my Twitch chat? Even Zarya with right click, yes, because the thing with BAP is where are you aiming your projectile? Not at an enemy. You're aiming at a teammate. Freaking Twitch chat with a BAP coffee pasta. Oh. All right, so here's the question, Chad. Does BAP's mechanical demands and does BAP's mechanical demands and maybe a little bit of Lamp push him above Soldier or Reaper? I'm not confident pushing him outside of C, but does it push him higher in C? He has no positioning demands in comparison to with anything above him outside of maybe Zarya. Yeah, it's freaking hard, dude. Like, okay. Who's the best BAP out there? Landon Baptiste? Surely. Again, I can speak about this. I coach the greatest Baptiste in the world. All right? So you're welcome. So working with Landon on BAP, I don't know. So it's all my fault? Hey, man. I can't take credit for it. He was 4.7K before I even worked with him. He was a one trick before I worked with him. I coached him how to play it versus this crap. This is actually... Okay, so fun fact. How many of you guys know dynamic rotations? Raise your hand. This is where I developed the concept. This exact map is where I came up with this concept. Not this particular series, but I don't even remember this series. But it was the coaching, like working with Landon BAP versus Dive on this map was where we came up with dynamic rotations. I actually don't even think this is peak Landon. I think this is washed Landon. I think Landon hit his peak a full year after this. Maybe I could find one from OBS Sojourn. I don't think Window is a super high skill ceiling, but I do think it's harder than a lot of other support ults. Because there's a decent amount of dynamics of how you can use it. Yeah, even the Korean coaches think Landon's a freak. Yep. I don't know if he had the highest ceiling ever we've seen with BAP, but I do think that for his time, case in point right there, he's too slow there. He was the GOAT for on BAP for quite a while. And at least top 2 or 3 BAP of all time compared to any time. I actually coached Slay here too. Case in point right there. Any other BAP that Tracer dice. Oh, a little slow. I do find high level BAP like this really fun to watch. I will say. I hope I'm not the only one. I wouldn't watch it all day long. It's a lot. But like that stuff right there, that's just freak of nature stuff. The timing of that was crucial. And if you ask Landon, I bet you this wouldn't even be in his top 25 maps that he's ever played in BAP. The best hero at the best map at the best time, you know? How important is BAP def in the mirror? That's more of a value ceiling question, not the skill ceiling. It's not how impactful that skill is if there is upside to the decision making, then it's worth it. I think you could argue that Reaper maybe has a higher value ceiling than BAP, potentially. I think BAP definitely has a higher skill ceiling than Soldier, but that's because Soldier's kind of sucks. Yeah, I agree, Aerthal. I think Window is much harder than than the DPS ults. And there's still some positional demands, right? It's definitely simpler, you guys can kind of see, but the jump does offer you different choices. And like a lot of the rotations are pretty important. We'll watch a few more minutes. We don't have to sit here for hours, but I'm honestly kind of just enjoying this. I'm not gonna lie with you guys. This is just so much fun to watch. Yeah, I'm not a BAP fan in terms of like the character design, especially in Overwatch 2, but this is really fun to watch. Let's see if there's another map or another matchup maybe. I said this is Kiri. I don't want to watch Kiriko. Yeah, we'll stop there, I guess. But yeah. I don't know. Maybe we squeeze it above Reaper Soldier in terms of skill ceiling, not in terms of value ceiling. Again, Reaper's just a stronger character than BAP. Like BAP's cooldowns are too weird. But the weapon play alone definitely offers up a lot. Let's just leave him there. Let's just leave him there for now. And the dash, definitely. He's benefited a little bit from perks. But you think above Junk? I don't know. Sure. Yeah, I saw the Cager thing. It's terrible. Okay, Sigma. What do you think about Sigma? I'm thinking about Sigma. Yeah, I think I'm agreeing with YouTube chat here. I think here. I think with perks, I think that's where he belongs. Maybe a little bit lower without perks, but the verticality perk, the melee perk, even the accretion perks and the kinetic grasp perk, right? Wit, thank you for the sub. Adds a little bit of complexity about when you would use your CDs and the choices that you'd make. I think the thing that keeps Sigma down is that his positional stuff isn't near as important as other tanks. It's simply holding corners and taking angles when and where you can. It's not that it's incredibly easy. It's just in comparison, I would say Sigma positioning is probably simpler than any other tank. I think without exception. Would make maybe Ramatra, maybe. No, I don't even think Ramatra. It's just very simple. He has limitations. I think with the verticality, that's expanded a little bit, but he just doesn't have the verticality to really compete with positional choices. That being said, Sombra above Soldier and skill ceiling is certainly a take. What did I tell you guys? What did I tell you? Thank you for using the clown emote though, Wit. I love to see that emote used more. That being said, Sigma has incredible mechanical demands. Incredible. Maybe, raw aim, Sigma's the hardest tank, I think. Harder than Zarya, harder than Orisa, harder than Roadhog, I would say. It's just incredibly hard. The way the mechanics are done is also really freaking hard too. I disagree, Grandma. I think every primary shot from Sigma is incredibly hard to land. Every single one. And the fact that you can go for backline or frontline, and we're not even factoring in accretion, I think it's hard. I think it's really hard. It's very difficult. You need to know the burst distance. You need to know bounce techs when necessary. Accretion. Yeah, it's hard. And the other thing about Sigma as well is that an underrated part of high level Sigma play is Sigma shield mechanics. It's not the most difficult thing in a vacuum, but it's difficult when it's layered with everything else. In the same way that Lucio and Tracer movement and additional secondary mechanics are important. It's the easiest aspect of those two. It's not as hard as Lucio movement or Tracer movement, of course. But it is another thing to think about. And deliberate and cautious, careful shield placement is important. In terms of cooldown management, probably the easier aspect, but it's not easy. It's harder than pretty much everything below this here. It's not as hard as a Sombra or a Mei or an Ana and so on, Doomfist. But his mechanical demands are really, really high. And I think his ultimate is also not the easiest either. His ultimate is one of the harder ultimates in this tier as well. And I think he's benefited from perks too, as I said. I think his skill ceiling has increased a little bit. He has some pretty crazy limitations, but that's a value ceiling thing. That's not his fault. The gap of details that are done right by the best Sigma players in the world, like a Vastola, Bernard, and their peaks, is unbelievable. Not just the value that they can provide. That's, again, not super relevant. It's the every single decision about mechanics, where they're shooting, bouncing, aiming for the tank, aiming for the backline, where they place their shield, do they even use their shield, the ultimate, the cooldowns. There's just so much to this character. So I think it's fair. I think it's good. The only thing that maybe... I'm going to bump him above Mei. Positionally is a lot simpler than Mei. The dynamics of your abilities, much simpler than Mei. Mechanics, probably a slightly higher ceiling than Mei, as long as you have something to shoot. Multitasking more than Mei. Ultimate, more ceiling output than Mei. It's close. It's really close. Is Mei harder than Sigma? Ooh, I don't know. In terms of floor, like how easy it is to pick up the character, I think Sigma's probably slightly easier. But I also don't know how Mei is post perks. Like the slow on your alt fire might just be so broken that Mei is easier to pick up than. But that's not what we're talking about here. Be respectful, YouTube chat. Be nice. Be nice. Be nice. Not everyone's gonna. I mean, I probably have a Pepega take at some point here as well. So just be nice. May wins versus Sigma, so this is wrong, Nurge. Who could say he's the best player for each character? I could try, but I feel like I'd be really wrong. I feel like I'd be really, really wrong. I'm kind of out of the loop. Like I would say like Stalker, maybe Junbin, Gushue, frick. I don't know. God, Chad, who's seen the best Genji in the world? Who not right now, but ever. Proper Stalker? I don't know. Who are you, maybe? Has to be either Li Gong, Shio, or Chorong. Ana has to be probably Shu or Fielder, depending on the situation. Alpha Yi is a good shot, actually, as well. Doomfist. Zebra, maybe? Or who's the Korean one trick who's insane? No, who's the... No, is it Gushue and Doom? Honestly, it might be Gushue and Doomfist. It might be Gushue and Doomfist. At least at the peak, right? You guys remember late 2022? It might be Gushue. So best Winston and best Doomfist. Donghack, okay. Sombra, I mean, it has to be Lip. It's not the current iteration of Sombra, but it has to be Lip. Bernard or Vestola for Sigma, unironically. Mei, Backbone, Diva, probably Hanbin or Fury or whoever. I don't know. I'm like the old school Overwatch one. I was coaching contenders. I wasn't watching a lot of Overwatch League. Farah. I don't know. Probably the recent Farah players are insane. I wouldn't say Yazan necessarily. I think Overwatch 2, Farah, maybe Heesang. Yeah, maybe Heesang. Symmetra, honestly, guys, it might be Backbone again. It might be Backbone again on the Symmetra. Sparker was also top-notch, but it's not just because, they did the TP plays. The guy was really freaking good mechanically. It might be Backbone again on both Symmetra and Mei. It's pronounced Yazan. That's how it's pronounced. That's how I was told by Saudi Arabian people that it's pronounced Yazan. Brigitte, I don't know. Chorong, Chio, again, it's really hard. Ash, who'd you guys say for Ash? Lip? Fearless is definitely up there. Lip? Yeah, maybe Quartz. Quartz also, I think, at times. Quartz doesn't have the pedigree, but Quartz is not a bad shout. Merit too. Yeah, Merit's actually a really good shot. Merit was incredible. Hanman's probably Zarya Ryan? I know the easy answer is Super, but it's so hard to pull out shock from just the fact that everybody in that team was good. So everybody amplified everybody and they had the best coaching. So Super's definitely up there, but probably Fissure, Hottie, Cloudy. I know Cloudy is but Cloudy legitimately, when he's locked in and on his peak, he is a really, really good Reinhardt. I think Hottie, Cloudy, Fissure, somewhere along those lines. But I'm honestly not too sure. I just give credit to I give bonus points to Hottie and Cloudy personally because they also played Ryan in so many different situations too. It wasn't just the Ryan mirror, Goats mirror. They were playing Ryan out. Anyway. Baptiste, I think, has to be Landon. I think some people have said Shu as well. I think that's a good shout. Violet as well. But I'm not sure. Iris, maybe. I don't think someone was the GOAT on Doomfist. I think he was really good, but someone was never the best on anything. And I scrimmed a lot versus someone. He was very good at Doom. He just wasn't the best at anything. Someone was the best at playing everything. You know, he was like top 5 in like basically every tank. He was top 5 Ryan, top 5 Doomfist, top 5 Winston. He had a competent Wrecking Ball. JDA, thank you for the sub. Yeah. Junkrat, no. Gurkmeister, maybe. Who is the EU Kaya? Kaya, maybe? Maybe Kaya? Gurkmeister? I'm not sure. I'm kind of out of the loop with like the top tiers of Junkrat. I know the names, but I don't really know who's the best. Hey, Vanilla. Thanks for the year. Congrats on the new badge. Jake, okay, so this is where I am going to have a little bit of bias against old school players. I'm not against like judging old school players versus new school players, but I do think anybody in like the first 2 or 3 years of Overwatch League is probably out of contention for the best player of all time. Because it's not like 50 years ago. No, it was like 4, 5, 6 years ago. Like it wasn't that long ago. The game has leveled up so much since then. The skill has evolved so dramatically that this isn't like Michael Jordan versus LeBron 30, 35 years ago. This is 3, 4, 5 years ago. It's not comparable. Reaper, I don't know. Reaper is really tough. Reaper has always been meta briefly, and it's really hard to tell who the best Reaper is. I think proper Sparkle, Striker, or Edison is probably a safe bet. Maybe Edison's the safest bet of all. Just in terms of pedigree and how many times that he was a high-level player on Reaper. But it's really hard to say. It's hard to say. Yeah, maybe Striker, honestly. Soldier. Wow. Maybe Lip, but I think it's probably the safer bet for me is either Lip, Patafan, or Sparker. Sparker or Patafan for their aggression, angle, intelligence, timing, team play, communication. Lit for just raw mechanics, but if for positioning from value, like Sparker was incredible, as was Patafan. I think Metro's a joke. The highest level of Soldier that we ever saw was 2021 or 2022 or early on. Or was it 2022? Chat, yeah, early 2022 during Overwatch 2 beta. I have Sparker bias, but we freaking won. We won. We were playing the inferior comp, and we still won with Soldier play. And it was a lot off of Sparker. Sparker made people like Kai look like they were plat off of the amount of how better they were at taking duels, timing, angles, intelligence, aggression, and so on. It is hard, Skullman. Yeah. I haven't seen enough Lip Soldier to say, so that's where I'll admit ignorance. Yes, that's true. Winston on A, that's self-serving? How is that self-serving, bro? How is Winston on A self-serving? Do I look like a monkey to you? Am I a gorilla? Am I a well-known top 500 Winston main? What the frick is wrong with you guys? What does that mean? Okay. Widowmaker ons has to be ons. I'm a support main. Has to be ons for like longevity. I mean, that guy is just crazy, and he was good for a long time. Yeah, science bias, yeah. Cassidy, I think Cassidy's tricky because his positioning at times annoys me, but it has to be Lip. It just has to be Lip. Like, his positioning isn't always the best, but the guy is so mechanically good on Cassidy. When I watch him play, it disturbs me. No, I play a little bit of Winston, but no. Arisa, I think it has to be Bernard or Smurf. Bernard or Smurf. Maybe Junbin. One of those three. Junbin, Bernard, or Smurf. Junbin now. Bernard prior to that. Smurf as well. I mean, all three of those players have not single-handedly, but like unbelievably carried their team to success. Like just on Ursa. So it's hard to know. Old Ursa, I don't know. It's like such a different character. Matt, you shut the frick up. Matt, I know what you're doing. You're trying to ignore that fricker. I know him. He's trying to instigate. He was the one that was freaking out about it being, yeah, frick off. Okay, Bastion? I don't know, man. Okay, straight up, you guys want the truth? You guys want the truth? I think freaking Herloaf is probably more flexible and understands the mechanics of Bastion better than pro players do. Straight up. I think there are, with niche characters, look to ranked half the time. Straight up. I think it's when non-meta characters just aren't played enough for pro players to understand the character. I think Herloaf is probably the best Bastion player off the top of my head. Merit won Owl with Bastion, but doesn't mean anything. Was it off of his merit or just off of him playing the Bastion character? And I also think you get bonus points for being able to play Bastion besides the one meta comp, and that's all you've played him in. What do you mean look at the stats? The stats tell you nothing. And yes, Sparker played some Bastion, but only in that one comp, in that one meta, in that one setup. You can, Mickey Eater, yeah. I think it's worth at least considering. You guys want the sauce? Guys, do you want the sauce? Wait, was it? Wait, let me see if I can find it. I'm trying to think of a good example of what I'm talking about. Chat, maybe you guys can help me with this one. 2020, it was either Spark, I think it was Spark, had a B team with an insane ball trick. Was it Sason? Aria? Who was it? I don't remember. Maybe Chad doesn't know. Anyway, I don't remember who it was. I don't even remember if it was Spark. I think it was Spark. Oh, you're right. It was London Spitfire. Ew, that's weird. London Spitfire 2020 B team, and they had, no, it wasn't J-Mac, it wasn't Bernard. Was it Cleston? No, it was Jihan. That was it. It was Jihan. This guy didn't even play for them like ever. He literally got picked up from some random contenders team and just basically played ranked. This guy was probably the best ball player in the world for a while because nobody freaking played ball. He was some ranked player, played a little bit of contenders, and he was signed and never started. But that's kind of like my example, my point being here. Like when a character isn't meta, you will see ranked players being insane. Just because, doesn't mean that because I'm signed to a team that I'm automatically the best player at some unrelated character. You know what I'm saying? And saying that, oh, well, they picked up the hero for the, doesn't mean anything. There was a really funny, do you guys remember when Yeatle made that roast of Emeng on ball? Do you guys remember that? I bet I could find the video. Yeatle was like, oh, Emeng is overrated. I don't know if I can find it. I don't know if he still has it up anymore. But Yeatle, a long time ago, many years ago, basically did a video where he was like, oh, Emeng is overrated. And, you know, he shouldn't be doing this, and this, and this. And he was basically like roasting Emeng on ball. And do people gave him like so much grief for that? Because obviously it was the way that he was communicating it. Like, I love Yeatle to death, but it was a little egotistical. But you know what's funny? I think he was right. At the time, he was kind of right. I'm not saying that Yeatle would have 100% been better than Aiming on ball. I'm just saying that Aiming made a lot of really dumb mistakes. He was just the only ball player at the time. And I was just saying. Now, since then, that's why I'm not even putting Aiming in the best ball player ever. Because I'm not so sure, you know? Aiming is the GOAT because he was the guy that revolutionized our understanding, our thought process of ball, but he was probably worse than a handful of ranked ball players. And so anyway, long story short. Okay, let's, so this is Gu Shui Overwatch 1. Nothing spectacular just yet, but we're getting close to Primal. There's the Nano. Dodges accretion. He's going to go in, gets the landing damage, melee. That's the other thing, too, about landing damage with Winston is a big deal. So being very... Wait. Wow. That's incredible. So, okay, anyway. Man, we went off in such a side tangent here. Orisa, we did talk about Bastion. Zenyatta, probably Violet. I think probably Violet. Has to be Violet, I think. Alarm is definitely up there, but sadly we didn't see enough of it to know. But Alarm is definitely up there. Hanzo. Hard to say, actually. Hisu was insane at Hanzo. Yes, exactly, Dog Gamer. Hisu was really good at Hanzo. Probably not a name that you guys remember too much. Leave, yeah, could be. Leave as well. Stalker. It's hard to know. We don't see Hanzo very much to know for sure. And I will say, for NA, Sam was really good as well. Roadhog. I feel like there has to be like a Korean Roadhog one trick that's probably insane. No chat? Am I correct? Is there a Korean Roadhog one? In fact, if I look up Crow, you guys remember Crow, the YouTube channel? They occasionally post random content now. I don't really know what they're up to. If I look up Roadhog, am I going to find anybody? Yeah, it's probably this guy. You know, it's probably whoever this fricker is, whoever this random Korean Roadhog player is. He's probably the best Roadhog either right now or ever at the time. He just hasn't been meta for a long time. When he was meta briefly at the end of 2020 finals, it wasn't really like, through no offense to Super, it wasn't exactly mechanical skill. I do think 6 is probably one of the best Roadhog players in the world right now. Random ranked player, streamer guy, but he's freaking good at it. And there's not a lot of competition for that spot. So, Snizzle knows? Okay. Yeah, but unironically, people saying 6, I don't think you're necessarily wrong. It's probably going to be some ranked OTP, either in Korea or NA. Torb, no freaking idea. Kind of pointless to look at, to be honest with you guys. Just because the skill expression of the character is so incredibly low, I don't know. RLG, maybe. Moira, I don't know. I think from a results-wise, it's really hard to say anything versus Nolan. The guy literally climbed to top 5 or top number 1 on the ladder with Moira multiple times and played Moira exclusively in contenders and did well. I think it's Nolan, although I've also heard ARX recently in the last couple of years has done a really good job as well. I think it has to. I don't think Pro Moira has ever been it. To be honest with you guys, I think Moira's been actually probably the worst pro hero, period, up there with Mercy. But Mercy players, there have been some people that were actually good at Mercy. I don't think there's a single pro player that I can confidently say they nailed the Mercy. No, I completely disagree, Vithar. I think Nolan on Moira is probably better than every single Moira player at any point in time. ARX, maybe, yeah. And again, they get bonus points for flexibility too. Being able to play Moira in a lot of different situations besides just, Sombra Reaper comps. That's not wishful thinking. I've looked at the VODs. I know what the Moira play. I've coached professional Moira. Yveltal? Yeah. Yeah, for Mercy. Yeah. Neptuno Mercy was also quite good. Yep. Dridu was also really good. Yveltal, Neptuno. Yeah. So again, it goes back to the Bastion thing. When you have a niche character picked up by a pro player, you don't immediately become better than every single person who's been one-tricking it at the highest ranks. That's what he said. He knows nothing. So I do think that, unironically, obviously it might be tough because maybe the meta, but again, I want to point this out. Nolan Overwatch. See if I can pull this up here. And this is not even looking at ARX because I'm not as familiar with ARX. Where is it? I mean, this is just insane to me. This is when Moira was not even strong. Number one. And then he also... Nolan Overwatch. He played in contenders and did well in contenders. First place in a couple of tournaments. And at least qualified. I don't know. So I won't go down that. Arcs. Oh. So I've just never been particularly impressed by a lot of the Moira stuff that I've watched from professional play in the past. So. Well, Ego 14, we're not that's such a lazy argument. I honestly, I appreciate you guys, your input, but it's just such a lazy argument. Saying that looking at from their ability to play the character at a high level, the highest level of ranked environment and in contenders, and of comparing the decisions that they make and how they play versus professional players playing, and obviously in a much more competitive environment, but I still think, I don't think Moira professional play has ever been that good. I haven't seen enough of Violet Moira to say. I've seen some that wasn't great, but I haven't seen enough to say for sure. It's the same thing that we just talked about with Bastion, with Ball, when these characters are off meta. Okay, so we'll keep going here. So Echo. Stalker, maybe he's saying. Oh, frick. I need to rank the skill ceiling. Unironically, I know that he got Pelican, yeah. I'd say B, high B. I don't think her cooldowns are as complicated to use. Beam stickies are hard. It's mechanical demands and positional demands that are hard. Top of B, I think. Copy also may bump her up a little bit because it is harder to use in terms of the skill ceiling. The choice of how to use copy is not hard, but what you can do with the copy is hard. I'm just not as impressed. Her positioning is not as hard as some of the other characters up here because she does have, because she's 225 HP, because her movement is more slow, there are limitations with how you can flank. In the same way where I said Doomfist can't take as many positional choices as Wrecking Ball, Echo, because she's slower, cannot make as many positional choices as Sombra or Genji. I just don't think I could justify her higher than where she's at, honestly. Kind of a little bit of both, Salamar. I think she's incredible. Okay, the thing that's tough with Echo is I think her skill floor is pretty high, and I don't think she's actually that crazy good and hasn't been for a while. I think her value floor isn't amazing. At least she doesn't. The 225 feels really punishing for mistakes, but that's not skill ceiling. Yeah, I don't care about Evermore. He kind of ganked it. He would solo stack, like back in the day, 5 KSR was more of a thing you could cheese, but yeah. But I do think the mechanical expression, because of stickies, because of copy, because of primary fire, are up there. Like, certainly up there. You get what I'm saying? Also, hey Lucy, how are you? How you been? Been pretty inconsistent with how much you're applying mechanical requirements for hero skill ceiling? What do you mean mechanical requirements? If I'm saying requirements, I don't think the requirements should, if anything, it's not requirements, potential. The potential of being very accurate with your stickies is really good, but because it is a slower projectile, it's inconsistent. Blaiku, that's not what skill ceiling means. The ability to not get punished for decisions is not the definition of skill ceiling. That's the skill floor. The ability to make the perfect decision for every situation because you have so many choices is the ceiling. So you could literally make Sombra invulnerable while she's in stealth. Literally, you can't kill her, and it wouldn't change her skill ceiling. So cooldown management matters for Echo. I just don't know if she has as much flexibility with her positioning expression as some of the other characters above her. And she does have some text, but I don't know. You disagree, but so be it. I mean, again, just the definition of what we're going with here is just not what you're saying it is. Skill ceiling is how difficult is it to make the perfect positional decision in every situation. Being invisible and massive speed boost allows you to get to there easier with less conflict. But but the fact that there's no conflict doesn't mean it's any less important to reach the ceiling out of making that decision. So with Sombra, because I have so many choices, I'm judged on my skill ceiling of whether I make the perfect choice every time. You get what I'm saying? Moira or Bastion has a lot of positional limitations, so there's not very many choices. So the skill ceiling is limited in that particular regard. Being able to choose a million choices means that you are responsible for making the perfect choice. Nice. Good to hear, Lucy. Doing all right. Hope uni is going well. Doesn't Moira have a lot of choices then? Not as many. That is where her skill expression comes from. You're right, is the positional choices. But it's because the only choices that matter are the ones that provide potential value. And with Moira, because she's more fragile and more of a skill check for your aim, there aren't as many angle choices as you think compared to with some of the other characters on this list. That's actually why we devalued some of the value of fade jumps, the ceiling of the number of fade jumps that are relevant, because not every fade jump is good. So But you're right. Moira's ability to position herself is basically all of her skill expression, which is like that. If she had other skill expressions with more, like cooldown management is somewhat important for her, but like if she had any sort of mechanical requirement, Moira's positional choices are pretty much higher than everything in D. So yeah. Okay, Sojourn. Two types of mechanics. Movement flexibility. Some disruptor shot's not easy, but it's, and then her ult, which is not hard to use. Again, if you hit most of your shots, I would say probably high C. Or low B. What's more complicated? Dynamite, scoping, or and unscoping versus projectile versus rail. You have a lot more positional flexibility than Ashe does, I think. But I don't think your cooldown management is as hard. Don't think about... A lot of people I can already tell are thinking the value. Sojourn's so easy. You just take an angle and you never die. Again, that's not what we're looking at, guys. I'm going to cry. Please. I don't think double slide adds a little bit more skill ceiling. Man, it's tough. It's close. Yeah, it's really close. It could be interchangeable. Ashe ammo management gives her the edge. That's true. That is another skill that Ashe has to manage. Positioning choices with Sojourn are better and higher than Ashe. But I think I give Ashe the slight mechanical difficulty, like in terms of, ceiling. Oh, man. In terms of skill ceiling, I don't know, North Ranger. Okay, here's a question. Is the fact that Ashe has to have another part of her kit that's unique more difficult for ceiling? Or is it the fact that Sojourn is kind of relying off of hitting at least a headshot? You need to hit your shots when you're ulting. Like, that's part of the definition of the skill that you're getting out of it. It's really hard to say. Bob feels like the easier ult to use. Sojourn, you need to hit the shots for the ultimate to actually matter. I see what you're saying, Avit, but also... Yeah, Yeah, I'm going to keep it here for now. I'm going to keep it right at Ashe, interchangeable. I would, if I could tie them, I would. I'm not going to sweat too much about it. If one or two tiers off, it's whatever. Well, that's not what skill ceiling means, Frank. If you have double dash, you can cover more distance. So you have more options available, even if it is easier to disengage. That's not what our definition of skill ceiling is. I know it's hard because YouTube chat doesn't have the command to go var for definition. Okay, I hate to open this can of worms. But if we're doing skill ceiling based off of how many hours it would take you if you were Yeatle not, or, zebra, how many more, does it take more hours to develop the mechanical skill to play Sojourn like Shy, like proper, than it does for Chorong to play Brigitte like he does? More hours of play and understanding and study. I honestly don't know the answer to that. Like, I think I keep second guessing myself about the mechanical requirements, but I'm like, dude, main support Lucio Brigitte players I feel like they put in the hours, man. I'm not so sure. Like, it's really easy to look at mechanics as like the immediate demonstration of skill, but even hitting your whip shots perfectly, knowing the matchups, I think takes just as much, I think. But I'm not sure. But I honestly don't know. I don't have an objective answer with that one, but I do want to like admit a little bit of ignorance on that because I honestly don't know. But I also think that it's people we tend to underrate aim because everyone wants to aim well, so we undervalue it. But it still takes a lot of time to get good mechanics. Just because a skill is underappreciated or overappreciated doesn't mean it takes less work to get there. If that's like saying, oh, you've got massive biceps. Well, everybody has massive biceps because biceps are popular, but it still took the guy hundreds of hours to get there. Like most first-person shooter players that grind their aim, I don't know. Yeah, hide spikes. That is an interesting definition, hide spikes. The reason why I'm avoiding how much of a character's value scales with the ceiling is because that is so dependent on freaking patch notes. That's the problem. Do you get what I'm saying? That's why I want to do skill ceiling and less so than patch notes or value ceiling, because like this would look completely different with value ceiling, Like, I mean, if you look at this, for example, words Lucio right now, you could be an amazing Lucio player, but if the meta is not good for you, you're just not going to get a lot out of it as much. And you can go back to the bottom here. A character like Bastion Widowmaker can completely dominate a meta just because of the value if you play them at the, It's just skill ceiling does move. It does change over time. It absolutely has. It just changes, I feel like, a lot slower than value ceiling. Okay, Queen. I mean, y'all aren't going to like me, but I think she's overrated. I think she's a greatly designed character. She's a lot of fun to play. She's pretty healthy for the game, but I don't think she's the highest skill ceiling tank in the game. I think Shout and Carnage are pretty intuitive. I don't think her ult is the hardest thing in the world to use. The vast majority of Queen's difficulty is in her, Gracie, right? It's in her primary fire and Gracie. It's not easy, but I don't see any world in which you would put Junker Queen infinitely higher than Zarya. You get what I'm saying? I think they both have high mechanical demands, both have cooldown management. Queen is just more fun to play versus, and probably, I think, more fun to play. Queen has the skill shot, yes. I'm not so, but which is why I think she's higher than Zarya. This is not a skill ceiling tier list. I just don't think you understand my definition of skill ceiling, Justin. You'd have to elaborate. This is how much time, if you were to devote, how long would it take you to maximize, to understand every single mechanical, cooldown, positional thing here? That's why. I don't know why skill expression and skill ceiling needs to be different. It's not different. The space of skill expression until you can't express any more skill is the ceiling, right? I don't know. I mean, I could see an argument for Queen being bottom of B just to spread things out a little bit better. You get what I'm saying? That makes sense to me. But if that's how we are accounting for skill ceiling, then Sojourner Widow should be at the top. No, because if you were to devote every hour into every day to become On's level on Widowmaker, like how long did it take Ons to become the level of Widowmaker? I don't know that it's necessarily going to be competitive with getting to Stalker level on Tracer. Now, I know you're like, what? Widowmaker server admin. Yeah, but that's just because we don't see Widow metas. We just don't see Widow metas as much. These characters are chronically played. It's how many years of Tracer metas did it take Stalker to become where he's at? And how simple is your path to improvement for Widowmaker in comparison to something like Tracer or Wrecking Ball? I get what you're saying, but I think that you're looking at like when a Widowmaker has... And the other thing as well, here's the other thing as well. When you are playing at On's level, there's only so many decisions that you can make. It becomes not only, but very heavily mechanics at some point, and it's just mechanics at some point. It's not perfect. I understand what you're saying, because it's really by far the hardest aspect of this tier list is how much do we quantify mechanics? How much do we quantify mechanics? How much more time does it take to get to On's level on Widowmaker versus it takes to get like Junbin's level on Wrecking Ball with the mechanics, and to do so consistently perfectly? I don't know. I don't know. It's a lot quicker to understand the basics of her kit, and even the complexity of her positioning is significantly easier than Ball. But I don't know. I don't think we really know. Mechanics is just a very weird thing to quantify. All right. Prince Zexu, we just dropped Diva because I think she makes fewer choices in 5v5 compared to 6v6. So again, if I could say anything with skill ceiling, it's just how long does it take you to master every aspect of the character, including mechanics? I mean, this is just my best guess. I have no idea. I think Kiriko's B tier, guys. Like I know that's going to make some people mad and some people upset. I don't think positioning with Kiriko is necessarily as hard as people think it is. It's generally hold a medium sightline angle with the DPS usually. I do think her cooldown usage can be tricky. I do think her perks have opened up the potential for more skill expression. I don't think her ultimate is difficult to use. She is more mechanical focused. Her positioning is harder than a lot of other characters. The mechanical ceiling of what you can do with Kiriko is very high. Don't tell me about, there's so many get out of jail free cards. That's not the ceiling. To master, to be the best Kiriko of all time and the professional level of play, how long would it take you to get to that point, starting from scratch? I think it's close. The only reason I could say dropping here is because her positional demands are easier than people think. They're harder than some people think, because some people think you can sit behind tank. That's not how you play Kiriko. It hasn't been in years. But it is also not like a very complicated decision like it might be with like a Mei or an Echo or a Sombra. You get what I'm saying? Because you're a support character, I don't know. I don't know how often you want a hard flank usually. I just don't think that the Kitsune is hard enough. And I don't think teleport is hard enough of an ability. I think the difficulty comes with Suzu timing and mechanics. And a little bit of positioning, more so than others. I think she has fewer positioning options than some of the other characters because there are some options that just don't make that much sense to the character. Like, you really don't want to get your teleport forced easily. So hard flanking, like the old awkward style of doing things, back when she had a 2-tap, is just not very viable anymore. And it was never really viable at the top ceiling because you would get punished for using your teleport. So you kind of have to hold softer side angles or harder side angles, but you can't really flank very often with this character. So there are more choices than pretty much every character below her in terms of how you position. But, yeah. Violet does go on hard flanks, but honestly, Violet makes mistakes. Violet gets punished for those hard flanks because sometimes it's not appropriate. You have to find the balance between when is a hard flank appropriate, when is it not. Violet generally just always leans into it. Yeah. I mean, I don't think I hope I'm not been that inconsistent how much mechanical skill plays in. My point is then how much, if the mechanics provides any sort of value, then I will include it. Any sort of value, as long as it's reasonable. Ramatra. There's a mechanical hard cap with both his punches and his Omnic form because even with like aimbot, the projectile speed makes it almost impossible to track beyond a certain range. The detonation with Vortex definitely helps. Shield is not the hardest to use because it's such a long cooldown. There's only so much that you can do with it. Yeah, positioning is less flexible. I don't even know if I put him above Orisa, guys. I think Orisa has harder mechanical demands. I think Orisa's cooldown management is arguably as hard. His ultimate's not hard. I think Javelin alone might put Orisa above Ramatra. No, Basilisk, because the reality is that because it's a longer cooldown, even when you min-max it, you can't wait for the perfect opportunity because you will take too much damage while you're waiting, or you will do too little pressure. You take the first available option with decent value, and that's the way to min-max it. I just don't know that there's enough that you can squeeze out with this character. I mean, I'm telling you guys, the fact that Omnic form projectile speed is so slow, if it was 15, 20 meters per second faster, he would immediately jump to like B tier or high C just off of mechanics alone. You just can't, like literally even with aimbot, it's just too hard. You just can't land the shots. I think low cooldown is a higher skill ceiling because more times you get to showcase that you make the right decision. Yeah. Yeah, he can choose to angle more than Orisa. That's true. But that's generally, again, is that viable with this tank? Most of the time, no. You can, but it's not good. It's the same thing we kind of talked about with Kiriko and Doomfist with positioning. Yeah. So when the best tanks in the world, the best Ramatra players in the world generally just shoot shield and shoot tank most of the time, that should tell you something. And I think the perks have helped a little bit. Yes, I do. I think the detonation vortex definitely helps, but not enough. I don't think so. Lifeweaver, tree tex, pedal tex. Life grip timing is important. There is some mechanical expression. Now, again, we're being reasonable here. How much mechanical expression, even when you play it perfectly, even with the perk, can you really squeeze out of the character? It has to be close range. It has to be close range. But if you had like laser perfect aim, it would be useful. how many situations is a tree cancel of an ultimate relevant? Petal cancel of an ultimate relevant? Pull? Oh, the best players for Ram? Bro, I don't give a frick who the best players for Ram are. You can't tell the difference. Even less so than Orisa. I want to say C. But I'm not sure. The question is not the number of things that you can do with tree or petal. It's how many times in a game do you get the opportunity to show those things? Or how long would it take you to be able to do those things? You get what I'm saying? I do think it takes a lot of preparation ahead of time to think about what you need to do before it happens. I agree that his value and skill ceiling is like super, super gap. So like, no, I wouldn't watch Chio on Lifeweaver. I would not watch a pro player play Lifeweaver. It'd be one of those ranked crazy guys. I would watch a ranked player play Lifeweaver. Who would it be? Who is the guy? Who's the guy? Why can't I think off the top of my head? He was in chat not too long ago. No, not Rack. Reform Ravi, that's it. Yeah. I would watch a reformed Ravi and watch that guy min-max the crap out of stuff. The one disclaimer I'll give with Lifeweaver is there's a lot of little things that you can do, but how often do those things actually happen? I'm not arguing that, they're not that big of an impact, because that's not skill ceiling. You guys are right. But does it happen ever? Like, I feel like if we were to pull up a reformed Ravi VOD, how many decisions, techs, whatever would we see in a game? A handful? Maybe? I don't know that it would happen that often every game. So you wouldn't really showcase, you wouldn't be squirming every fight having to do all these techs for this minuscule value. I don't even know if it'd happen. So I like let's pull up a Reform Ravi video right now. And this is where I understand my definition just struggles, because I don't know. Oh my gosh. See, this kind of stuff is, like this is irrelevant. That's not hard to do necessarily. I mean, it's not easy to do, but it's like it's irrelevant to the skill ceiling. What I'm looking for is more of like stuff like this that actually provides relevant value. Like right there, that's relevant. That's relevant. That right there is relevant. But how often can you cancel res with Petal versus a Good Mercy? That's also relevant. That's funny, but not useful. I mean, it prevented touch, but again, it's just, this is where it's like, I wonder how much do you have to consider how much value it provides versus how often do you even get the chance to do it. And I think that definition is really gray for me. This is cool. I mean, this is always useful. Sigma ult, yeah. Sigma ult, yeah. That one's pretty consistent. This is cool. Yeah, I don't really know. I would have to watch Reform Ravi play more than I do, so I will admit some ignorance here. This one's consistent. I don't know if that's the case anymore. Things might have changed. That one's pretty consistent. Having a Lifeweaver that can do that is really useful, or at least it's very skillful. If they remove the Sig ult cancel, then that's gonna kill the ceiling. I guess the question that's really hard to answer is like, what's the balance of, we don't want to say things that aren't as valuable aren't useful in terms of skill ceiling, but we do have to wonder if it just never happens. Is that really skill ceiling? Because when it doesn't happen, is it even hard to do, Like, I mean, obviously it's hard to do, but in relation to some of the other characters, it's just a decision that happens occasionally and not one that you really have to be thinking about a lot. Like, that's sick. I don't know. I'm gonna play it safe, guys, because I'm not smart enough to really even be able to nail down my own definition here. We're gonna put like we'll say mid-C. We'll say mid-C. I don't think if it never happens, it should matter. You can still squeeze that value if the time to shine happens. Yeah, I mean, I understand what you're saying, Smugly. I'm trying to find the balance between being like ultra literal, because again, the question goes, how many hours would it take from scratch to be able to do this on Lifeweaver? You know what? Screw it. I'm bumping them up just from the mechanical demands aspect. Because even if the damage doesn't matter, it's still there. In theory, Lifeweaver has insane damage. If you can track, I think you could do it. I think it's a strictly theory placement. It's a theory placement, chat. I'm trying to be consistent. It's a theory placement. The theory of the perfect Lifeweaver, how much effort to be perfect mechanically, not at range because that's impossible or irrelevant, but up close. Yeah, this is hard. This is really hard. I'm going to admit, Chad, that I don't think that, like, this is, like, you can kind of see, like, how many problems that we come in here. Like, to what extent is the hit scan's infinite technical skill ceiling relevant, Because I'm saying a reasonable theoretical ceiling. In theory, you could have Violet strap him to a keyboard, hold a gun to his head, and say, Violet, you have to get to top 1 in Lifeweaver. And take Violet's level of mechanics and make him learn how to position and use abilities and shut down, and Violet would figure it out. You know what I'm saying? In theory, value ceiling of Lifeweaver's aim is not as high as, let's say, at BAP because it's not hit scan. So, your projectiles, even if you're amazing, you can't hit them at range. Yeah. So we don't know. This argument should change the hit scan placements. No, because in theory, if you are perfect at Widow aim or perfect at Sombra aim, both on paper take just as much time to get to, right? You understand? Seriously, follow me through. Widow versus Sombra, not perfect, but the best human aim that we can possibly have right now, the best that we've ever had. It takes probably about as much time with Sombra as it does with Widow, okay? But Sombra also has to learn everything else. That's what we're going with here. It is a lot harder to pick up a hit scan than it is most other heroes because you must have the mechanical skill to pick up the character. The question, Calyx, is how long would it take the perfect player, the best player we've ever seen, to develop the perfect cooldown positioning, mechanics, and so on the character? Yes, and we are counting perks. And I think based off of that, here comes the boom. I mean, it's just, nope. Nope. Idiari has mechanical demands equivalent to a Cassidy, but Idiari has less positioning freedom than an Idiari, than a Cassidy, because Idiari is at the highest level fairly tied to her turret. It's just Cassidy, y'all. Sorry. So she actually has less, positioning dynamics than Cassidy because it's very difficult, discouraged. It's not good to move away from your pylon. So she does have outbursts. That's true. So she has a bit of vertical mobility, but it's still tied to her pylon. So her rotations are very slow and reliant off of pylon. Whereas Cassidy, yes, doesn't have verticality, but is way more positional choices because he's not reliant off of his pylon with mid-fight rotations. And then the other aspects of her kit, whether it's the healing, doesn't really change how you play. Ultimate, not really harder than High Noon. So I've coached a lot of Idiari. It is a much simpler character to understand the highest level of play than a Cassidy. She's basically a hit scan character, but with less positional choices, and technically slightly more responsibilities, but they're so minuscule that it's almost not worth talking about. The Quechua pronunciation, I've been told by my Peruvian friend, is Iyari. So if I'm not getting the pronunciation perfect, it's the Yari. It's Il Yari. It's not, I'm not pronouncing, it's not supposed to be Spanish. Yes. So I'm butchering it because I'm white. Okay. But Idiari. It's not Ili. That's me saying the ya noise, but bleeding. Ilyari. 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 It's not strictly Peruvian, it's Quechua. So my Peruvian friend who grew up speaking Quechua or knows Quechua, Ilyari. Yes. Again, it's not Spanish. It's Quechua. So stop telling me that's not how you Spanish. I know! We've had this conversation so many times. I'm going insane. The Twitch chat and YouTube chat, I love you guys, but today has been a really hard day. It's been a hard day for me. I'm losing it. Okay, Malga. Oh man. I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna do it. I've watched her release trailer. I know how she pronounces it. She says Iyari. She does. Echo calls her. I'm going crazy. I'm going nuts. So I'm going fine. Okay, that's it. I'm snapping. Frick you guys. Frick you guys.
Sun. Rise like the sun. I'll do what I have to do. I won't hold back.
Where did she say it? Does anybody know?
I am Iliari.
Okay! Shut the frick up!
I am Iliari.
Ad? Okay. Are we done with the ad, Twitch? I'm waiting patiently. Okay. All right, I'll wait. I'm going clinically insane. I'm going. How's your ad 4 minutes? Okay, one more time. Listen.
I am Iliari. And
Okay,
I am
that
the
is all. I'm done. Okay, I'm going insane. Ah! Okay. All right. Malga. Cardiac. It's not the hardest ability in terms of like the different times and how you use it. Cage fight as well is not the hardest ultimate in the world. Now I'm not just talking about you, RVR. There's some people in Twitch chat too. I'm not trying to rub it in. They missed it on ad. Listen, for as many times that I've been wrong, it's okay. It's okay. I just think mechanical ceiling with this character actually kind of matters because it is hit scan. So like you can hit your shots on range and there are times when that is useful, not very often, but that's value ceiling, right? So it isn't just shoot tank. There are times when it is, if you have great hit scan aim, you will win fights and secure eliminations that otherwise wouldn't happen, right? But I think the big thing is repositioning with Malga is actually fairly hard. It's not always as important. It's not nearly as important as it is with Winston. There's not as much capability as there is with Winston. And also hitting slam. Hitting slam. Like, again, at the highest level, watching the top tier Malga players, like, it adds up. It's not easy to hit slam. It's not always easy to know what position you should take. And he has the same mechanic. Okay, I hate to be that guy, but Malga has just as much mechanical skill ceiling, almost as much mechanical skill ceiling as Soldier 76. The only difference is that Soldier 76 has Helix, Malga does not. Now you could argue, based off of our Lifeweaver metric, that the complete dearth of times when it's relevant, I think that has to matter maybe a little bit, but again, not value, skill ceiling. You don't need to use the aim very often, but it is useful.
For all the great content.
I'm not advocating, thank you for the sub, I'm not advocating for Malga's design. I'm not advocating for a skill floor. I'm not advocating for his value floor. Irrelevant. If the absolute juice you can squeeze out of this character is pretty darn high. I think at range, okay, chat, at range, I think you do need a headshot on squishies. But I might be wrong with that. I will admit some ignorance with that because I don't know how long it takes before ignition. But I don't know. Maybe I'll bump him down a little bit. It's still relevant to actually headshot before you ignite. Okay, so there you go. It's so rare. Okay, so chat, this is where I'm running into difficulties, and you guys can kind of see what I'm saying. It's the same thing with Life Hoover, where technically Mal goes harder than Soldier, just technically, right? But if the times where headshots is relevant is so infinitesimal, then do we just bash our heads against the literal wall and say, no, Mal goes harder? Or do we accommodate for some form of realism where you will go for headshots in Malga a handful of times, and so it's such a small percentage it doesn't matter? I feel like at some point we'd have to factor that in, because we're also holding skill ceiling to a semi-reasonable level as well. Like, we're not saying a literal AI with aimbot would dominate with Widowmaker. You get what I'm saying? Like, where do we judge the sticking with our definition and bending the rules? Because it's just not reasonable to assume that a Life Weaver is going to need to hit every single shot. You get what I'm saying? It just feels so freaking hard to find that balance, and I honestly don't think I've done it perfectly. I don't know. What is reasonable for hit scan is only getting higher over time. That's true, Liba. I don't know. I hope you guys can at least like understand my difficulty here. Like, this is where I'm running into some difficulties. Because it seems silly to hold the theoretical thing so dogmatically in a situation where it's not ever going to be touched. I feel like there's no such thing as an objective skill ceiling tier list. I feel like, because even a computer making it would have to factor in what's the reasonable ceiling of mechanical out expression. Like, how much does it actually matter, you know? Well, I know you would, Lexa. Every hit scan player is going to be unhappy with my placement here, because I'm judging based off of things that to be the, but that's, I just don't think that that's, you can, if you're a hit scan player and you don't agree with this list, of course you don't. I'm not saying your role is easy. I'm saying that when you have to have hit scan perfect level mechanics and then also have to do everything else at the ceiling, that's the difference. I think we've already talked about it though, you know? So people joining halfway through are not going to like this list. I'm going to tell you that much, but that's why the context matters. I just find value ceiling tier lists to be so much less enjoyable because, as I already said, it's just so heavily based off of patch notes and meta. Venture, I don't know. Venture has a lot more positional choices to make. And I think Venture's skill floor is really high, underrated in terms of high. But I don't think their ultimate's hard. I think tracking with Drill Dash is pretty challenging. I think cooldown management is pretty challenging. But the fact that they don't have to headshot just straight up makes them easier. Like, the mechanical expression for Venture is just lower. Cooldown management and positioning is a little bit higher. But I think probably mid-C, yeah. Mid-C. More positional choices, which really carries the placement. But ult's not hard in terms of like understanding it, squeezing every bit of value out. Yeah, it's like Reaper, but with more positioning choices, slightly less mechanics, I think. Yeah, you Geog or Ugog. You're describing the punishment for not hitting the shots. That's not what we're describing. It's like min-maxing it. You get what I'm saying? I think that the best comparison is comparing it to Reaper, where Venture has more positional choices, but the ceiling of mechanics, I think, has to be lower. I don't think Drill Dash is hard enough to compensate for that. Not having to hit your abilities for shields is irrelevant to skill ceiling. I will put Venture on par with Reaper, maybe above Reaper, just because there are a lot more positions that you can choose because of the way the abilities work. And knowing how to combo your abilities is really important. The perks increases the ceiling, in your opinion? That's true. You can go a little bit further with range. And actually, 300% on the ult is free real estate, but it does open up different ult values. Yeah, I think I'll keep Venture probably where I'm at. But man, not having the headshot is a big deal. Like every other character in here. Like let's take a step back. Not having the headshot at all. Do you see what I'm saying, man? How the frick? What the frick am I supposed to do? Well, yeah, but Junkrat's is harder to hit. I think, but is it just random? Maybe we're overrating Junkrat right now. I'm going insane, guys. I'm losing my energy. We're almost done, but I feel I'm like putting my stamp of approval on this, but I don't know if I approve. Frick, dude. You know what? Frick. I'm pulling the plug. I'm breaking the glass box. I'm breaking the glass box. I'm doing it. I don't give a frick. Frick me. Ah! No headshots. Just no headshots. The projectile damage of Junkrat, it doesn't matter how good you are at Junkrat. Within a certain range, there's only so many shots that you can hit. Beyond that, it's just praying. It's the same problem we talked about with Ramnacha's Omnic. If you hit every shot in short range, that's huge, but there's just a limit of how good even aimbot can be with Junkrat. And the repositioning choices from Junkrat, I don't think compensate for the hit scan aim. Venture has similar problems, but I think Venture's more positional choices keeps him above Junkrat. Fair point about Zarya. But I think the weaving nature of their weapon, maybe? Because the mechanics isn't just either alt fire or primary fire. It's the weaving in the same nature that makes Baptiste challenging. No, I don't want to change all the ones that can't headshot because it's the consistency of your mechanics, right? So Winston can't headshot, but there's no guesswork about whether you're hitting your landing or whether you're hitting your alt fire or whether you're hitting your primal. With the headshot perk. Without the headshot perk, maybe down here. I think she's got a really high skill floor, frankly, outside of her ultimate. Yeah, that's with headshot. Yeah. Her cooldowns are way harder than BAP. Maybe not way harder, but there's way more ways to position yourself. Okay, so let's start with this. Positioning, way more choices with Juno. Way more choices than Juno. Or than BAP, sorry. But I think the weapon play with BAP is a lot harder, even if you factor in letting Juno have headshots, because of the weaving. The problem with Ana's headshot perk, and the reason why I wouldn't immediately bump her up to like above Lucio or Genji, which is a fair question, is I just don't know if the headshot perk is good enough. Like, even if you do hit like a lot of headshots, like if you're a cracked Ana, if you put Shu on Ana and he's hitting every shot that he possibly can, like more headshots than he's hit in his life, is it still better than double nano? I actually don't know. No, I know, but like you do have to choose. Like I'm only going to choose a perk if it's good from a value perspective. You don't pick an arbitrarily hard metric if it's literally bad. You get what I'm saying? So what you do is you say, this is the correct thing to do. How long does it take to maximize that? Right? I wouldn't purposely pick a bad perk just to see how long it takes me to master it. You understand? Like, we can't say, oh, Doomfist, if you do all the random rollouts, it takes you forever if the rollouts are literally bad. If they're useful, even by 0.1%, then they get the pass. So I'm saying that double nano is still yet unexplored. It's map situational for sure, comp situational for sure, but I'm not quite ready to hang my hat on it just yet. But if it turns out that they nerf double nano or we've over underrated, then I do think that she's probably even higher than Winston in terms of skill ceiling. I do think the headshot perk would change her ceiling a lot though. Well, maybe Zay, because nano for offensive value is still really valuable, even if you're not getting dove. I'm going crazy, guys. I'm developing an eye twitch. Juno positioning is harder than BAP. Cooldowns are probably about the same, maybe a little bit harder for Juno. Weapon play is way harder than BAP. I think ultimate with BAP is probably harder too. And now here's what happens. You guys want the honest thing? It's not you guys. I'm not blaming you guys. It's the fact that I don't like. This is fun content, but because I'm obsessive about. I have to be confident in what I'm doing. The fact that I'm not confident, and then there's occasional holes and flaws in my logic, is like really bothering me. So I'm like, it's annoying me. So it's not your fault. I'm just annoyed. Okay. Hazard has a pretty high mechanical ceiling. Movement, a lot of movement flexibility, a lot of cooldown choices. Ultimate's fairly easy, but has like a little bit of mechanical things. I think Hazard's probably up here. I put Hazard probably above Diva for positioning because of wall climb. Mechanical demands are probably about the same in terms of ceiling, like how much can you really squeeze, is it worth squeezing out? But I think Hazard has slightly more cooldown / positional choices. But I don't know if Hazard's reasonable ceiling matches up this mechanically. It matches up the Sigma. His positioning is way harder than Sigma, so like that's kind of like the thing I'm unsure on. I don't know. His perks. The thing is, the Sigma's actually had some perks that increase his skill ceiling. Hazard's perk that's I guess there's a couple of perks that have increased potential squeezing out value. I don't like his perks that much either, to be honest with you. But I'm thinking more about like what value do they provide. Yeah, I don't know. I'm feeling like really sniffing the top of B tier in terms of ceiling. Like there's just so much value that you can squeeze out of this character. Even if not all of it's useful, there's so much tech. There's so much mechanics from both the jump, the shots, the shooting while moving, the repositional choices, how you're using your wall, and a little bit of your ultimate. I wouldn't say his ultimate is Sigma ult difficulty, but it's harder than, you know, a lot of the other ults. He was overtuned for a long time, which hurts people's perception of him because his value floor was like really freaking high. I just don't think he has as many positional decisions as like a Sombra because he's not fast enough to do so. I think he has like the same amount of positional choices as like a Doomfist, I think. Maybe not around the same. His wall helps him out immensely with choosing different angles, as does block, but Doomfist is faster. Doomfist is much faster. Frick, man. All right, let's simplify this a little bit. Let's just bump cast down to let's leave as is. I mean, I think it's not as offensive to be in D now because remember I try to order things kind of sort of. So Cassidy isn't just D. Cassidy's the best in D. You know what I'm saying? Or Sojourn's the best in C. So you get what I'm saying? It kind of evens our distribution out. So everything is relative on a tier. If we weren't doing that, then C tier would have like 65 trillion heroes. You know what I'm saying? Okay, so let's do this. Based off of my definition of how long would it take you to min-max every detail, mechanics included, on a character, what do you think? And we're bending the rules a little bit. We're saying theoretical ceiling that's likely to be achieved by a pro player that's fully devoting their time. Characters like Lifeweaver are awkward because no pro player has ever done that. But like, let's say Lifeweaver becomes hard meta for the next 2 years. What do you see? You get what I'm saying? Who do you think is the fraud here? I think the reason why I'm okay with Mei right now is because I do think the projectile speed of Icicle and the fire rate, well, the projectile speed of Icicle means that it's pretty consistent to land. Maybe you could make the same argument for Zenyatta Hanzo. I don't know. You think Symmetra needs to move down? You think her mechanics are too easy in comparison to we're talking about alt fire and tracking. Do you think it's too easy in comparison to a character like Junker Queen? The reason why I put Symmetra over Zarya is they have similar mechanical demands when played perfectly, but Symmetra has more positional choices. And their cooldown management is similar in terms of how difficult to understand. Xin has mechanical demands, which is why he's not F tier. Zarya and Symmetra is not more important than a Widow aim. In fact, it's significantly lower in mechanics. It's just that Widow doesn't have any of the positional or cooldown management, or not near as much. And Zarya has much more positional demands with her alt fire perk. Thank you, J-Rex. It is Liba, which is why I put Widowmaker over Cassidy, despite her kit being more sparse than Cassidy in some ways. I'm going to go ahead and give one final disclaimer here. I think the criticism here is that there isn't a real clarity about the level of mechanical skill to squeeze every ounce of value out of a character like Widowmaker. And crucially, how is it harder for scoping than tracking? I don't have an answer there. I don't even have projectile size information. So take all of the aim ones with at least a little grain of salt. You get what I'm saying? I just don't know. Because you could even make the argument that I said about like, oh, Mei is not as bad mechanically because the projectile speed means that you could pretty consistently land headshots in medium to long ranges. But in theory, you could also say the same thing about Hanzo based off of that. Now, I would not say that Hanzo is as hard as Mei in terms of skill ceiling because Mei has so much more going for a kit. But does that mean that Hanzo is underrated? I don't know. I don't know. Widow is the only character that's pre-season 9 hitboxes. Hanzo 2? Really? Oh, frick. I'm just not so convinced of the life weave replacement, man. Like, would it be good to have aimbot for Lifeweaver Thorns at ranges over 20 meters? Like, does it matter outside of point blank? In which case, it's just so hard because his split second decision making, it just seems that happens so incredibly infrequently that like going by the letter of the law here just seems wrong. This is where like the skill ceiling and value ceiling thing bleeds just a little bit because I can't be a computer. You know what I'm saying? I don't know, man. I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna do it. It feels like a Ramatra moment, right? Where it's like it doesn't matter if you had aimbot on your projectiles in most situations. You can see everything. This is the whole... The chat and face cam aren't covering anything. Maybe it's the same with Malga, man. Maybe Malga needs to be bumped behind here. And the same with Ryan. Ah. Because I'm just like, if it's just completely pointless to have laser aim for Malga. I don't know. Well, and the problem here as well is that, like, I love you. Obviously, it's really difficult because I don't have the definition on screen, so it's not y'all's fault. But I can't go from scratch and explain what I mean by skill ceiling. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. Well, this doesn't get the Spylo stamp of approval, but it gets the Spylo I did my best gold star, given the time. I think what we'd have to do, chat, is we'd have to start all over again. I'm not going to do it, but we'd have to start all over again and reevaluate what our definition of skill ceiling is. Probably be a more reasonable ceiling of, like, what do we think that, like, basically waiting. In theory, if you're perfect with Bastion or whatever, but it just is so infinitesimally useful that with the skill ceiling, we are going to be a little biased towards how much you can get out of it. It's just really hard. Like, how do you define skill ceiling, man, when mechanical stuff comes into play? You just don't know. I don't know if there is a specific criteria, because if you have a robotic specific criteria, then it just becomes really dumb. Like, it's not useful or interesting or thoughtful at all. You know what I'm saying? Sojourn and Kiriko are being underrated mechanically. I don't think so. I think Sojourn's projectiles are a little awkward to land at long range, and so therefore are probably too inconsistent. But yeah, I don't think Sojourn and Kiriko specifically. Kiriko's projectile, I don't know. Beach Boys, what's up? Oh, good old Beach Boys, baby. Let's look at my old skill ceiling tier list, chat. I did one not too long ago, a few years ago. I wonder if it's still up. Skill ceiling tier list, Spylo. Is there one? No, that's a value ceiling tier list. Ah, frick. Wait, why did I do a value ceiling tier list? Am I dumb? Am I dumb? I'm dumb. Why would I do that? What is wrong with me? Let's do an old one. Wait. Skill floor ceiling Overwatch tier list. Okay, hang on. Let me pull over. What do you guys think of this? This is like 4 years ago. Yeah. I think Pharah is overrated. I think Zen is overrated. Yeah, Zen is too high for this. Zen is way too high. Hog was a little higher because he had alt fire back then. Soldier maybe a bit overrated or underrated. Sombra feels a bit underrated. I'm not sure. So this is 4 years ago. I think Sombra's definitely underrated. I think Pharah's overrated. Sombra's underrated. Doomfist probably a bit underrated potentially as well because it's DPS Doomfist. Not sure. Echo underrated? Yeah. Yeah, I think so too. I don't know what she was like at the time, but I think she was fairly similar. I don't think she's had any major changes. And you could definitely see like the more traditional mechanical bias of this as well, which we try to avoid today, but ultimately maybe we went too far. DPS Doom at a higher skill setting than Tank Doomfist? Yes, I think so. Yeah, I don't know, man. Yeah, Mastery is different than Ceiling. Mastery is like a good step below Ceiling. Like, how hard does it take to be a pro at a character? Like top level. You know, not the best, greatest of all time, you know? Yeah, I don't know why Echo is lower than Pharah. I have no explanation. This is prior to a rework, so I have no explanation. Well, the reason I'm saying aim bias is because you could say that to get Tracer has just as much mechanical requirements to master than it does with Widowmaker, if not more. But you're like, oh, but you don't have to have perfect aim to, or the greatest, like Widow level aim. Widow is literally all aim, so if you don't have aim, you fail. Yeah, but that's the value that you're getting out. You know what I'm saying? Tracer provides value with things other than her aim. Widow doesn't. That's what I'm talking about with aim bias. But the problem was there were some characters like Winston which didn't have as much aim requirements as a Widowmaker, even at their ceiling. And so you're like, well, what would take longer? To play Winston to perfection or Widow to perfection? You know? Yeah, Zen has got a major aim bias because technically Zenyatta's mechanics are not any harder than Echo's. Or not, honestly, not even any harder than Soldiers, right? So Zen worst should be down here, or best should be down here. It is too nebulous to be useful, yes. I think whenever we do tier lists, besides just, funny content, I do tier lists for this. I do tier lists to look for outliers. Okay, this is what you do tier lists for. Okay, you guys want the life hack here? I do tier lists to go, man, we need to do something to make these characters have more skill expression. You know what I'm saying? And also, when you look at this, I know some people are going to be mad at some of my rankings here, but honestly, this is pretty damning. You know what I'm saying? Like, I look at every single one of these characters, with maybe the exception of Zenyatta, just because he does have his value, his skill floor is still pretty high. And I'm like, man, could we not do better than that, right? Certainly with the newer characters, right? Like, there's no excuse for this. You know what I'm saying? We got to do better than that. So it's like you kind of use that to kind of think about hero design a little bit, you know? But again, as I said, this isn't a perfect one-to-one to hero design because I know this character is a bit problematic. This character has its problematic moments. Even this character has their problematic moments, right? You know, problematic at times, you know, and so on. We can go on and on. So. like Ramattra has immense potential for a high skill ceiling. I think his weapon, if it functioned better, if his cooldowns were more consistently available, there would be more opportunity for skill expression. If his ultimate was anything different, if Nemesis form block operated differently, was something you can manage. But ultimately, it's just kind of flops. It's not just about skill ceiling though. It's also value to like effort to reward ratio, right? Like Venture's got a kind of a lower skill ceiling because it can't headshot, but there is a pretty high skill floor to get in, right? Like you have to understand the fundamentals immediately, right? Juno is kind of similar in that aspect in some ways, and Hazard's kind of similar too. So again, like I think you really only look for F tier or the bottom of D tier. I don't think you have to like freak out over that. Yeah, the infinite flight file was not good. That was a bad placement straight up. Mercy can headshot though? No, technically not, Sarely, because ignoring the fact that Mercy pistoling is not always relevant because the projectiles are too slow. Projectiles are too slow to be consistent. Yeah, exactly, Lukigo. Exactly. It's how slow the projectiles are. It's the same thing with I was just saying with Mercy Pistol. It's just that because the projectiles are so slow, a lot of even high level play becomes a little bit of chance, you know? So anyway, I'm gonna pee, bro. I am completely exhausted and a little disappointed. I would have liked to have felt a little more confident in the result here, but appreciate y'all hanging around. Maybe we'll play some Overwatch. Would have liked to have been more confident, but part of it was my own limitations of thinking these things through as much as I'd like, but also part of it is I just don't know what the objective goal is with something like this. So, all right, I'll be right back. Be right back. Yeah, I mean, honestly, I'm kind of like, I don't really know what to do, guys. Like, normally I post the tier lists on chat or YouTube or whatever. But straight up, what do I do? Like, there's no way I can crop this down. Like, I could, but I mean, good gosh, how many editing hours to chop like an hour of random discussion? Like, do I just post the full thing and say screw the police? Do you think we just come back to it next week? Okay, maybe we do that. But like a 4-hour VOD or 3, it would be like a 3-hour VOD. No way. I don't know. Do we revisit it? YouTube chat, what do you think? Oh, man. Cheers, Insanity. Yeah. I think maybe the plan is revisit it next week. Go at it again, skim through it, clarify my stance, maybe reevaluate each hero a little bit more carefully, but try to speed run it a little bit. Okay. Because the full VOD will still be on YouTube if you want to watch on the live tab. All right, let's do it. Let's do a Twitch chat poll. Tank, DPS, support. All right, poll's live. Twitch chat. Justin, I don't know,
As a
man.
Tracer player,
Skill ceiling,
do
I
you
feel
have any
like
advice
face.
on getting annoyed when I lose to perceived low skill floor heroes? Lol.
Know that your character has a limitless value ceiling. To use our terminology today, if you get good at Tracer, Tracer, unlike some of the other characters that have high, like, you could just keep getting better and better and better and better and better and better. So be patient. Drill one thing at a time, find satisfaction out of the distraction and harassment and forcing CDs, and go from there. But if you don't enjoy it, then maybe you don't enjoy Tracer. Sadly, the definition command doesn't work. I don't know how to add commands on YouTube. Can you add commands on YouTube? I'm sorry, Uchini or whatever. And yes, as Yotam also says, time spent on Tracer has really good carryover to other characters. It's good mechanics, good game sense, good cooldown, positioning angles, and so on. Whereas a lot of the other characters' problems is that they don't have transferable skills.
In conflict.
I might be too tired to play Doomfist, y'all. I'm not gonna lie to you guys. This might be an interesting day for ranked.
Dodge this.
What do you think is the most transferable skills? Anything that takes angles, anything mobile that has a mechanical requirement.
Welcome to prepare for battle.
Tracer, Soldier,
Select
Sojourn.
your hero.
Doomfist. Soldier. I think I already said that. Kiriko if you play her properly. Oh frick, no streamer mode. Ah! Don't say anything. No! Genji, yeah. What do you guys want to see?
Hi. Konnichiwa.
Man, I'm gonna. I don't freaking care. They're not. I just. My body craves Doomfist, guys. Like it's so satisfying. You know what I'm saying?
5, 4, 3, 2.
I've got it in me.
Objective unlocks in 30 seconds.
I'm here.
It's time.
Hi.
Prove yourselves.
Hey.
That's in there. Echo.
Hi.
Oh no! Wait, when I'm lagging. You guys see that? Thank you. That's kind of my bad. Frick.
Behind you. I can use a hand.
No.
I need backup.
Moving the barricade.
Frick, that was bad. No, I knew I fed.
Ready for a knockout?
Bro, I'm asking for so much for my supports. That's my bad. Holy crap.
The lead is ours.
They took the robot from us.
Fully charged.
Frick. I'm just taking too much damage.
Konnichiwa. Hey. What's up? This will cut the pain. Konnichiwa.
Prepare yourself. We must stop the enemy now.
Oops, I didn't mean to do that.
Hey there.
Your team has lost the lead.
We lost the lead.
Back. Okay, we're not backing. I tried to help.
Enemy forward spawn room activated.
Face me.
Engaging enemy forces.
Frick.
Let's put a stop to that. Meteor strike ready to be unleashed. Fully charged.
It's go time. Adaptive circuits engaged.
Meteor strike.
Taking the robot.
You are a disgrace.
The breeze brings relief.
I don't really know which one to choose. I can never.
Enemy forward spawn room deactivated.
Oh wow, we stole the robot.
We need that
Okay,
robot back.
that's not bad.
Hey there. Konnichiwa.
Enemy forward spawn room.
I have you.
Hey! Oh, I didn't mean to do that.
That's better.
That's not good. We have to stop them. The robot is in my possession.
Dodge this.
Oh, frick. No! I tried to LOS it. My bad. Shoot. Oh.
What's up?
Ready for a knockout?
My bad.
This is what I'm talking about. You have to think so much on this guy.
I slept the target. Don't let them push any
On
further.
guard. Here.
Holy frick.
Cooling down.
Are we dead?
The breeze
thank you.
brings relief.
Frick.
Careful. We're out. They're pushing the barricade.
Wait for it. Meteor strike.
Open fire.
Nope.
When you can push.
I'm just.
Just
Oh, yeah, that's
that
fine.
Powered up.
Don't fret. I see you.
Turret's getting hit.
That's why we got builds here.
Got your back.
We gotta walk, boys. We gotta walk.
Rescue that robot. Here.
We gotta walk. We gotta walk. We gotta walk. We gotta walk. We gotta walk a little bit. You gotta help me out a little bit.
The robot is ours.
Setting out the welcome mat.
Oh no. We have to take space, bro. Like I'm trying, but we're kind of looking uphill, and if one of our DPS doesn't take space, then
Much better. I'll watch here.
Upgrade unlocked.
it doesn't block hook, chat. Why don't I know this?
The robot is in my possession.
Tremble before me.
Frick.
Dodge this.
Adaptive circuits engaged. Go time.
No.
Take back the robot.
Area denied. Meteor strike.
Wait for it. Gauntlet charge. Meteor strike.
Got
You in my sights.
Kaiki. They took him from us.
Frick. Frick. That's okay. No? Yeah. That's what I figured.
I'm on my game now.
Setting out the welcome mat.
Prepare yourself.
Maybe? Yeah, there's just so much happening in a choke.
Hey, big guy.
Man. Oh, frick. No, that was such a feed.
Breaking them down.
I was not paying attention to my HP. Let's go. We should still win this. Nice nade.
Ready for a knockout?
The robot is in my possession.
2 minutes remaining.
Rocket button.
It's go time.
Wait.
Nanoboost administered.
I'm on fire. Robot needs exfil. Let's stick with it.
Powered up.
Locking satellite vector. Let the Kitsune guide you.
Where are we?
Now go get it. My gift to you. Efficient design.
Adaptive circuits engaged. Doomfist.
Rocket button. Gauntlet charge. Just meteor strike.
Like that's where I'm a little bit confused.
Stop the reply. Your coming is almost ready.
This is your warning.
60 seconds.
Begin erection.
Behind you. Watashi ga mamoru. Gaining altitude.
Rocket
Setting out the welcome mat. Time to
wise decision. Prepare yourself.
Kill him. He's sitting in the open. Kill him! Shoot the head! Oh my gosh. Shut up, Biggie G! What is my torque doing? Our robot is too far away to do that.
10 seconds remaining.
I can't play this far forward.
Got you in my sights.
Oh, frick, I don't want my slam.
Get in there.
Who dares confront me?
Let the Kitsune.
I wreak chaos.
hurry. Take the robot.
Frick.
Defeat.
That wasn't a bad warm-up game, all things considered. Tough matchup for me. Not something I'm experienced with, but it was overall could have been a lot worse for a warm-up game. Consolation, there you go. Torba's imitating me. No. So no back. You can front line a hog if you outplay the hook. You just need to angle. You don't have to flank. Flanking on that map. Well, it depends. It depends. It's not as simple as just flank though. Wait, why did I pick Sigma? We're locked in. You just need to abuse your mobility to angle the hog or angle the Onakirku, and I wasn't consistent at doing that. And also, I kept getting punished for lack of cover usage around the
Our
hook.
future will be forged in conflict.
I have heard of your experiments. There is no honor in what you do.
I think the Roadhog experience was fine.
That name from?
I just needed to play it better.
Oh, that's right. The family of
This wasn't good for
criminals.
winning mid-diamond rank games. Shut up, Biggie Cheese.
Been a while.
Doomfist is one of my least played characters, so there's like a lot of the macro and micro I get wrong.
5,
Thong Buckle wins those.
3, 2, 1.
Oh yeah, I need to change channel, thank you.
Capture objective A.
I require assistance.
Lloyd.
You cannot escape me. Let's try, honey.
On guard, here.
Dynamite out.
Now feast.
So now we break turrets.
Fully charged.
Frick. That was bad. Ugh.
I offer something more.
I kind of went for the ego there because we were up one, we had space, and I had charge punch, but I wonder if I should have played right side instead. Like angled around the truck instead. Frick.
This one. This is your warning. Rocket! Ready for a knockout?
Your pain will be endless.
Powered up.
Right. That's not what I meant to do. Shoot. Ugh, it's messy.
I will achieve my vision. Wait for it.
Be nourished.
Still the same angle as the play.
Enemy located.
Yahi Vastavika.
Let the dragon confer.
Frick.
Get in there, bomb.
Sing your life.
Charging.
No. Touch a sleep dart. Yeah, we were just getting picked basically every single fight. On rotation, we can't even get out of the choke. It's alright.
You can't hide.
Nice.
Gauntlet charged. Meteor strike.
To my will. وريهم قوتك. That must be upgrade unlocked.
I needed to get out there instead of hitting the punch. I needed to punch out. Well, my Zen got picked as well.
From the jaws of time.
Send your best. I'm ready.
So winnable.
Fully charged.
10 seconds remaining.
There is no more time. Seize victory now. Seizing the objective. Rally here.
Bob, do something.
Frick. I really needed to hit that punch. Missed too many punches. That's alright.
Complete.
Yeah, I needed a punch out there instead of hitting the punch on the Kiriko or whatever
Score.
on the first push in the point.
0-0. Switching sides.
Sojourn's really strong, or isn't I?
Prepare your defenses.
I think Sojourn's really strong right now.
Select your hero.
Yeah, Ryan is really good in holding that first choke. And our backline was really slow, and our Moira didn't flank, so we got stuck in choke. How am I being hard countered? How is anything that they run a hard counter? I don't think I got slept even.
I have heard of your experiments. There is no honor in what you do.
Shimada, where do I know that name from? Oh, that's right. The family of criminals.
Basically, here's the thing. I took angle, but didn't do enough damage on angle, and messed up a couple of punches on angle. You get what I'm saying? I don't flank. I don't sit there and shoot Ryan the whole time, because that exposes me. The problem is while I didn't do enough damage on angle, my team also stand and choke the entire time, don't take space around Ryan, and also just get picked kind of randomly. Like, they either would die here. Then we failed a lot of our ults on our one ult fight. I went deep, forced people back, and died twice. That was my problem. If I got back deep, like right there, nothing I can do about that.
Here is an enemy.
Weird that didn't charge punch.
Much better. Spotted 20.
That's okay. I kind of went for the riskier play there, given the fact that we were down 2. Yeah. The problem is they don't... It's not that they don't walk, it's they don't go sideways, you know? So... Because you can walk around Ryan, or at least open your angle up around the choke, but that's all right. And I got, when I got to the angle, I didn't hit the punches, and then when I got behind them, the one time I tried to punch out and I accidentally hit the Kiriko, and the other time when I went all the way behind them and I died to the sim, I got baited by the sim. I needed to get a kill there, or needed to live. No, I don't need a VOD review. I know exactly what did wrong. Like, oh yeah, I'll change the stream title really fast. Tank to world's best tank player, NA.
Our future will be forged in conflict.
Tank play banger. Wow. Wow.
In your prime.
Yeah, the skill ceiling thing we did earlier.
Not fear.
It's frustrating, but at the same time, it's like I did the right thing positionally, but I didn't do the right thing mechanically, you know? So I can't really point fingers.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Oh yeah, I think I need to change the YouTube title. Sorry guys, sorry YouTube. I'll do it after this game. I did headline, I did Twitch title. Oh, dog.
Breaking them down.
Brick. That was overextension. Man, that Reaper took a chunk out of me. Whoops. That's my bad.
Charging.
The objective
We have to defend the point.
Oh, nice. Let's open up a little bit here. No,
Name's Curtin.
Don't say. I see you.
Whoops.
I am under attack. Round number. Bad guys. Heads up.
Dodge this.
Oi, oi, oi. Nice sleep. 2-2. Oh my gosh, frick.
Helden sterben nicht.
What day next week do you think we'll revisit? Let's not sure. Maybe Tuesday. I'm not sure. I'm not sure what my stream schedule looks like next week yet. Let's open up this way.
This is your warning.
Yeah, I can do this all day as long as my Zen is LS.
Well done. Rocket spot. Step right.
Dodge this. Capturing the point.
Barrels are smoking. Ready for a knockout?
Close your eyes.
That's okay.
Face me.
Oh, they went Cassie Mercy. Okay.
So fast.
Fully charged. Now do you understand?
None of you said
This is your warning. Feel my might.
I'm on my game now.
Rocket punch.
Wait, what? Okay. Where are we fighting? Probably back towards point, so. We'll angle from top. Wait for my cast. Get a peek here. Looks like they're going inside this room here, so I'll meet them on the angle here.
It's go time.
I thought he used hook. Whoops. We should still get him though. Pop it.
Area denial.
My bad. I thought that he'd used hook.
Prepare yourself.
My soul ignited.
Should still be okay though. I'm kind of just getting punching back, but we're winning, I guess, so. I'm gonna kind of pressure a little early here. They might rotate underneath now that I think about it, actually.
Rocket punch. Knocked out.
First round.
Nice.
1.
How do you not get mad when your teammates are the best? Well, I mean, I know I'm not the best either.
1-0.
And you're not getting backseat coached by people that don't know half as much as you do. But they're also probably better than you at the hero, so that takes a little bit of mental resilience. It just takes practice, man. It just takes practice. Let me pull up the stream title so I can change that.
Someone wise and experienced. An adoptive mother, if you will.
Oh no, absolutely
Hey, Zedis.
not.
Tank
5,
destruction
4, 3, 2,
on YouTube chat. I don't have YouTube chat pulled up for a second.
Capture the objective.
Over there!
That was weird. Did you guys hear that?
I'm under attack.
It didn't show hooked in my end, but I took damage for it, and it made the hooked noise. Sombra. Interesting.
The objective is
Have to
now.
defend the point.
Dodge this. Lights out. Powered up.
I had to gamble. Shoot. Alright, YouTube chat is back, I think.
G'day, mate.
I will strengthen this world. Much better.
Unlocked.
What the frick?
Ladies and gentlemen, start your engines.
Attaining the objective. I wreak chaos. Wise decision. Rocket body. Fully charged.
I see you.
Looks like we want to hold choke, so I'm gonna try to hold choke with us. kind of don't really want a really hard hold choke here, to be honest, but... Bro, how is that the only damage I do? Are you kidding me? Did he roll it? Okay, that was questionable. That second punch was probably not the play. It's like he rolled the punch, but if the punch is a stun,
I rise.
You know what I'm saying? It was a little greedy, okay.
You in my sights.
You're powered up. Get in there.
Doom approaching.
Dear diary, today I blew up 7 people in a row.
And my junk is holding, so I hold with my junk.
Over there. Enemy over there.
No, don't hog. Okay, there you go. There we're good. Okay. GG's.
I don't die that easily.
That was fun. I like playing versus CC, honestly. Like, within reason, if the map's good. You know? I like getting, Hog is just not a very strong tank right now, you know? And if the map's friendly for Doomfist, which it was, then it's not a situation in which I should swap. There's plenty of verticality to play there, plenty of cover for me to play around. I think Doomfist right now is probably the stronger tank than Hawk, especially with the major perk. Yeah. So.
Our future will be forged in conflict.
What? Fui 500? No way it's actually him, right? Chat. I think this is him. I think this is him.
Wandering off on your own?
5, 4.
I legit think this is him.
2, 1. Initial flashpoint. Mark it.
I played a couple of games with him back in the day when I was climbing up for Masters.
Too reckless out there. Wandering off on your own? Enemy coming right on.
On guard, here.
Flashpoint.
Where is this Stricker?
In 10 seconds.
Enemy here.
Oh man, they did the far rotation.
Damn.
I gotta be really careful with that.
Do not disappoint me again.
That's crazy. Who would have thought running the Fui 5000 or 500? Those guys don't know, it was like a really famous Torb one trick back when Torb was really bad. One of the most hated one tricks of all time. Up there with like Evil Toaster. Don't know much about him personally, but.
Maldición. My payload is down.
Face me.
Stay close. I'm trying to pass. Area denied. They're taking the objective. Here's one. Enemy here. Enemy. Enemy spotted.
No. There you go. No. Frick, that was so poorly played.
Feel my might.
Oh, the cheeks clenched.
Rocket punch.
I hear my tracer on point. Don't even have time to pick up Mega.
Over there.
Go for Soder next. No.
I like how that.
No. I thought no. Oh my gosh!
Attaining the objective.
Setting out the welcome into the iris.
I thought she'd go for it because of the trance. She's dead.
Face me.
There we go. Wait, he deflected that? You can't deflect that. What the frick, chat? Did you guys see that?
Face my burning fist.
No way he jumped. No way.
Upgrade.
Charging. Damn.
Mark. Secure.
No, I'm trolling.
Flashpoint.
This Ana has no confidence whatsoever. I'm really helping.
Heal me.
I've been to a
Thank you.
funeral.
Frick.
Enemy here. Healing fire.
Flashpoint unlocks in 10 seconds.
This will be over quickly.
You know what, chat? The voices.
Wait for it. Meteor strike.
I have the objective.
I can think about it. Damn it, they thought about it. God! That's work. It works. No! Okay. Frick. She hit it.
Dodge this.
Hey, it's Kiko.
I think the plan is to go over left here. Because there's more cover here.
Area denial.
As though I needed the help.
You see what I'm saying? Look at the space here.
You really need a scope to do that?
This ends now.
Attaining the objective. I wreak chaos.
I feel a
Heroes never die.
Never turn your back on a threat.
Damn.
I'm sorry if I'm missing any questions.
Kakaya. Enhancing your strength.
That's more like it.
I was thinking about rotating over there already, but
They're on the objective.
Pass into the iris.
Ready for a knockout?
Upgrade unlocked.
oh no, the Zen literally took one for the team. I mashed the button. No, I could have got my perk as well. No.
Get them off the objective.
Oh no. Like 3 different things could have gone differently there. Like 3 different things. Oh man.
My ultimate is ready.
Over here.
Oh no. Can we do it, chat? No, we don't. We don't do it.
Lost. Next flashpoint.
Come to me for heal.
Now we're. If my Kiriko had lived there, I would have gone for it. But she got picked.
Get ready.
Prepare yourself.
Flashpoint unlocks in 10 seconds.
I was up! I pressed the button, I went up in the air and went back down!
They're taking the objective.
I rise again. Setting out the welcome mat.
Pass
Rocket
into
punch.
the iris.
Fully charged. Feel my might.
My ultimate is ready. Join me.
Rocket punch.
Enemy spotted.
Show me what you're made of.
Protect your seizing the objective. Rally here.
Enemies never die.
I've got you in my sights.
Meteor strike.
Let's try that again.
Ah, you're joking me. No, no, no! See, that's where you're wrong. That's a, yeah, no, 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 no.
Regret is for the weak.
Okay. You go Reaper. She doesn't know, chat. She doesn't know. It's. Frick. Do I even play for this chat? I don't think so.
Lost.
Well done.
Next,
As though I
flashpoint.
need
Guarded.
No, I was talking about the fact that it's Fui 500. My guy wouldn't swap for anybody.
odds are against us.
My guy is, he doesn't swap.
I need help.
Flashpoint unlocks in 10 seconds.
Wait for it.
No.
Powered up.
I'm trolling. Oh! Dang it, that's my bad. I don't know what happened to Torva's second. He played it back in the day when people didn't really play Torv. Like, Torv was really bad back in the day.
Rocket punch.
Sam? No, okay, there you go.
Dodge this.
Over there. Staring. I see an enemy. Thank you.
Pass into the iris.
Bro, like... I'm getting ping gap. That's the second time.
Setting out the welcome mat. Now get over here. We're outnumbered.
Okay. We're good.
Rocket punch.
We're good.
Heroes
Tracer will touch.
That's more like it.
We're not gonna touch.
Damage intensified.
Seizing the objective.
Hi!
Rally here.
And we didn't get it.
I could use some assistance.
Trolled this one. That's alright.
I think we're outnumbered.
My bad.
Defeat.
What? I'll go find him. I mean, Fui experience, but also Spilo experience that happens. I see Chip says critique. No. But honestly, you guys, I had a great time collabing with Chipsa. Pretty smart feller. I don't think he has very smart Overwatch takes. For a while. But I'm curious. I checked a couple of his videos like that back in the day. I did not agree with him at all. But I would have to hear what he had to say about that specific one.
Our future will be forged in conflict.
What are the odds of the Ani
I
getting
have
Susan
yet
at
to
that
see a
exact same
report
moment?
on your latest experiment.
It's making progress.
Our timeline is non-negotiable.
We keep interrupting when
Unsalted
Sherry
salt.
Battle
No.
expedite things.
What's good to warm to practice for a new Surge or an Azure in the vaccine DM? No other way. Maybe Kovacs? I don't know. But yeah, there is no other better way than deathmatch, to be honest with you, mate. But if you don't like those things, try quick play. Better than nothing.
Round 1. Capture the objective.
Our trial begins.
Enemy here! Enemy over here! Behind you!
The objective
You get out of there, Venture.
claiming the objective.
A little bit of space.
Behind you!
We didn't get capped, sadly.
We need to defend the point! Over here. There's one!
Walk.
Being under!
Wait for it.
Basically full dive.
Powered up.
I'm going to bring them back!
That's better.
Attack the objective!
Join with me.
Yeah, Mercy Moira, classic.
Hey! I see one! I see an enemy!
You know what?
Fully charged.
Well, it worked, but
Heroes never die!
you know what?
Enemy here! The enemies are taking the objective!
Surrender to my will.
Plotting out the dig site!
Meteor strike.
Sorry. Now, how do we use 3 ults there? Venture ult, Moira, Cole, everything, nothing dies? What the frick happened? Did we focus on healing too much or what?
Anna checking in. Symmetra reporting.
I must time my push. I think that's the main thing. I needed to be if I had been there. I took 1, but maybe that's not enough.
Over there. Over here.
Okay. We're rotating. That's fine. I have ult.
I am at the objective. We must take it. Targeting hostile.
Upgrade unlocked.
Are you kidding me? And I don't get empowered punch. Ah!
Healing fortified.
That is cringe.
Targeting hostile.
We still win these. We still win these. We still win these. We're good.
Ready for a knockout?
Enemy inside. Blocking satellite vector.
Powered up.
Just didn't get anything out of our ults. Not a single thing.
I'm on the objective.
Do not move. My spirit blazes.
5 ults. 0 kills.
Best
Mine
round
include.
lost.
Yeah, I'm not sure, Grandma. No, Magister. Don't say it.
0-1.
Their comp is really good versus ours, though, I will say. Juno Brick.
I still have much to learn.
Not bad. I have not played Bomb, though.
Stay sharp. It's harder to keep
If
you
I remember
alive
correctly,
when
is
you're
what
distracted.
IRC means. No, you can't, Magister. I can physically will you to not say it. Here we go. Bam.
5,
Watch.
4, 3.
Our support lineup is horrific versus them, unless their DPS know how to DPS.
Capture the objective.
Establishing aerial position.
Anna checking in.
Dodge this.
Baptiste here.
Rendezvous at my position. Group up at my
On guard
position.
here.
cancel without beating the thing.
The objective is now.
This is your warning.
Nice.
A little
Double kill.
watch your back.
I am securing the point.
Triple kill.
A masterful slaughter.
Team
No chance.
Dante stream? Yep. Yeah. Fun fact, actually. Ah! It's like the pixel!
Fall back and regroup.
Wait, it doesn't give charge? What the frick? Oh, what's going on, guys?
Over there. Enemy in sight. We should probably defend the objective. Barrage ready.
Fully charged.
Rocket barrage incoming.
Eyes on a target.
Over there. Come over here.
That's super annoying.
Helping you out.
Because I don't mind the Arista matchup that much, especially in more open maps like this, but...
Nanoboot is ready. Get in there.
No, Magister. No, Magister. You asked the question.
Over there.
Wait for it.
Get in there.
Meteor strike.
No.
Eyes on target. Targeting hostile.
Just kind of living to gank backline here.
Rocket.
No.
Enemies attacking
Ready for a knockout?
Let them up.
Wait.
I wreak chaos.
That must sting.
Happy to help.
Frick! Frick! Ah! Please! No! Okay, we should be fine.
Targeting hostile.
Engaging enemy.
Thanks, Jack. Perfect timing. Shoot her! Hit the nade! Shoot her! Oh, no, no way we're gonna win that. Or lose that.
Eyes on a target.
Dodge this.
There you go.
Rocket charged.
Not so fast.
Now you see me?
I messed that up. Okay, can we get any cappers in chat?
Cybernetic innovation.
Targeting hostile.
This is our objective now. Increasing altitude.
Nano boost administered.
Round 2, 1.
Rocket barrage incoming.
Score
Thanks for the bolos.
2-1.
Hey, Dosen.
Yeah.
Curse me all
Man,
you
Ana has the
want.
headshot perk. What the
Without
frick?
conflict, there is no future for humanity.
No, Smetro, your perks. Oh, I guess it's not
Always the widow.
GLaDOS announcer.
Over here.
Hey, you're all right.
All right, we TP.
Yeah.
5, 4, 3,
Me before stream.
2, 1. Round 3. Capture the objective.
Oops.
A chance to prove ourselves.
This guy is min-maxing. What the frick?
Breaking them down.
Targeting hostile.
Come here, you want some healing.
Try climbing that.
Wait for it.
Wait, did you see that slide?
We're outnumbered.
No, we lost the...
Fully charged.
The objective
We can't just let them take
We lost the... Frick, man. What was that, like a 4v2? Come on now.
primed and ready.
Ready for knockout.
Clear out.
Wait, we got a kill. Check it. Watch this. Watch this. Ready? Knew it.
Just what I need.
Eyes on a target. Behind you.
Rocket one. This is your warning. Fully charged.
Frick.
Team kill.
No angles! Not a single one!
I feel this in my
Frick!
Rocket one.
Gonna do it again. Yeah, I didn't have block. My bad. That was my bad.
I see an enemy.
I don't think you're going to make it.
Like the junk May are just abusing us. I can get us out of the choke.
The odds are against us.
I can get my, but kind of have to wait for her here. She's looking for an ult.
On your 6.
Okay, now they give up.
Ladies and gentlemen,
Time for the reckoning.
Seizing the objective. Rally.
Looking satellite vector.
Oh my gosh. My bad. I was trying to decide. I was waiting for 97, then I ended up just dying with it. Frick, man.
It's go
My bad.
time.
Oh, it's okay. Nah, I trolled that last fight. Stood there like a Neanderthal. I was trying to like get the 97. It was like one of those things where it's like too many ideas happen in your head at the same time. You're like, let's use the cover. Okay, where's my angle? Okay, wait, I want to get 97%. Wait, can I use my block before I use my ultimate? You try to juggle too many things and you don't even do the basics. Ball? No.
Our future will be forged in conflict.
This
Ramantra?
foolish mission is taking
We're on
time
the
away from my
Doomfist one-trick
experiments,
vibe for
can
this
they?
stream.
Think of it as
Couldn't tell you why, but we are.
field work.
Yeah, I saw it, Tristan.
Take care of each other out there.
You ever broken patient confidentiality?
Well, if their DPS don't take angles, then
You're good.
basically in lower ranks, their DPS aren't always taking angles either, so it's hard for your team to walk out of a choke, but it's also their team is not as good at holding the choke. It just so happened that that choke was, they did a good job holding it, and so they deserved it, so. I did too soon.
Come to me, keep an eye out. Soothing your wounds.
Powered up.
Breaking them down. Enemy spotted. I'm with you. Behind you.
I got the objective.
Area denial. Damn.
No, didn't mean to do that.
Gauntlet charge.
Behind you.
No.
Just what I need.
Got one
Set
here.
up.
Prepare yourself.
Rick! I tried to hold space there because we were down 2, but I think I should have backed out further.
Enemy spotted.
Nice.
rise
Ooh, welcome, welcome.
I'm on fire!
It's just doing bodies hard.
My ultimate is ready. Let the Kitsune guide you.
Rocket
Upgrade unlocked.
The enemy here.
Face my burning fist.
No.
Enemy spotted.
Over here!
I'm on
Ready for a knockout?
You strike with grace.
Meteor strike.
You kidding me?
Setting out the welcome mat!
All according to plan.
Objective A captured.
Charging.
Let's get the payload going.
Shut up, Fade. Okay, actually.
Not so fast.
Watch your back!
Still moving part free. Part for free, I say.
The payload moves towards our desired outcome.
Rick.
Surrender to my will.
Clear out.
I'm just moving the cart for free here, man.
Dodge this.
Something more.
I'm on fire.
You are a disgrace.
Just getting all the space for free, you know?
My might.
Rick, I messed up.
The payload has reached the checkpoint.
No, what? That's okay. We got the cap. Yeah, they're just sitting on the floor. Like that's like a great example right now. Like my DPS weren't taking angles either, but because they like starting with first point, we're just kind of sitting on the floor. It allows for a really, really easy stage steep pressure. You know, like we didn't even. They never like even cleared me. Oh, that's that perk.
Upgrade unlocked.
Feels good, huh?
I don't know what my Reaper's doing.
Got one
More
here.
free push. Even though we're technically even here.
This ends
Let the
now.
Kitsune guide you.
Meteor strike.
That was a mistake. I was too locked in.
Much better.
Enemy spotted.
See, that's a mistake from her.
Powered up.
That's a mistake as well. That if I was better mechanically, I'd punish.
Winners stay on the field.
Enemy here.
Need to protect my Reaper from that, so I'm fine now.
Fully charged.
Grant me an ember from your heart.
It's a little bit sloppy there.
I feel a warm
Okay, that's fine. Still have my shotgun angle.
Face me.
Oh.
Surrender to my will.
Setting out the welcome mat!
Enemy here.
Expect the unexpected.
Enemy spotted.
There we go.
One here.
Rocket punch.
Oh. Nice. That's kind of it right there. Like it. I needed help retaking that previous point. If I'd been mechanically better, I probably could have done it by myself a little bit more easy. I wasn't, so I wasn't. You would need to be Diamond 1 Doomfist or Masters 5 to win the previous round on the retake. But like, that's not asking that much, you know what I'm saying? Yeah, I read retweet chat. So, you don't need your team to follow up perfectly off of everything that you do as long as you're doing it at the same time. Like, eventually, Numbani first point is just hard to attack, you know? They all sit in the point, I take the high ground. You know? Style chat dumb, yes.
Our future will be forged in conflict.
What about a turret that
Headshot
shoots
tech? What do you mean?
smaller turrets?
What punch for
this bunch alive.
Between the two of us, how could we
pepper?
fail?
Bell pepper
What
and
if they
carrot.
run off without us?
Don't worry. I have a plan for that.
Probably no blame.
Up and Adam, stay near, will you? I hate when people run off without me.
Oh. I mean, I don't know. I don't feel that good. I mean, that's fine.
4, 3, 2, 1. Attackers incoming.
Sombra online.
Defend objective A.
Let's get her done.
Can't have it getting worse.
Strength from nature.
Well done.
Not so fast.
Push them back.
Oh, we are.
I go.
Fight's kind of over here, actually. Frick. But this Moira's kind of... What is she doing? Like, I thought I was bad, but she's just kind of like living here. Nope, I can't. I did the wrong animation cancel there.
Wait for it.
I canceled my punch instead of my slam.
Let's give them one.
Throw some. What the frick? Jarl's backseat giving me? Yeah, well. I'm used to it.
Ready for a knockout?
If she doesn't get value, there's no real CC here, so I'm not gonna punch through the choke because I don't really like that. That feels uncomfortable. Ah, he baited it. Frick.
Over here.
Assist for the punch.
I can't fight all your battles for you.
Check this out. Oh, I did it again, chat. I keep canceling my freaking punch.
Setting out the welcome mat.
Frick you, Jarl. Doing the wrong purpose now. Yeah, I mean, they don't really have the damage to kill me, so...
Like a gentle rain.
Just keep that.
Which is easy for me, but also at the same time, if I don't put out a lot of damage, then my team is going to die, because their comp is really good at killing my backline. Smelling an angle over there. Maybe not. Early ult. Cancel Cole.
Life protects life.
You cannot escape me.
No. Yeah, see, this is me. Yeah, they popped the support ult, but... Yeah!
We are losing the objective.
Yeah, that's me not doing enough. Okay. As if that wasn't clear. Right. So it's not necessarily easier to play Doomfist than Joe. You just don't get punished for your mistakes with death. You get punished for your mistakes by losing.
Take us over. Block the payload.
Ah,
Fully charged. Behind you.
wow, thank you.
Let off some steam.
Watch this. Wait, actually hit it.
by your side.
Yeah.
Hear me, baby? You should try my meatball.
This time we'll crush them.
Turret in position.
There they are. Get ready. Enemy here.
That's better.
Go stole that payload.
Let the Kitsune guide you. Excavation initiation. Nerf this.
No.
Face me.
No. Frick, man. If I cancel the remake there, it's one more.
The payload has reached the checkpoint.
Leave your strike ready to be unleashed.
I'm checking in.
Fully charged. Thank you.
Like, she can't win this HP race. I don't know what she's expecting, but
This is your warning.
Upgrade unlocked.
Watches over you.
I'm gonna die to this.
Meteor strike.
What is going on back here?
Take us over. Block the payload.
Just what I needed. Charging. Face my burning cheek.
Its destination.
Powered up.
This venture is like living for 7 years.
Come here to get
Oh my days, this... It's just like endlessly off-angle cleaving over and over and over again. No. Record.
Dodge this.
I have to land a punch here, otherwise we lose.
Come on!
Much better.
enemy over here.
This ends now.
Satellite vector.
Wait.
Complete.
It's okay.
Score 3-3. Switching sides.
Now, what is this venture doing, man? I think my Sombra missed the EMP on the venture. I'm pretty sure. We should go back and look. Because I don't know what happened that fight.
Flight 1147, non-stop service to Frankfurt, Germany, is now preparing for pre-boarding and
Upgrade
Our
unlocked.
future will be forged in
Oh,
conflict.
Carter, thank you. Yeah, I'm sorry I missed it. Thank you, Taco Cow.
Resolved.
I'm fine, I'm eating carrots. Thank you, mate. That's a very kind message. Thank you, mate.
I don't care what evil organization you're part of. I want you on your best behavior for this mission.
Aren't you just pathetic?
Hear me, baby?
Hope you're having a good evening, mate. Good to see you.
There's no prize for coming in second. There's no prize for coming in second.
Aren't you just
Yeah.
pathetic?
5,
Oh, now?
3,
Yeah.
2, 1. Attack commencing. Capture
Nah.
objective A.
I think it's the same approach, man. Like that. Yeah. Where's in the wrong angle?
Enemy turret here.
Fully charged.
Wait for that to end a second. Where's my Sombra?
Enemy turret ahead.
Are you kidding me?
Let's increase our pace.
Maybe I need to go under left.
Enemy turret here.
Power up!
Rocket.
Enemy turret offline.
60
I haven't coached enough Doomfist or played enough Doomfist on this map to know what the next step is. She's trolling.
Ready for a knockout?
Like, Man. Like, she's just frontlining. She's not even putting any thought into it.
Send your best. I'm ready.
30 seconds remaining.
Thank you, Taco Cat. It's kind of hard to take that seriously with what just happened on my screen, but I appreciate it.
Got air.
Enemy turret ahead.
10 seconds. We must strike before they can resist.
Enemy turret offline.
Prepare yourself. Back on. Rocket punch.
Enemy spotted.
Orb.
Powered up. Meteor strike. Setting out the welcome mat. Report here now.
Eyes open now.
Too slow, carnala.
I see you, Jarl.
Be nurtured.
I wreak
Objective A captured.
I trolled. I thought that they were... Okay, yeah.
This ends now. Surrender to my will.
Still winnable.
Enemy here.
charging. Feel my might.
The milk of human.
The payload is advancing as it should.
Understood.
What's up?
Okay, so she reset. I wasn't gonna let her lurk behind.
Hi.
She fed.
Oh. Ready to be unleashed.
Rocket punch.
No, I'm so bad.
Let the Kitsune guide you.
Wait for it.
Enemy here. Help me move the payload.
Meteor strike.
My power emanates.
Just what I
Huge HP trade.
Surrender
No.
to my will.
My bad.
Enemies
I'm like, huge HP trade. No, I'm dead. Use it, Torb! Use it, baby! Let her
This
rip!
ends now.
Setting out the welcome mat.
Might be too late.
This is your warning.
Cooling down.
Ah, it's okay. It's a good push.
Round 3. Complete.
A new rank 2 just came online. No, I'm not doing it, Ralph.
Score 5-3. Switching sides.
All right, well. The problem is you can win the Diva HP trade, but you have to cancel the right cooldowns, and also you kind of win the Diva trade when you're like able to like disengage and re-engage, not like literally battle to the death. Like I could get her low, disengage, and re-engage on her or whatever. Like she's a lot slower than I am. Yeah. Not like that.
Upgrade.
Our future will be forged in conflict. Dodge
I've
this.
never been more ready for adventure.
Glaze yourself in chat and then disable and re-enable streamer mode so your name changes and no one
A
knows
claw
it's
hand. Inefficient.
Alan, exclamation mark coaching.
No, you cannot.
I think if we pop Turbolt there, Suitor might have been a little better. Let's get a little scouting here.
You should try my meat.
5,
My platform is here.
3, 2, 1. Attackers incoming. Defend
Venture,
objective A.
Sojourn, Diva.
Turret in position.
Have it getting worse.
What's up?
I'll watch here.
Enemy.
They're on the objective. Push them out.
Clear out.
Over there.
Something more.
Danger protects you. Under my protection.
Charging.
Mobilizing.
But she actually reset. I don't know if she necessarily need to do that. We'll take it though, I guess. I need to be scared of this Sojourn, bro.
I'm overloaded. Thank you.
I thank you.
Not so
There's
fast.
Winston.
Ready for a knockout?
No. That's what we needed. We got bubble.
Enemy spotted.
30 seconds remaining.
Stay near.
No one can withstand me.
Wait, what?
Face my burning fist.
Now it's going to get
10 seconds
Wait.
remaining.
You are vulnerable.
Close your eyes.
Life protects
وليهم
life.
قوتك. Kill them all.
No, I'm trolling.
Charging. I reach chaos.
I offer something more.
Okay, one day.
This ends now.
There. Please, please, please. Ha, 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 ha. No, I just unplugged my headphones. Oh my days. All right. I'll probably do one more and I gotta go. That was incredible. Oh my gosh.
Gibraltar.
My last Doom Bonnie Doom game. My last Doom Bonnie Doom game I thought was okay. Are you talking about the ball game? That was terrible. You're embarrassed. I'm sorry, guys. I didn't mean to embarrass you. Oh, DPS Doom? I don't remember. Oh, yeah. A bit. What do you mean?
Our future will be forged in conflict.
I can do this on my own. Probably fast.
The skin caused me to play worse? Yeah, maybe. But have your white claw?
No one's a natural. We all have to put in work.
Oh my gosh. I'm gonna destroy the Gweek on tank.
Parents speak so many different languages.
Oh my
I
days.
decided to learn them all.
Alright, here we go.
Five, 4,
A seasoned Ana player.
1. Attack commencing. Escort the
Payload with me.
Nothing back.
I'm on tank.
Wait for it.
Kind of have all the angles in the world, I guess.
Targeting hostile.
It's with you.
Recharge.
Over here.
Breaking them down.
Next one.
Enemy here. Rocket body.
Oh no, I went for the quick tap punch, but wait, how does it not hit her? No.
Feel my might.
Upgrade unlocked.
We're fine.
Face me.
The payload has reached the checkpoint.
Meteor strike.
I kind of want a stagger kill here. We got it.
You are a disgrace.
I don't know if it was worth 2 ults, but 1 ult there is probably okay.
Hello.
I
wreak chaos.
Where's CC here? Do I, chat? Oh, I almost got her! I thought I did get her.
This is your winners. Stay on the payload.
No, my bad.
Doom approaches.
Not so fast.
Frick! I could have played that one so much better.
Ahlan.
Shut up. Dude, I can't even have fun once. You guys just violate me.
This.
Maximum velocity.
I could go underneath to start.
Why has the payload stopped? We must move. Enemy here.
Are you freaking me?
Away.
Go on, sleep me. Sure. Hog's about to, so I don't give a frick. Can we ISO Tracer? What? Yeah, they're too late.
Powered up.
Walihum Awidik.
Ready to deal some damage.
Can I even stay here, chat? I didn't think I probably should. Yes, thank you.
Prepare yourself.
Hey!
Meteor strike.
That's why you probably should have gone underneath to start.
Accompanying the payload. Come on, everyone.
This ends now.
Why? Why? Why is that? Why does that even work? Like, why would you do that? Why? Like, why would you do that? You're down 4 or 3.
Wait for it.
Now we're in orbit.
Alright, check this out, chat. Frick! I don't give a frick!
Rocket body.
Goodbye.
Driving the payload forward.
Alright, we're getting a little saucy.
Administer.
You've already lost.
Watching this position.
Death stalks for no one.
Powered up.
Are you freaking me?
Healing gear. Shokran. What's that get up?
Wait, why did I go from this angle? This is bad.
Rocket body.
Where'd the guy go?
Winners stay on the payload.
I think I see the enemy.
Okay, I have to actually try for a second here. I gotta actually get kind of lucky here.
The payload is approaching its destination.
Wait, there's no way.
Not forgetting the payload, are we?
Whoops. Show them why they call me Boomfist. You guys want to show? You want to see why they call me Boomfist? Rat.
Rocket on enemy sighted. Watch your back.
We're outnumbered. I'm in here.
Like that wasn't even bad. Like that was good. Just need. Alright, you rat. Here we go.
Power meteor strike.
Come on. Come on. Come on, you little rats. Come on.
With it. This ends now. Helden sterben nicht.
Rat, rat, rat.
I was better. Fully charged.
30 seconds remaining.
Ready for a knockout? Lights out.
You're powered up.
Before me.
No one can hide from my sight.
Face me.
Complete.
I bring a level of energy that some people just aren't comfortable with.
To 0.
You know?
Switching sides.
What? Oh, I don't know. Probably looks like it.
Prepare your defenses.
Oh no, he's got it. He got his corn.
Select your hero.
Yeah. But yeah. The new montage. Send it to me over DM, Sarah, and I'll take a look on stream. Yeah, Sarah made a new montage. You don't get a montage. You're not good enough. Tell you what, Sarah, weak band or VIP?
Charging.
Get through this all right. Hello.
Good kitty.
Weak VIP on Twitch or weak ban?
So I have been told.
On Discord. I'll ban you on Discord, but VIP on Twitch, so you don't have to ruin your watch streak.
I've high hopes
So
for
can.
you.
Of course.
You're all set up, my dear.
5, 4,
Peace be
3,
upon you.
2, 1. Attackers incoming.
Enemy contact.
Stop the payload.
Wait for it.
Dodge this. Damn.
The payload must be stopped.
Powered up.
Yeah, you like that?
Thank you. Come here to get healed.
I thank you.
Over there. Enough. I'm hotter than a furnace.
Disrupting.
Goodbye. Let us hold that payload.
Prepare yourself.
They face discord.
Fully charged.
Taking damage.
There's sleep. There's this punch. Bunch of space. Frick! 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 No way.
This is your warning.
Didn't carry anything. I missed every touch. Everyone! Everyone! Every.
Hinder the payload's journey.
Rocket punch.
I've high hopes for you. Maximum power.
No one can hide from my sight.
Show them what you can do.
Breaking them down.
Gauntlet charge.
Come over here for you.
My own is the payload has to be stopped.
Disrupting.
Still winnable.
There goes. Setting out the welcome mat.
It's a good Torbolt. Might be able to stall off the bat. It might even be worth using Nano.
Dodge
this.
Oh, there's
Meteor
no way.
strike.
Why would you do this?
Experience tranquility.
Oh no.
We must hinder the payload's journey. My power machine.
I thought maybe I had to kind of gamble there. Because if I play for payload, I think we lose. That's okay.
Come over here.
Fully charged.
Ahlan.
There's no way she just forgets, right?
Sojourn en route.
Delay the payload's advancement.
This will cut the
Group up.
Come over here for you.
Group up.
Come here to get here.
This ends now.
Press the button, Grandma! Get off the wheelchair! It's been 5 minutes!
Regulating.
I don't die that easily.
Hey, it's Kiko.
No.
Powered up.
Come over here for you.
Stay away.
Much better.
The enemy team is pushing the payload. Kick this off.
Surprise! We still haven't used Nano! We're not going to use Nano for the entirety of our defense.
She's gonna blow.
Setting out
Ready
the
for a
welcome
knockout?
mat.
Payload is approaching its destination.
You're powered up. Destroy them.
Before me.
Do something!
Rocket punch.
Behind you!
Face my burning fist. Meteor strike.
Round 2.
Oh! My
Score.
pet peeve.
3-3. Switching sides.
Yeah.
Shit, we find strength.
Yeah, it's to collapse quickly. We had a good defense going, and then we C9'd on first point. Had one, didn't even have a single fight in second because we didn't press Q.
Upgrade.
Our future will be forged in conflict. You are bold to stand against Vishkar on your own.
I'm not alone. The scientific community is on my side.
It would be wise not to count on that for long.
So, you invented a form of
Chips
life
impersonation.
that's now alive.
No, I will not do it.
What's next for you?
Saving the Earth. And maybe learning to blow glass.
I'm not leading them like Erwin Smith. I don't even know
Those
who
are on
Erwin,
my list, too.
Erwin Smith is.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Attack commencing. Escort the payload.
We're on our way.
Need a lift?
Watching this position.
Enemy over there.
Just keep that coming.
Disrupting.
Rocket fire. Powered up.
Drowsy?
She's gonna
30 seconds remaining.
I'm watching my honor here.
Let's pick it up.
Prepare yourself. Exterminated.
Frick.
10 seconds.
Time is short. Let's hurry.
Get out. I need to get out. Shoot. Well, could be a lot. Okay, actually, it could almost not possibly be worse.
Wait for it.
Anime? Erwin Smith is an anime character.
Round 3. Complete.
Helden sterben nicht.
Score.
How can he be this unlucky?
3.
Yeah, Mene.
Sides.
Lag hasn't been too bad. I don't know, man. Like, the strat is basically you can test high ground in bursts once you've tried to force a cooldown, or you just force cart and get them to drop and then use the high ground. Because if they don't have high ground control, then or they don't have a lot of verticality, then we can kind of like abuse that by forcing cart, which was okay. But they just hit some shots and got trades really early.
Place. I know this place. Thanks.
Doomfist, how can you live with yourself? So many people have died because of you.
Yes, but many more have lived.
I don't know. I guess
That
East Coast, I
makes no
assume.
sense. Do you hear yourself? Ugh, you're the worst.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Attackers incoming. Stop the payload.
Cut off the payload.
Same exact thing.
Behind you. Dodge this.
There. We can protect each other now.
The payload is approaching its destination.
Thank you.
Yeah, it's fine. Dude, my honest. No, we need to be anti-mid. That's fine. And we were down one again immediately. I swear, we have been down our DPS at the start of every fight for like the last 5 fights.
Stall that payload, or else.
Helden sterben nicht. Nanoboost administered.
Frick. Nice. Life Weaver should live. Maze might die. I feel like Maze's gonna die.
This is your warning.
Platform here.
Okay. Octuo, think about it. Think real hard. You'll figure it out. Trust.
Dodge this. Cut off the payload. Meteor strike.
Oh, we didn't touch. That was close. We'll do one more chat and then I'll look at the... Cheers, Octo. Thank you. GG's. Yeah, it was hard. It's always hard in these OT situations.
Our future will
I mean, it was always going to be
forged
pretty much
in
impossible fight to win there. Okay, there's a ceiling box.
I don't die that easily.
Nope, no, I can't roll out there either. I can roll over that one. No, necessarily. I think... me dying early on first point, that led to me coming back late in the C9. Well, when did I die in first point? I'm trying to think. Was it the hook? I can't remember. I died on first point on our defense, and that kind of snowballed us. Because we lost a lot of space, then we didn't press Q, and then we'd C9, and then, yeah.
Our future will be forged in
Think about Arista getting shield back. It's fine. It's
Clear
alright.
heads, sharp eyes.
I don't really think it's that big of a deal. Yeah, exactly. I didn't hit any punches on first point defense.
All right, then. Test me.
I'm just too tired to be playing right now, but it's alright. It's still fun. This is more of my... I'm not playing for improvement. I don't care. I'm just playing because it's fun.
2, 1.
Face me.
Round 1. Capture the objective.
Oh, that was actually not that bad of a rollout. I kind of got the timing there. Another hog, man. Are you kidding me? Oh, it's the same thing. I guess it makes a little more sense.
Much better.
The objective is now.
Hold the point.
Here.
Okay, I don't have any mobility here, so...
Taking the point. Fall in. Hey. A taste of poison.
Are you kidding me? Like, he hooks me through the floor! Through the floor! There was a... Look at the line! Look at the line! It goes through the floor! Twice! That's so annoying.
Charging. This time we'll
The projectile doesn't even line up!
Don't let them take the point.
Or what?
Not so fast.
That's better.
Okay, no, he's not flanking. Over here. Okay. That's real.
Restoring balance. Breaking them down.
And then that one! I'm punching! I hit the punch! It's okay, we got space, it's fine.
I'm with you.
For a Juno to do something, they go on
My ultimate is charging.
Dodge this.
It's go time.
Team kill.
Hey.
Rocket button.
Alright, so I have ult here, so I'll probably take a deeper point just to help us get out of the choke. They also don't have a lot of range damage, so...
This is your warning.
Yeah, see, this is what we want.
Your
Nice,
service
you go, buddy.
is seizing the objective. Rally here. Meteor strike.
Taking the objective.
I wreak chaos.
Like, we need to shoot this guy.
On your six.
Tactical visor activated.
We're good. We're good. All good. Not even hesitating for a second. We're good.
What was your plan?
Restoring balance.
No. Just like, again, it goes right around the wall. Watch this hook. Okay, you can't see it. That's so annoying. That's so annoying, bro. That character is not fun to play versus.
Best round lost.
Probably his best map, I think. Roadhog versus Doomfist. What's up, Nicholas? Yeah, it's the same Roadhog player. It's okay.
They have this coming, so let's give it to them.
You remind me of myself when I was younger.
That a compliment?
You be the judge.
Okay. Thanks for the compliment.
5.
You don't know who to blame? I don't think there's really anybody to blame. I'm dying first.
1. Round 2. Capture the objective.
Just not good.
The best victories begin with adversity.
Feels good, huh?
Bionic healing ready for
Ready for a knockout?
That's better.
We're outnumbered.
The objective is now.
Not sure what the problem was there.
Just what I need. Fully charged.
Thank you. Nice. I'm here.
Never turn your back on a threat.
taking the objective. Get over here.
Half the point, boys. That's reasonable. That's totally reasonable. And again, we're not going to see the range that he hits at.
Charging.
Oh no, frick.
We have enemies on the point. Lock it down.
Do not disappoint me.
Mendel. Oh, we need to hit that tracer. Frick! My bad.
It's go time. Get in there.
Before me.
Break up here.
The Iron Core is good. The
One of you is too much fire.
I'm on fire.
This is your warning.
Bro, I can't hit the fattest hitbox.
Powered up.
Don't let them take the point.
Wait, that Moira is actually just killing everybody.
I'm on my game now.
Watch this shot.
Meteor strike.
The Kitsune is ready. Enemy spotted.
A cure for all the veils.
I've got men.
Wait for it.
Let the Kitsune guide you.
What is happening? What is happening?
Team kill.
This game is just insane. Like how?
Rocket punch. Powered up. You should swing by too. I'll watch you. The odds are against us.
Oh, that was bad.
Last man.
I just hate this character so much. I just hate this character so much. It's just an evil character. No, it doesn't work for Doom. For Hook or Hog.
Traveling to New Queen. Prepare for battle. Select your hero.
No, it doesn't block Hook. Roadhog. Yeah, I mean, I would say, what would you guys say? Probably the easiest character, not the easiest character, sorry. The evilest character of all time. Like the most, there's something wrong with you kind of a moment. That or Widowmaker, I think. The most unhealthy character in the game. That or Widowmaker, probably. Like there's just not, his existence is an abomination.
I can't hear you if you stray.
Yeah, she does. Maybe Malga? Yeah, maybe. But Malga is... Yeah.
2, 1. Objective unlocks in 30 seconds.
Hello.
Yeah.
Ready for
He's not even good. Like, that's the thing. He isn't good. But... it just makes the whole process so unenjoyable. Excuse me.
Taking damage.
Awesome.
Objective unlocked.
Face me. Watch your backside. You can push.
We must stop them. Don't say. I see.
Oh. I might have given up too much space here, and I didn't get the kill either. That sucks. That was my bad. No. Oh! Yeah, I get the appeal with Hog. Honestly, I get the appeal with pretty much every character. There's always something redeemable about them, you know?
Rocket punch. Watching this position.
I will not let you fall.
Wait for it. The enemy is pushing their back.
Frick. Blocking there wouldn't have saved me. That was just dumb. I need to probably play from the small room.
Enemy forwards.
Rocket punch.
Why is Doom never met experimented? What holds him back? He's kind of hard. And kind of the same stuff that you're seeing here, where like he... Oh my gosh.
That warms the bones. Put them in the pass into the iris.
This is your warning.
Oh my gosh, what the frick is going on?
You thought me vulnerable. I wreak chaos.
Oh dear, getting lost in the sauce, guys.
I'm on my way.
Way lost in the sauce.
Oh man.
Wise decision.
I'll be right there.
That warms the bones.
Destroy them, Bob.
Face my burning fist.
Enemy forward spawns deactivated.
Let's get this barricade moving.
Oh no.
Can't handle the heat.
I only know the breakpoint.
Damn. Meteor strike ready to be unleashed.
I could use some assistance.
The Eye of Horus watches
Well,
over
leave
you.
him with him. You're going down. Get in there.
Who dares confront me? Rocket, take back.
Got him.
Meteor strike.
Oh no. Oh no.
I'm on my way.
Almost. Almost. I knew it was a gamble there. I knew it was a gamble. I tried to bait this the Zenyatta. Whoops. I tried to bait the Zenyatta by looking away, you guys saw. And I worked. Oh, what the frick? I guess Ashes and such.
Large utility robot in our control.
Help me!
I'll watch here.
I'm at the height of my performance.
Enemy forward spawn.
Wait, the frick?
Charging.
Eye out.
Wise decision.
I wanted you for.
Oscar Mike to enemy territory.
Wait, what?
It's
Check it, check it, check it.
Heroes never die.
Secure the robot. Get it back.
Ready for a knockout? All according to plan. This will be over. Face my burning
Upgrade.
Come on, Mercy.
Time to move.
Let me take a look. Shove
Well
that robot
done.
along. My duty is being done. Robot's pushing.
Wait for it. Fully charged.
Your team is close to taking the lead.
With him. Destroy
Visor activated. Pass into the
Get out of my
iris.
way or I'll run you over.
Face me. Rocket
Frick.
lights out. Gauntlet charge.
We can take the
Just
lead from here. Keep pushing.
Feel my might.
I think the stagger kills would be huge. But we're not going to. Oh, wait, we definitely are.
Prepare yourself.
Oh no. I knew oh man. Frick. I think I blocked the wrong direction maybe, or did I even have block? I don't even know what happened there. Wait, we get it? We get it. Okay.
Heroes never die.
I mean, I don't even think that was a bad decision, actually. I think if I played that better, I easily lived that. That kill, stagger kill there is incredibly important. Oh.
We're outnumbered. Stay sharp, please.
Fully charged.
Biotic healing ready for use.
I'm here. Restoring balance.
Forward spawn lost.
Nice.
Affirmative.
Ready for a knockout?
My ultimate is ready.
I'll make him think about it.
It's
No way.
Meteor strike.
Kitsune guide you.
Visor activated.
Oh dear.
Do I make myself clear?
Escorting the robot.
That was not so good.
This is your warning.
Tengo que irme.
I would play here. But maybe she doesn't.
Heading back to the barricade.
I'm gonna be fine.
Forward spawn active.
Prepare yourself. Gauntlet charge.
Like that should be punishable. Maybe it was too far forward. I blocked everything I needed to there.
Achieve my vision.
I played a high risk, high reward angle, and I do need to follow through.
Fully charged.
Like, even there. Oh, we got that spawn? Really? Maybe that's my bad then. Like, that just feels so unearned.
My fuse is lit.
Stop their barricade.
That sucks.
Thanks.
The enemy took our lead.
I'm at the height of my performance.
Large utility robot in our control.
60 seconds.
Oh, the robot's over there. I'm dumb. Thought I was doing it. Zebra and Spilo on Doom. I'm just a little better. He's learning though.
Enemy forward spawn.
Kind of sniffing for that Sombra. This is what I wanted.
30 seconds.
This is your warning.
Oh my gosh. I pressed Cupid too slowly. We could get the res there. We could get the res. My body's outside of the thing.
It's Hanu.
10 seconds remaining.
Apagando las luces.
I thought you were. Meteor strike.
Anyone want to explain that one to me?
Last chance. Get to the robot.
I had to go for the kill and Zen.
Defeat.
Oh, the damage boost on. The damage boost on the hack is what killed me there. I didn't respect it. No, we're not really learning Doom. I already know how to play Doomfist. This is just playing for fun Doomfist. Whoops. Because I enjoy playing Doomfist. I do, yeah, I do have fun. I mean, it's fun. So I'm ranked the jam. No. Although, if you guys wanted, would you guys ever interested in seeing me climb to Masters 5, Masters 4 with Doomfist? I could probably do it in about a week.
Didn't hit you that hard.
I don't think it would be that hard.
Case, our enemies have much to fear.
I think the only character I couldn't get to in like a week would the Masters would probably be like Wrecking Ball, Tracer, Widow, something like that.
2, 1. Round 1. Capture
Whoops.
the objective.
Let this challenge.
Very current fiasco of games. I mean, yeah, but you know the routine.
Ascending.
But you get what I'm saying.
On the move. Concentrating fire.
Space created.
The objective is now active.
Now, Doomfist is very much within my skill set if I wanted to play the game.
Wait for it.
Good effect. Got one here.
Ouchies.
Prepare yourself.
Special delivery.
You're on the objective.
Whoops. 2 weeks? Maybe. I don't. Maybe. Depends on how much time I would have to be able to devote to it. 2 seasons to get Masters? I mean, I don't even know if I could play above like a Diamond 3, Diamond 2 level if I'm just sound playing. Practice time is not even necessarily the problem here. It's just quality time, that's right. I wouldn't even need to stop coaching. I would just have to. It would just have to be my stream content. If I did it for my stream content, it'd be fine. Like if I just started stream doing Doomfist, it'd be fine. That's interesting. Are you serious? What was that? Yeah, make a video out of it? Maybe, yeah.
Hammer down!
Enemy spotted.
Rocket bud.
Really? Ready to be unleashed.
Ready for a knockout?
Oh, here's that. Oh, I didn't get the ult time. Doomfist by May? It's not a question of time. It's not a question of time. It's a question of... Well, it is a question of time. It's not a question of how long is this window I have.
It's go time. Girl,
Step right up.
Good touch. Because basically, the way to think about it is like, if I did any hero ranked up to Masters, with the exception of... there's a half a dozen. There's a half a dozen... there's probably about 10 or 11 characters that could probably get to Masters pretty quickly. Doomfist would probably take a week. I thought the Mega was hacks earlier. I honestly didn't know.
Yet another stretch of cloudless skies and idyllic ocean
Best tank
views.
to OTP, probably Doomfist.
Wonderful.
Or Hazard. Hazard or Doomfist are probably the most flexible tanks.
There we were, watching the world's most well-guarded train wind across that purple valley. I said to Ash, sure about this?
Week's not that
She
insane.
said,
Not post-rank reset.
One.
I can't repeat what she said in polite company.
Capture the
At least I don't think so.
Recover your strength.
Og, okay.
Okay, the objective is now.
They are taking the objective. I am capturing the objective. Enemy over here.
1-trick pony, yeah.
Unknowable.
Mission design at work.
Right, that was my bad. I need to see Hook first. Ryan, worst thing to OTP? I don't think so. I think Orisa is probably the worst thing to OTP. I might have even... Yeah, probably Orisa.
It's go time.
This is your warning.
Receive my aid.
Breaking them down.
I can go.
Sistema comprometido.
Welcome to our working satellite vector.
Oh, ouch.
Step right up.
I needed ult for that trade. If I had ult for that trade, that would have gone a lot better.
Something more.
Reviewing the OWC games? Yeah, we've done a couple of them.
Wait for it.
Yeah, I think Zarya was, well, I don't know about Zarya. I think Zarya probably better since her perk, maybe? Oh, are you kidding me? Okay. Wait, what?
Just what I need. Prepare yourself.
Right, no way that hog can die.
Let us end this.
I wreak chaos.
That's crazy.
Enemy team eliminated. Solid work.
Yeah, we have a couple of the OWs, edited CS reviews on YouTube. Any of the Doom perks of all seasons? No, I think my thought on the Doomfist is probably the same, except maybe the reload one is not as useful as I thought it would be. It's not bad, it's just not the most useful perk ever. Thanks. Oh dear. I'm killing. That was bad for me. Need to be more decisive on the clearing angle.
It's go time.
Reload one does feel a little awkward, yeah. I mean, it's free ammo, you know, so it's like not like it's bad value, but that's crazy, man. 5 out of 6 games of the hog, I think, or 4 out of 5 games of the hog, or whatever. All right, we'll probably do one more chat, regardless of win or loss. I'm getting too tired for this. Ramacha is not good to OTP. He's pretty strong right now, but I don't think he's good to OTP. Yeah. Hey, Caleb. No, another Caleb. Oh yeah, loot boxes. We're only after this loot boxes.
Welcome.
All right, let's try and lock in at least for one. We'll lock in for one game and then we'll call it there. Brief explanation of what a tank trade is. A tank trade is where you are fighting the enemy tank with the intention of winning the HP trade. In other words, you do more damage to him or force more cooldowns than he does to you. And so then he has to back up, so then you are able to walk forward and get access to his backline or get better positioning for you. And defense, it would be more like you're not letting him win the tank trade to walk forward on you.
I gave it to myself.
It's basically the intention of taking less damage or taking less healing from your team and doing more to him. Efficient resource trade.
Wherever they hide, we will dig them out.
7th, one more loss, please. Stop. I mean, again, we're not playing to improve, guys. Once again, we're not playing to improve. This is playing for fun. How many birds live in my hair? 3. Nice, Caleb. Good stuff, mate.
4, 3, 2, 1.
Just kidding? Okay. Uh-huh.
Engage with escort the payload.
Let this challenge be a lesson.
The sunlight soon.
Need to move hard, y'all.
Watch here. Driving the payload forward.
Smell a widow or something. No, guess not.
Dodge this.
Enemy here!
Oh, free fricking.
Damn.
Thanks.
The warmth of firelight.
Pushing the payload.
Hey, where'd she go?
I'm with
you. Enemy in my sight.
There's one.
Face me.
Enemy spotted.
Area denial.
Wow, what a pull.
To dust.
Oh, what? I thought I liked go sooner than that.
Ready for a knockout?
The payload is stopped.
Okay, it's fine. Got some card.
Got one here.
Need a lift?
You missed it.
Life protects life.
Progressing
He's still going backline here.
The numbers do not favor us.
Rocket punch.
That's crazy.
The tree is gone.
Wait, I actually got. Well, how did that hit my own pedal?
Dodge this.
No one can hide from thy sight.
Rocket punch.
Get on.
That was weird. You guys see that?
Get ready.
That must sting. No.
Meteor strike.
I'm with you.
Like, what are these rocks? What are these rocks?
You will not find the answer you seek. I'm on fire.
Help me move the payload.
Hey.
Charging.
Oh man.
30 seconds.
Gauntlet charged.
Last chance. Adaptive circuits engaged. Genji. Try me.
I want that payload.
Rick, I am so low.
Some healing. Kitsune got you.
Wait, hit her.
Nice work.
This ends now.
Rick.
We're outnumbered.
Life protects life.
No. I don't feel like you played that poorly, man. I don't know. Maybe this was just the one game where, like, I don't know, you logged in.
Round one.
Holding the house roof was fine. I didn't want to ult directly on top of them, so I didn't get CC'd, which I did anyway.
Score.
I wanted to
0
ult the house roof.
for 0. Switching sides.
Thank you, Riley.
I'm ready.
Prepare your defenses. Select your hero.
You guys are haters. Every single time I'm told, oh, you're not. Oh no, coach mechanics. Jeez. In a week, if I prioritized it over my other content.
Our future will be.
That's right, Stefano. I'm on thin ice today. Today's tier list content was annoying, to say the least. My tolerance level is gone.
Watch your flanks. They might try something.
Your day just got made.
Hello.
Over there.
And then the second I jumped onto games, I had like 5,000 people backseat gaming with like the most brain dead, obvious stuff. It's like, bro, I'm gonna have to start putting a rule that I'm gonna start timing people out for backseat gaming. It's not supposed to be educational. I'm not supposed to be trying to rank up.
2, 1. Attackers incoming.
Yeah, like a freaking people going, we're picking the wrong perk. Like, bro.
The payload.
Enemy here.
Clear out.
This guy thinks he's him. Like, look at this team play. Why are these guys communicating like this?
The odds are against us.
Like, look at this. This guy's got literally a 4-man dive. Oh, that's tragic. I'm dead. Champ in a week? Yeah, easy. Oh my gosh.
Just what I
Sending, I don't need a zebra bot to do.
The payload is approaching its destination.
This is your warning.
Repairing is
Meteor strike.
Oh my goodness. Oh.
Hardly ideal.
It's alright.
Defeat.
GG's. Yeah. I mean, I don't mind. People are not trying to be rude about it, but there's this like weird thing where I'm not going to answer your... There's like a certain line, I think, where it's like, I don't mind people, you know, trying to be helpful, but it's kind of like, let me give you guys a good example. You're Bill Belichick. Okay, I'm not... Okay, let's just bear with me, okay? You're Bill Belichick, and it's Thanksgiving, and you're in the backyard throwing the football with your kids. You know what I'm saying? And the next door neighbor goes, yeah, Belichick, you gotta get that arm up. You gotta get that shoulder up. You know, get the elbow up. Don't forget, you know, you gotta step into that ball. You get what I'm saying? That's kind of like the feeling. It's like, guys, I'm one-tricking Doomfist after like 10 hours of work. Just let me feed a little bit. Yeah, not all of you guys. Yeah, it's just like, let's just be nice, God. Like, let's just let it go, you know? It's okay. If I ask for advice, I'm happy to hear it, you know? So. Yeah, if you're just hating, you're more than welcome, actually. Legitimately, you're it's fine. Yeah, so. Let's chill and enjoy some of these boxes. All I'm saying is I'm not trying to say this to be condescending. It's just a good general rule of life. Don't offer unsolicited advice. This is why you don't give your teammates in ranked advice. You know, this is why you don't go up to your friend and say like, yeah, you should really work on your, you know, your hairstyle. Like, if people are on it, they'll ask for it. Otherwise, let it go. No, seriously, I'll definitely take a look at the video. We'll look at the video. Yeah, but the thing is I don't want to... Here's the hard part for me. This is where the parasocial thing gets weird. It's because, like, I know people aren't trying to be rude. They're trying to be helpful. The problem is that I don't mind that the first time, or the second time, or the third time, but I'm not, as a human, equipped to... I either have to ignore, or I'm not equipped to answer it over and over again. You get what I'm saying? You guys... How many of you guys are here for the skill ceiling tier list? How many times did I have to re-explain what a skill ceiling meant to somebody that was saying that my ideas were wrong? Now, I'm obviously, like, my ideas with tier list weren't, like, it literally like 30 or 40, like 30, 35 times. So that's just where streaming can get a little bit hard, where it's like, as you get bigger, I'm not a big streamer, but as you get a little bit bigger, there's moments where I'm gonna answer somebody rudely or say something a little bit terse, like, honestly, even this conversation here, and people are going to get their feelings hurt and think the wrong thing. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, oh, gosh, you know? So I hope that those people don't assume it. And so that's why you try to be polite, but it gets harder the more times it happens. It's like working a customer service job to a small extent. Yeah, I could just say watch the VOD. That's true. That's kind of where, like, having Twitch commands could be helpful, and so on. Yeah. Yeah, exactly, Sprogs. So it just happens. So there's always going to be... I talked with Flats a couple months ago, and he said there's always going to be a couple people that just hate you, you know, but it is because they got the wrong impression or they caught you at the wrong time, you know? But, yeah. All right, so let's watch this video. Let's watch this video. This should be funny. All right, okay, so here's the deal. If it's funny... Not saying it's flattering. If it's funny, VIP in Twitch chat. If it's not funny, I mean, it's my own gameplay, right? So, like, surely it's funny. Then timeout in Discord for a week. If it has music, I don't give a frick. All right. Oh, no.
told me, don't play Wrecking Ball on Circuit Royale. I was like, no, I got it. Hey, I respect you keeping the stuff. Okay, that's not. I was gonna say keeping all the stuff that's not bad. Oh gosh. Whoa, what is going on? No, you can't play it twice! Oh gosh, dude, I don't even want to talk about the backseating. Speaking of backseating, bro, this one, I was like super tired this day and I was just playing for fun. Dude, there was so much backseating this one. People were like, oh, I don't know what to talk about it. It was so bad. Oh man, I didn't think I could finish the clip. Oh, this one, I think something stupid happens here. Oh yeah, frick, I thought that he would cancel turret form. Yeah, I didn't adapt the shields either. I thought he would cancel turret form, so I came back. Ay, ay, ay. Is this what Yeetle uses #1 ball video? That makes total sense. The ball's freaking hard in this map. Hey, it worked! We got our one. That was not the best approach there. Let's be honest here. What do you think Frey would be on the skill ceiling tier list? I'm not sure. Probably mid-tier. Most of her kit is around lining up her shots and uptime of value, but she does have a bit of mobility. I was like, oh, can I get the slam? Do we have a date for the Freya trial? I don't know. This isn't even a highlight reel. This is just me playing ball the whole time. Zook, tell you what, mate. If you catch me next stream, I will. I'll be back on Thursday around 3:15 EST. What do you mean the stadium trial is out? Like out now? Like it's live? No, sorry, I'll give it a check. Oh. Why? That's weird. Maybe we'll do a little bit of that on Thursday then, I'm not sure. I just don't know how invested I am in Stadium. Especially knowing what, like, you know, the goal of that mode is going to be and stuff. Oh, the last day for Stadium. Yeah. No. That was available to creators, but I declined. I don't have the time or the interest right now. Avril messaged me this morning and was like, what? That would have been fun, honestly. I would have liked to have played with Avril, sorry. No, I'm not saying Stadium's bad, it's just not my cup of tea. Exactly. The goal of Stadium is just a much more, like, casual, fun, crazy, silly mode, you know? But from my limited time playing it, it seems to kind of lean into kind of more of a sustained mess. Which I will have to play more to find out for sure, but that in theory doesn't appeal to me as much. Pretty good music there, Sarah. I've kind of enjoyed the music so far. This is a bit of drunk driving. I had a pretty good engage here at some point. I don't remember where. Yeah, I agree. Was it this one? Oh yeah, that one was pretty good. That was pretty good, no? I think it's bubble wrist. Hold grapple. I didn't quite get the rebound there. Ugh. I didn't quite get the slide slam. Yeah. Well, the problem is we went freaking Sombra. It's like, bro, she just sat in the front lane and shot bubbles. She didn't even go deep. I remember our attack comp being horrible here. Also, I don't know what her support lineup was, but I think it was something stupid like Moira Mercy or Kiriko Mercy. Something just doesn't do any damage at all. And obviously, like, if you're not going to take an angle, GG's. 1k damage on attack? That's wild. What's up, Mugly? Cheers. I don't know, chat. This isn't the funniest thing ever. This is just literally like good and bad things. So I don't really know how to feel about this. It's both good and bad that's like this. I do like the music though. What do you guys think? She has 2 mobility cooldowns, but 2 charges it does Freya. Yeah, this music is too cool, and honestly, like, okay, some of this is just really bad. I don't even remember what happened there, honestly. I think I was typing an accident, because they were asking me to swap, which that was a mistake for me. Yeah, it's infected. I told you this map wasn't that bad. If I was coaching this, I would have said this was like Diamond 5 ball. Or Diamond 4. With a bad map. Straight up. And this is like a Diamond 3 lobby. I'm usually pretty good at guessing rank. It's not good ball, but it's not terrible. It's like... Thank you, Stefano. This is like 2 weeks ago, 3 weeks ago. I don't remember, to be honest with you. It's very recently after perks. Ooh, I shouldn't have died there. I don't know, chat. I'll let chat be the. I'll let chat make the decision here. Oh, this Nana was terrible. I remember this just feeling depressed. Active Valk, no rollouts that I can hit, and we were down 3. You give him a pass for music? YouTube chat's vouching for you, Sarah Lee. Oh, that was bad. Oh, look, it's me.
Shoot, dude.
It cuts to me.
That was a good game.
Back when I was Diamond 3. Alright, chat. We'll give Sarah Lee a like. But this is the moment. VIP, timeout, or neither. What YouTube chat, Twitch chat, what do you think? Not mod, no. VIP and Twitch chat, just a roll, nothing. Neither for now. Timeout. VIP, both. Timeout. Permaban, meh, equivalent exchange. Neither from YouTube chat. All right, Sarah Lee, you dodged a bullet, my friend. Between YouTube and Twitch chat, it's split down the middle. So you live to chat another day, but you get nothing. You get no reward for that. You get nothing. Good day, sir. Goodbye. Get out. What is that from? What is that from? That's something. I just like it clicked in my brain.
I have literally no idea where you're going. I think you're slightly delusional at this point.
Read yours, Nautilin? Read your what? Oh, Willy Wonka. Yes, Willy Wonka. That's it. Yeah. That's right. Okay, chat. I gotta go. It was fun. It was actually a pretty fun stream today. I have fun. Everyone, this is okay. This is why going back to the backseat gaming. This is why. Okay. I have fun. I legitimately have fun playing. I have fun. I've had more fun playing Overwatch ranked on stream the last like 2.5 weeks than I have in like a long time. It's so much fun. So farewell. I will see you guys on Thursday. Little. If you guys want the sauce for what's here on Thursday, here you go. Ready for this one? Thursday, hero bands. Hero bands. We're gonna talk hero bands. We're going to start our list of must bands for each character. So I need y'all's help. We'll talk about it. We'll brainstorm it out. Like what will be the 3 bands for each character that you should absolutely ban. Hint, Doomfist, Roadhog will be one. So yeah, we'll see you guys there. And maybe we'll play some more Doomfist. Loves, kisses, farewell. No. Don't worry about it. If the backseat gaming is done with the intention of being stupid and insulting, then you're good. All right.